You gotta be able to take some teasing. Yes. If you want me to take you seriously, I'm telling you where they're gonna throw loose. People find the things that they're really into. No matter what it is, they will find a book of things that they're really into. But that's the reason. That's why I don't feel ashamed. Because I'm like, hey man, just love to tell you all the things that make you become our influence. Because I feel like imagine if you found out. Right, the opposite thing. Yeah, you can only get off if you were dressed as a wolf. One touchdown can change everything. The crowd, the momentum, the game itself. It never gets old. Feel that same rush with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, where every touchdown can bring you closer to cashing in. With DraftKings Sportsbook, all the action's in your hands. First touchdown, anytime, TD, live bets, every play, every snap, every game matters. When there's something on the line, every drive feels bigger, every moment more intense, and every trip to the end zone could mean a win for you. Here's the best part. New customers bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $200 in bonus bets instantly. When your team hits the end zone, you could hit the payout. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN. Bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpt.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Louisville Casino and Resort in Kansas. Has to a wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. And all odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see ckng.co/audio. Limited time offer. Wow, it's a psychological thing that they don't like who they really are. I mean, that's if I had to guess what the furry thing is, I don't think there's any I don't know. Maybe there's some well-balanced furries out there. It's a weird thing. But I think most of them just don't like who they are. And so they just want to hide in this thing that's all smiley and, hi kids, you look like fucking some sort of a giant animal. First time. That's what we're doing. Oh, we are good. 32 reasons. I figured the worst thing, and I'm so glad you're here now. Thank you for each and every single one of you guys for showing up. If you do not show up, you better show the fuck out because. Oh, he lucky. Dev's delusional, market's cooked. We're just looking for the tickers. Smith is absolutely crazy right now, but it's okay. These things happen. Guys, we got some new speakers connecting, and you guys all know 32 Dream, and obviously, we're just privileged to have her up here. She is just an absolute unit with the Big Steppers. We could not do the things we do without her help, so guys, just make sure that you show her some love. If you're not already following her, make sure that you do and turn those notifications on, because she does some spaces of her own. And so if you guys want the alpha, she's also an artist, so make sure that you follow her and you get in on her art, her spaces, and just the entire network that she's building herself. Why don't we get that going? I need everybody to go up to the telephone and back the game with like you. I am going to be doing a giveaway for somebody who is asking that. Say, we dropped the 3 and 32 dreams on both beautiful women in 1-3. I know you guys do see that right now. You guys don't see that. A chance of winning the giveaway. I'm also just, those are the things that you like on those and say 32 dreams and the top 3 are the most beautiful. Good. Back to you. Bro, I mean, you guys are absolute base chads. I'm looking at my GM post right now. So it's looking pretty good. 180 comments and 169 likes. So not too bad. Come in here, So, out of respect for that person, Rabbi Rothschild, take the show away. Give us your show. 3, 2, 1, go. 35 seconds. And stage is yours, my friend.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you don't know who I am, you will. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. You can find all of the information that you need in my pinned post. We have links to my YouTube. You can watch me in over 20 different angles, 24 hours a day, 360 degrees of my life. You can find my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. This is the biggest event in global history. It's more content than any person has ever uploaded to the internet ever. Most importantly, if you want to watch my life either now or in the future, go to the Big Steppers Discord. Take a look. I'm live in there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm not leaving, and neither should you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to show.
Yeah, amazing. You guys do not know this. He is literally streaming in the Discord for Big Steppas 24/7. This guy is a monster. I don't know what he has. I don't know what it is, but honestly, you guys, you should know.
It's like uranium 239 or something, something that doesn't even exist. That being said, guys, make sure you check your DMs, bro. And we're gonna keep cooking. We got quite a ways to go before it's gonna be space, guys. So, guys, make sure you're following Rabbi Rothschild. Make sure you're turning those noties on. If you guys are following the Big Steppers, then you are missing out. Not only is Rabbi Rothschild in the Big Steppers, but he also has a Discord of his own. So not only can you connect with us through there, but you're also going to be able to meet all of these people that are building their own base networks. Because guys, we're not just taking over the spaces on X, we're taking over the entire freaking world. And before Elon Musk can get over there, we're going to take over Mars too. Just you watch. So you guys think the charts are done now? But just wait, because it's not about the charts today. It's about the charts the day that we need them. All right, guys. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and bring up the next speaker, and I just want to highlight one of our recent winners. We got JP up here in the speaker section. JP, how are you doing? Bro, we're absolutely blessed, man. We've been having a great day. We've been running spaces all day, talking to great people, and yeah, man, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Had a long day. A lot of classes up today, but I'm glad to join you guys up here. I see a lot of legends up here. I see doing some dreams. We got Mister. We got Mint. By the way, Stepples. Some young guy down there. Um, I'm just really chilling right now. I'm chilling in the BC with Shay with Ted.
Oh, sure. Space, you're not into maybe space. Just absolutely great. Yeah, guys, just had a leave here now. We're on my post movie space. We're gonna see you in the next 5 minutes, guys. All right. Okay, bye.
Thirty-five seconds. What is this bullshit?
down from parents to kids, and I would imagine kinks could be in there because like artistic talent is passed down. Obviously, athletic talent is often passed down. Though it makes it I bet a lot. I bet they don't know exactly what you're giving to your kids.
Well, let's find out because if it's true, I mean that's gonna make you look at your mama a little different.
You don't want to know that. That's horrible.
Yeah, but
I feel like I pity the poor people that have accidentally walked in their parents' fucking.
you never did that.
No.
Actually, that's not true. I never walked in, but I definitely knew that that's what was happening.
I can block that out. You can't block out the visual.
Because you definitely touched the doorknob and be like,
Your dad with his feet up in your mom eating his ass.
I don't have no vision.
Your dad stroking it while your mom's eating his ass. Like, no. Yeah, see, there you go. I can't live more like that. I can't go through this. I'm gonna have to get electroshock therapy.
But the man in the building, if you walk in and what would have to happen for you to be a furry for what you have to see?
I don't think it's that. I think it's probably some social disorder involved with some of those folks too. There's like furry lights, which my kids go to school with. There's some kids that wear like ears and like maybe a tail, and every now and then you see one of those.
This British thing might have started as a 4chan troll that's probably wasn't for
4chan
motion control. Like a few other things that we've done.
They're the best. Do you see what they did with the free flow, free bleeding project?
What's that? Oh, man.
They trick women into thinking that it's like a sign of feminism to just bleed and not have a tampon or a maxi pad.
Oh, like old school.
Just let it go. Free bleeding. And so they did it as a joke, and then some women adopted it because they thought it was like radical feminist. Crazy ladies.
So now free bleeding is like a trend?
You know, it didn't last. It's disgusting. It's probably totally unsanitary. You smell like fish. It's hell. It's hell. So you have pussy blood running down your fucking pants, and you're showing up at the office. You expect to keep your job here at United Health? Get out of
Hey,
here.
I don't think anybody was showing up at the office. Those are that weeks.
At Starbucks, you showing up at Starbucks? Oh, that's not real.
No way.
That lady would die. She would literally be dead. It's like you shot her with a fucking arrow.
The thing is, there's no,
Is this lady free bleeding?
these are the 4chan posts, people trying to like share it, that it was real.
Well, that could be a lady that's just doing a marathon and forgot a tampon. It's like, fuck it, I'm gonna push through. Because I saw one lady diarrhea herself, went all down her leg and everything, and she completed that fucking race.
So the thing is, it's hard to tell what's real and what's AI.
That's real. That's real. That's some pussy blood right there, though. I can tell. I'm an expert.
But the thing is, with free bleeding is one thing, but it's like just getting your pussy blood every month to other people's stuff.
They don't care.
Like if you doing that shit at home on the grass,
They're marking their territory. Well, what did people do before they invented tampons? Like, I mean, are you supposed to just wash it out? Like, what are you supposed to do? What does nature want you to do? Like, nature doesn't want you. That's why toxic shock syndrome is a thing. When women have tampons, they leave them up there, and then they get really sick, and women have died from toxic shock syndrome from tampons.
people even care about someone. I don't know if this might be full satire, but this is someone talking about how it's not made up, it's a real thing. People trying to claim it's not.
Misogynist users of the online forum 4chan would claim that they jokingly started the movement in 2014 and see how far they can make angry feminists go. Fake memes and Twitter accounts apparently belong to feminist activists began posting content about free bleeding. This backfired spectacularly for the 4chan trolls when they unwittingly created a discourse around the normalization of periods. What? The free bleeding movement, whether fake or not, quickly became very real and got women talking about their monthly cycle. Since then, notable moments in the free bleeding movement have included Karan Gandhi running the Boston Marathon without something while bleeding. There was something that says without while bleeding through her sport shorts. Poet Ruby Kaur also became notable in the movement when an image of her menstrual blood on her pants and bed sheets was repeatedly removed from Instagram that same year. Imagine like you're a hero because your pussy blood is on the internet. This is so kooky. This sounds like this is satire. I mean, who wrote it? What's it in? It's a blog.
I think
Does it seem like satire? Does that seem like it's hard to tell at the edges. When you get to the edges of radical feminism, radical leftism, and radical right wing, patriot front type shit, it's hard to tell what's satire when you get to the edges. When you get to the most extreme examples, well, also everything's AI now. People just say bullshit. Also, all those, whether it's the right wing movements like Proud Boys or whether it's Antifa, they get infiltrated. Those guys get infiltrated by government officials 100 fucking percent. I guarantee you there's some FBI agents in Antifa. I guarantee you there's some FBI agents that are in the Proud Boys. I think the head of the Proud Boys was already outed as an FBI informant. Isn't that true? I think that. Find that out. Google that. Really? Yes. That's not true. I think every single movie. I think he still went to jail too. I think he still went to jail for January 6th. Yeah, I mean, they still locked up. Let's see. What's it say? Head of the Proud Boys revealed to have been an FBI informant. Enrico Tarrio. Tarrio served as national chairman of the Proud Boys from 2018 to 2021. He was a central figure in the group's activities, including its role in the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. However, it was later disclosed that Tarrio worked as an informant for federal and local law enforcement agencies between 2012 and 2014, prior to his leadership in the Proud Boys. Oh, beforehand. That's even crazier. That's even crazier. Like, when they tell him was the truth, like, that he's not doing it anymore, it's like, fucking who knows, man. It's layers upon layers. It's those Russian nesting dolls, and you open it and there's another one in there, you open it, there's another one, it's all the time, bro, the FD files. I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden, who's going to release the files? Well, I thought there was no files. Man. He wants an investigation now. Listen, like, what is going on? Voted 427 to 1. Who was the one? What was the one? I didn't see why he said there's no security. No fucking way. That's no security. If you found out all of Congress voted for something, you the only one that did. Can you change your vote? It can't be the one, huh? It should be that it has to be like no one can know what the vote is before you do it. Bro, I would love to hear his reason. How you the one? Well, I was feeling like let's move past it. Just get on with our business. But you can't move past these billionaires are good people. Okay? You can't move past good, solid people. Oh, where's he at? Arkansas. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. One of the bottom 10 in education. Somebody got to him. That's crazy, though. 420 to 1. Principal what was wrong with the bill? What's supposed to it abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provided alibis, family members, etc. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. Not by my vote. The Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough investigation that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans. If the Senate amends the bill to properly address privacy of victims and or other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated, then I will vote for that bill when it comes back to the House. He's in that motherfucker. Well, that's a point, though, right? Like, there was people that had dinner over Epstein's house. Like, Epstein had dinners and had celebrities go over his house. Like, Chelsea Handler was one of the people that went over his house. I don't think Chelsea Handler is out there molesting kids. No, I get that. I get that. But I think we're past that. We're beyond that point now. Right, you just have to be able to say, hey, I went to his house for dinner. Yeah, I'm not saying because people try to do that to you with like pictures. You live in a picture with somebody that ain't right. But it's like, it's the difference between being in a picture with somebody and being in 500 pictures with them. Right, you know what I mean? Flying to an island. Yeah, I think because this is a big problem with me. Related back to what we were talking about earlier with Hollywood, too, is that I think a lot of these motherfuckers don't respect cinema. They don't respect our intelligence. The average American is smart enough to know the difference between somebody that was just in learn the lesson, they might try to kill you. That is a fact.
But here's the thing. The problem is,
and I'm not advocating for not releasing files. I'm just saying there's enough dumb, nutty people that will think that you're guilty.
there's been so much obfuscation with this. It would be different if there was no pushback. But I think what's at stake is people's belief in the integrity of the process.
That's really cooked. Oh, well, yeah. That's
whatever the last little shreds of it that are left, like, no more you getting to sift through and decide. Because it's easy to say that, but the truth is they want to be able to decide whose names get done. And people aren't with that. Like,
they shouldn't be with that.
Or we agree with this guy, and then we let the Kennedy joints out. We've been waiting for them. Think about it. They said the same thing about the Kennedy shit. Well, we don't want to hurt them. And every time they're supposed to release it, they kick it down the road.
They released some new Kennedy documents, but no, I never heard anything come out.
Yeah, it was supposed to be released. 200 presidents.
No way those people are alive.
Right. What we know is this. We know that, I forget who said it, but justice delayed is justice denied. The longer we wait, the more we let these fucking snakes kick the can down the road, the more they get to obfuscate and muddy the waters. You know what
Trump said about the JFK files? He said, I saw them, and if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either.
That's what I'm screaming.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I can't even imagine what that means.
What does that mean? What could that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean a foreign government? Does that mean our government? Does that mean the mafia? Does that mean a coordinated effort with all the above? What does that mean?
I have no idea what it could possibly mean.
It's crazy for something that happened in 1963.
And almost everyone that could be in the era somehow is dead.
62 years ago.
So it would have to be something that destroys an institution. Something like this Epstein shit.
Right. Just the sheer amount of people with insane amounts of money that are attached.
That's my conservative friends be like. They think I give a fuck about a Democrat. Like, well, with Bill Clinton's in there, like, I don't give a fuck who in there. I don't care who in there. Put that shit in the street. Yeah,
I think you do.
Yeah, I don't have a favorite politician. There's nobody. I don't give these motherfuckers money. There's no politician that I love enough to it. But this is what's killing me. There's people out there that are literally like, wow, it's 16. Like they're trying to justify. They want to come out of this by still showing support, but they don't want to be connected to the crime. So they're trying to justify their support of them. That's crazy. It's like there's no politician I love more than I love my country. More than I have my principles. Like, yeah, I think if you can't draw the line, then you probably should stop talking in public. You shouldn't have public discourse.
Yeah. I think this is a pattern that has existed forever in politics. They want you to be compromised when you get into any sort of position so they can control you. And I think these things like Epstein, and there's probably a bunch of other similar operations that are being run, they provide you with like a really good time, or maybe you're a high profile, extremely wealthy individual, and it's hard for you to get home. And some guy tells you, hey, we've got everything covered, you come to my island, nothing, what happens on the islands do,
They just keep to my royal family.
Oh yeah, well, Prince Andrew. Yeah, they kicked him out of the family, and there hasn't even been like a formal trial yet. It's not like he's
what happens when you they just walk you out the castle?
Andrew is now formerly known as Andrew Monton Winter will relocate to a combination in the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. He is now excluded from royal duties and public life, and his status has been dramatically reduced. Loss of titles and status, eviction from royal lodge, relocation to Sandringham estate. So he's relocated to an estate in the countryside. Public exclusion. He remains excluded from all royal engagements and official events, except for private family gatherings. That sounds sweet. Yeah, I mean, he's getting away with not having to be, uh, like not being in the public eye. That's it. Well, basically, all the ones about being a royal, that's something. Yeah, you don't have to do those anymore. Look at this. Financial support. The king will provide for Andrew's basic needs, but his former royal funding and security benefits have been ended. Andrew has sought private business opportunities to support himself, but no public roles are expected. Wow. Business with you, my guy. He's trying to go wants to go into business. So he's been going to start getting money from the king all this time. Dude, this whole thing is nuts because they get money, and I don't think they have to do anything. Like, I don't think they have a real functioning government, do they? Where's the Sandringham Estates? Oh, that's where he got. Poor guy. That's so sad. It's so sad that they didn't stay in that castle. Look how beautiful that place is. That is so nuts. This guy got kicked out of there. He got kicked out of wherever the fuck he was. The royal they give you this thing, he took all the stuff. The gardener's house. Show me that's the gardener's house. That's where the gardener is. That fucking place is beautiful. That is hilarious, dude. Like, if they give him that place, but they don't give him no servants, he just gotta clean everything. So they gotta walk a mile to the kitchen. This is this guy right. So he just gets banished to a mansion. No book, no peace. They probably just bring those out to the picture. It's not like stop banging hoes, right? I mean, I don't know what he's in trouble for. But to get kicked out of the family, legal and public impact. What is this? These changes result in long-standing controversies over Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein and subsequent legal settlement.
Actually, but can you drive spaces?
Yes, but not just like
Okay, yeah, but between drive spaces like this, like someone like that.
yes, like you'll see communication.
Okay, it's all good. If you can do it, then it's fine.
So what used to start special was we became like everything.
Once you start, you can make it perfect later. You just start. And it's only that you get your own spaces once now. It's just that this guy went through well that still helped me drive. It's just that there, that's of when the guy had so many spaces that he was driving, so the guy does not come. I'll now be the one to drive this space, and I just realized that thing is not my thing. If I talk for like 45 minutes, if I drive space for like 45 minutes, like I'm going to get headache. Like all the food I don't chop. Like all the food I put in my body will just finish. I'll finish it up. Before I go finish up, like I will see white. Like they do like say, this call I go kick the bucket, all those guys in the after I run out for like 1 week, I say no.
Yo, what up, Josh? GM. I'm just about to talk in this space, so just one moment.
All right, man. Peace. Like before, next year goes I have to that time. I don't know why was doing this show. I was always posting that time. So like, like
that's it. I'm just trying to focus on that. Probably have to use for each space for each day.
Oh,
Like, yeah, probably to meet at least interact with them. But one thing about engagement spaces, if it's not interactive, your followers are not getting anything. Then the only people you having on your spaces are people that just coming to get engagement on their posts. Nothing more. And those ones now, like you're not making meaningful connections from this thing. You might not really make if you're not careful. Yeah, true. True, true. Yeah, anyhow, sure. Yeah, but just that if it's something you really want to do and you have people that can back you up, well, just that. You have money, you find a way to bypass all those tools. You find a way to make your own thing unique. Start off. But just me, I trust Toby. Toby was coming. I don't think for this Toby, I go much put your account. Guys, please do it to like and retweet this space. Noella, welcome to the space. Ghost, I see you. This guy did. Jeff, how are you? You just waking up from sleep. Your voice is not like
I think that's what I'm talking. I intentionally reduce.
Noella. I remember in one space that time when Noella was one of the listeners. They were not begging her to come and speak. She was shy. I didn't know she wouldn't speak in this space. No, so Noella, I was just Noella. Yeah.
I'm not sure the space you saw me. Either they were trying to, now this 15 boys and they're like, oh, this girl, bring her, Mary, I'm not that cool. When I know on mute mic now, me, I don't go say, I'm not normal. Not some of them are still so that's like the thing. Because it's better to just keep quiet and everybody do their thing instead of us doing nonsense in the space.
Yeah, true, sure. Sorry to interrupt you, Susan. Yeah, I actually noticed that, because if Frank came to this space, you guys just they give well and lines, well and not real for my domestic for that bag. You guys lines not the fault to ground. But everywhere good, it's all good. So, it is all just what did you want to say? Me, nothing, guys, nothing for real. Just chilling. I don't tire, guy. I was really close with people now. I was send out comments. I beg, really, so you don't buy it. The best. Yeah. Oh, don't worry, yeah. Bro, we don't do plenty, bro. Leave, bro. Yeah, let me do just 8 jobs. You go see one post or 3 days, get drop 10K jobs. Like you left God. Why now? Once they have to take this about so many people now. These back jobs. So guys, yeah, I'm just doing this thing. Don't worry, let me leave. My own daily, I will send and come your DM direct. I'll do it. So I'm not if I say this, people like DM, I will block you. No, no, I didn't know I'm doing good intentions. I'm just trying to, I didn't employ a good Jesus name. God, please do not request for the mic. Let me hear your voice. I've been seeing you on here. All right,
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
No, I don't mind. I don't mind that one.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Apologies to those of you who have heard this before. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these angles of my life, feel free to look at my profile. I have a link there to all my YouTubes. Additionally, in my pinned post, I have a link to my YouTubes. I also have a link to my link tree. Please look at it. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media and more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people who have joined, and we are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. You can see pictures and video of this project building these wells and water towers in a rural Nigerian village in my timeline. Additionally, you should know that I'm an advocate of the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you have a project and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you to be successful in all of your passions. I want you to know that I am an advocate for all of you. I support you both professionally and personally. I am someone who wants to be a positive person in your life. I want to have an optimistic, I want you to know I have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want you to know that I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
All right, man. Guys, do want to check out Rabbi. Do want to check out Rabbi. I'm bullish on what he's building. Like you said, if you need guidance, you can do want to reach out to him.
Xavier, when am we gonna find you in my Discord? I'm waiting on you, big dog.
Okay, okay. Sorry, I haven't really had time to, go through all the
Oh,
links.
I see how it is. You're so busy being popular. You're too busy for your favorite rabbi. I see how it is, my man. No, I'm just playing with you. I'm kidding. But I know we're going to become better and better friends as we get to know each other. And I look forward to having you in there someday.
All right, man. No, I'm joining once I end this space. Let me not procrastinate because I feel like procrastinating a lot these days.
Don't we all? No worries at all. I'm just playing with you. But one of these days we'll make the connection and it'll be a beautiful thing. Thank you.
All right, man. Thank you for coming. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for hosting the space.
All right, Ghost, it was good, man. I haven't heard from you this morning. How you doing this morning?
Josh, can you hear me?
You can hear you. Can
Oh,
hear you.
excellent. That's my man. How'd you sleep, big dog?
Uh, Good man.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, how's your link tree coming along?
Yeah, yeah. I've created most of the links though.
Okay, well, create the other ones, and then we'll start working on videos for you. So let me know when you're done, okay?
But after now, like, what's the next step, man?
The next step is we're going to populate your social media with 10 videos that promote yourself and what you do in Web3.
Alright, man. I respect.
And it's all free. We're going to use AI to create the videos. So you don't have to be on video, okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Excellent. I love having you here. Keep me updated with how you're doing creating those links. And when you're done, let me know and we'll start making videos with you, okay?
Okay, sir.
Excellent, my friend.
Settlements. Always get settlements. Particularly the civil case of Black Virginia Guthrie, which concluded without any admission of liability by Andrew, but resulted in a multi-million pound settlement. Do you know that there's the amount of money that's been paid out to victims of Jeffrey Epstein is like $300 million so far. From where? Is that true? There's also a bunch of money that just moved after he died. Scientists, get it out. Get it out. There's nothing for a man that's crazy operation. What a crazy thing. How much people flying out to the island and somehow or another you home. You can like because it's for a while. We looked at that island. We were trying to find it. We're next to the ocean to try to find it. We were thinking about it very briefly. But it was too expensive. It was like 55. It's not discounted now? That's a discount. That's the discounted price? Oh, okay. Okay. I would imagine it's well more than that. When you buy a beautiful house in like Miami, a beautiful house in Miami might be $200 million if it's on the ocean. Those like crazy manors and like West Palm Beach, like the island basically all that you gotta say it now. It's too low. Yeah, like the dirt, you go get dirt from steam. Yeah, you gotta remove everything. I mean, that's the same reason why we never bought the theater. Same thing. Yeah, I was like, oh man, there's not enough sage in the world. That's a beautiful property. So what did they do to those poor people there? You know, that island is different names. His first, I forget what his real name was. They have the same name as the boxer. I forget his real name. What's the cult leader's name? Oh, yeah. They changed his name twice. started going after all the girls. They're like, these motherfuckers are armed now. Like, this is dangerous. Let's find out what kind of hell. So it's like a lot of people lost their family members. Jaime Gomez, that's right. So he was Michelle, and then he became Andreas once he came to Texas. So what happened was they were interviewing, and so this dude picks up shop and just moved to Austin, and just to throw people off, has his followers build a theater so he can dance in front of them. They built that. His followers built that theater. See, I have a beautiful place. Like it's something stuff like that. But I feel like they know enough now. It's like Peter going short. Because as the guy wants to fuck your wife, you should be, or your dad, or right, or just anyone. Like I said, it's fucking everybody. So does the leader need to fuck your family? Yeah, that's the way it went right there. If there was no Lamar Bell before that, like made the financial give all your stuff, maybe you still have hope. When they started giving you duties as a servant, maybe you still have hope. But when they need to fuck your family, I feel like that should set off all the alarms. I think they waited until you're deep in the call before they bust that one out. They didn't wait like a long time. I think they were already on the compound. It was like, God just told me I have to fuck like for real, it was a lot of that. It was that dumb. It was like that dumb. Like God spoke to him and told him that maybe no one's allowed to have sex with him. But it's global pressures shape up. It wasn't really about it. I don't care what none of us do. Shoot around because that pressure to conform, because I guess he's not just like that. But he's surrounded by people. Do it. Cheer it up. They say, right? That pressure to please Jesus. Yeah. That pressure to please everyone. Because there's a certain type of person that gets roped into it. Well, I always wonder about that. Like, is there a grand pattern to the universe? Is there a mathematical formulation that we exist in where you have to have a certain amount of gullible people and a certain amount of devious people that try to trick people as con artists, and then a certain amount of people like you that are like, what the fuck is going on? Like that all of this sort of like dances together and balances itself out. And just like nature has predators and it has moving antelope that get too close to the water hole. All these things like kind of have to exist at the same time in order for progress to be made. It seems like it's just a certain amount of people that are just born gullible. And not just gullible, but kind of like wanting to be tricked. Reportedly, known marriages and couples who joined the sect and took multiple women as spiritual wives, some of whom were very young girls. Former cult members have alleged that Krish slept with wives of other members and maintained a harem, sometimes with women who were already married, fathered numerous children with various women. Krish also instructed male followers to practice celibacy and surrender their wives to him. This became a part of the doctrine. Control of their women and children, often accompanied by allegations of sexual abuse and manipulation. See, the thing is, those guys, they're not the only ones that do it. They ability to know just the right way.
Excellent. When possible, may I share my project with everyone?
Okay, you have like a minute, like you know, 2 minutes to do that. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for 2 minutes. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. It's a real life Truman Show. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous streams. You can view my life in 360 degrees on YouTube. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my cameras, the link is in my pin post. Additionally, in my profile and pin post, you're going to find a link to my link tree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord there. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, teacher, friend, and confidant, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I want you to know, everyone in here to know, I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Much, Rabbi. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for that incredible shield. He's a big influencer and it's unlike other persons, and then he's here to combat world hunger, and then he's here to transform people's life and how people get generational wealth and stuff. So a big shout out to him and welcome to the Eco Engagement Space. You're always free to join us whenever you are free. A big shout out to you, and we love what you're building. All right. That's for that. All right, let's hear from UKSP. 1 minute. ASAP.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I heard everything you said, and I'm really interested in what you are doing because you said you're a social person. But I want you to answer this question in my DM, not on this space. Um, why?
And you continue conversation in your DM. So sorry for continuing, my guy. KSP.
I don't know the Nigerian bullet.
You are just continue the conversation.
No, I just you are
KSP.
you don't tell you don't tell them so.
Continue the conversation in your DM. KSP. Just hold on. I know what you want to say. Continue in your DM. I know why. Just continue there. Thank you. So guys, the posts are coming down, and if you want to speak, just request for the mic. Just request for the mic. KSP system check DM. All right. So guys, if you have not sent in your second post to the info account, if you're not sending your second post, do well to send it. Do well to it's not doing anything. It's what I think we'll give policy comment. The first policy comment. Loki is changing a lot. I'll hop on this because I want to read. I don't know. Then as last comments will give, we don't do period comments. It's me. I don't know. But it's all good, Jerry. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Chapter just checked in first. I beg. You read it here. All right. Okay. 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 All right. There's a question from MDW. Please your engagement on that push ASAP, 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 and the other push coming up. My intern, I mean, not inside it's of co-host. Are you there? Co-host, are you there? Juliet, please. All right, Juliet, it's Luigi. Where we do.
You don't think the story of love will leave me so to be something I really don't think about when I think my virgin
Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm done creating it.
All right. Did you send me the link yet?
Alright, let me send you the link.
Okay. Are you sending it on X or Discord?
What you say?
Are you going to send it to me on X or Discord?
Let me send it to you on X.
Okay.
Man, I can't find you on X. I'll just send it to you here.
Stop. Do you have 49 followers?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to send you a message and it'll be your first message. Look in X.
Alright, alright, man.
All right, Josh. Can you hear me? Josh.
Yeah, so I've sent it to you.
Yes, I see it. Where's your Kick account?
What you say?
Where's your Kick account?
I didn't see the kick it there.
Kick's there. Where is your Truth Social account? Kick is fifth from the bottom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
Where's your Kick account?
I said I didn't. when I was speaking, I didn't doesn't there.
I mean, it's there. It's the fifth one from the bottom. Look at the list that I sent you.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
Do you see Kick?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What about Imager?
In my job.
Yeah. Imager's the fourth from the bottom.
Alright, man.
What about Reddit?
No, Reddit is there.
Okay, let me see. Where's your Reddit?
Check the link site.
I'm looking at it. You've got YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Blue Sky, Clubhouse, Mastodon, Threads. Where's Reddit?
Yeah. Oh, okay, man. Let me just update it. I'm coming.
Okay, where's Quora? Where's WhatsApp?
What?
Where is your WhatsApp?
But can I show you a screenshot of something?
Yes, that'd be anything you want.
Alright, man.
Okay. Okay, I see Reddit profile, but you don't have the little tab selected next to it, so it's not going to show.
Yeah.
Okay, so click the little tab next to it.
I should click what?
There's I'll show you. I'll write on it and send it back to you.
Okay.
Okay, click that little thing in the corner. Look at the link I look at what I just sent you.
Okay.
So click that little link. So then it'll show. But you've got to create the other ones. So create all the other ones, and then before you come back, double check that. Make sure you have every single one.
Okay, man. All right.
Excellent. Now another thing, Josh, if you can hear me, look at the example that I sent you. Do you see when you look at your link tree, some of them are icons at the top, and other ones are like in a vertical list? You want them all to be in a vertical list. Is what I'm saying to you making sense?
Yeah, I can't really get what you're saying.
Okay. So look at the link I just sent you.
Okay.
Click it. And do you see how there are no icons at the top? It's just one link after another link after another link after another link. You want yours to look like that. So right now you have some icons at the top and some that are links like the way that you want. You want them all to be one after another stacked, not icons at the top.
Okay. Okay.
So that's an easy fix. No big deal. Okay,
All right.
but you've done really well. So keep it up. And then when you're done and you've double checked them all, I want you to check them all. I don't want to say, where's this one and where's that one? Then come to me and then we'll move on and we'll start creating some videos for you, okay?
All right, man.
Okay, go.
If I was in that cult, I'd be like, there's no way. What's the name? What's the name? What's that list? The name of them? When you start a book, Shoshonian. That's a weird name. It's a very unusual thing. I've never heard that name in my whole life. It probably was. Probably is. Oh. Hebrew meanings. Mentioned in Psalms 45 and 49. This meaning, its meaning in these Psalms is uncertain. Some believe it's kind of like how the voices, a kind of living, shaped string trumpet, a six-string trumpet, a word commencing a song, or the melody of which these songs were to be sung. So it was lots of I saw Lil and I thought, oh, so is that Lilith? To Lilith, you're a Lilith. Like the demon. Well, Lilith was like, apparently before, there's like, this is like, now again, I don't know if we're believing or not to believe in what, I don't even know what scriptures show Lilith and what don't. But Lilith is one of the oh, that's funny. No, Lilith is like a character in ancient religious texts. Right, she's a god. What? Oh, well, look, we're gonna find out. I'll butcher it. I'm very hesitant to say what I think it is because I don't really remember. She's a daughter. This is what's up? Tell us about this. No, you know what tells us about this? Kermitsky. Kermitsky was Brandon Raven about Lilith. You don't know. You don't know about Lilith. You never went through this. Lilith is not a character in the Bible. Her name is only mentioned in one verse in the book of Isaiah. Okay. Here's the legend. The story of Lilith as Adam's first wife comes from later Jewish folklore, such as the alphabet of Ben Sira, which is not included in the canonical Bible. The legend's core story, according to its folklore, Lilith was created from the earth at the same time as Adam, making her his equal. When she refused to be subservient to him, she left the Garden of Eden. That sounds like a true story. Some interpretations claim that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 describe two different creation stories and two different women. This is considered incorrect and ludicrous by many biblical scholars and theologians. Evolution of the figure. Over time, Lilith's story evolved from a simple night demon from Mesopotamian cultures to a more complex figure in Jewish tradition. In modern times, some have reclaimed her as a feminist symbol of independence and equality. That's Lilith Bear. That's where that Lilith Bear. That picture of Lilith, that's from the game. That's from the album. I would play as that character. He plays her. She's the bad guy. That would be a dope character for Quake. She could be around and run around map fucking people up. I think you could be her in Fortnite or something. That's what she looked like? In the game? Oh, yeah. She's hard. Yeah. Yeah. Everything I know about her is from that game. It sounds like it's all wrong. But isn't it funny that the Shoshone or whatever the one is, they don't even know what that was? Like, it might have been a trumpet, it might have been a flute, it might have been a person. Could have been a song, that's exactly what he's saying. Scholars, right? It seems like it's up for debate. That's the problem with a lot of really old shit. It's like they're just guessing. They're really old shit. They're just guessing. Like, what are they trying to say? What are they trying to say? Crazy. Ezekiel stuff's moving.
Hey, you. I know you. What's up? Yeah, I know you. Hey, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. The link's in my profile. Excellent. Come to my Discord. Come to my Discord so I can hear you better. Come to my Discord. Excellent, my friend. I look forward to talking with you. I'm here. We have other people. I'm here. Okay, dog. Yo, hey, hey, is that who I think it is? Yeah, it is. It's Meta Mommy. How are you? I'm lovely. Can you see me? There should be there should be video. Can you see me? Well, there's video. Come to my Discord, Meta Mommy. Let's talk. I'm gonna get this other person in there too. Okay. Oh.
Double choice, for example, then you have to wear shackles. So we're moving so it's right life, and even right French life, like a fantasy, for example, or rapes, or any other mixture, taking a swim out of the back cross, and you want to back capacity, they have a lot to long term again, to those grand trees, grand trees. Laura said, "What kind of really about this?" I'm gonna be open with it. She wants to say that again. Well, obviously, there's a lot of different opinions on this, right? About what we find is Sheldon's is being lost. I'm trying to have to try to figure out where does everyone expect to understand from thought. So then, anyway, where does come? Because it's not a thought. Like, time is showing you know, all of the one. How about you?
Yo, big dog, come to my Discord.
Bold so how? She was just telling me that
Come
this
to my
fashion
Discord. I'll send you the link. Just a moment.
all quoting is
You got it.
Shepherds is being lost as Hashem Ta'ala. So this was the first response to Hashem that was the first question as well what you see it with Hashem is being lost. For example, because of right side, keep in mind with it, it has been
Check your direct messages.
even over he adapted to Hashem Salve Hashem, was Hashem to get Hashem. It's supposed to pass.
Yo, big dog. Check your direct messages. Yo, check your direct messages. Yo, big dog. Check your direct messages. Check your direct messages. I sent you a link, big man. I'll see you there. I can't wait to see you.
Shows up with
Yo! What up, Billions Mighty Crypto? How you living, big man? Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, leave and come back and see if you can hear me. I can't hear you. Yo. Billions Mighty Crypto. Yo. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty. Oh, that's you. Be Mighty. Yo, dog, do you talk? Dude, you can't hear me because you're in this space and your microphone is activated in my Twitter space. So leave my Twitter space, leave the Discord, and come back to the Discord and we'll be able to talk. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I'm going to read your profile. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast, ambassador, and funny. We're not so funny right now. How about you talk? And then I will think you're flipping hilarious. Billions, baby. Leave and come back. Leave that Twitter space and come back. Or no, don't come back to the Twitter space. Just leave the Twitter space. Oh, he's turning on his camera. All right, let's see how funny you are. Heyo! Can you speak? Big man, hold on. Listen, I can't hear you. The reason why I can't hear you is because your microphone is currently being used in Twitter. Close Twitter. Hi. Close Twitter. Close Twitter. You're still in Twitter. You're still in my Twitter space. I can't hear you. You're still in my Twitter space. Close Twitter.
Hold on, let me close.
There you go, big man. Okay, now I can hear you. Talk to me, baby. Billions Mighty Crypto. I know you. I was just singing your profile. I'm going to continue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. How are you, big man?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. How are
Excellent.
you?
I'm lovely. You found me. Hey, do you have an Android phone or an iOS phone?
Just hold on, please. Give me. Hold on. Let me close my total phone and come back.
Yes.
I can't really hear you.
Absolutely. Do what you need to do, big man.
Let me do it first. Billions I think
Yeah, exactly. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast. Ambassador and funny. At Base Army Connect t.me/sheboss and shebosstoken.com. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said billions Mighty Crypto. 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 I said billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said 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 billions Mighty Crypto. What in the fuck are you doing, dog? I was just talking to you. I was just talking to you, dog. Billions Mighty Crypto. You're breaking my heart, dog. I love Billions Mighty Crypto. This motherfucker says they're funny. Oh, dog. Remember that part when everybody was like, hey, blah, 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 and I yelled, hey, hey, I don't come to your job and suck all the dicks. So shut the fuck up while I'm sharing my project. And they laughed. That's such a dirty line. That line is fucking hilarious. Hey, I don't come to where you work and suck all the dicks. Oh, shut the fuck up. Well, I'm sure.
I asked Perplexity a little more about Shoshana Heap. Was a group or entity related to the branch Davidians called, led by David Koresh. A group or entity related to it. The name seems to refer to Koresh's followers who identified themselves as students of the Seven Seals. Oh, so they were his people. So he called his people that group. Alliteration used reflecting their focus on
Billions by the crypto.
Billions want
Rothschild
to
positioned himself as a messianic figure, calling himself the Lamb who would open the seven seals, an event that would lead to salvation and the apocalypse. Followers under Koresh's leadership and ideology were sometimes referred to as Koreshians. You know what would be crazy? What would really be crazy is if heaven was real and the murder, like them being murdered, sent them to heaven because they were those people murdered. It's like you ever see what the actual footage of when they stormed Waco over? It's crazy. They killed those people. They lit them on fire. They drove tanks into the buildings and flames are shooting out of the tanks. They just cooked those people. Not just Koresh, not just people, like everybody, men, women, children. Like, what are they trying to do? Where's the well, there was a problem. There's a lot of and it seems like in the beginning it might have been some environmental overreach. Like they were trying to get a win. They were trying to that makes sense from so understand the difference. Who's telling you? It might be terrible. It's an amazing series. Understanding the difference between the way there is a difference. Sarah, now here's why. Somebody has one on Koresh. So it was a series on Koresh. I'm sorry. The point is that they wanted to so they wanted to take down this cult. And so they exaggerated what they were doing and they stand out. So they stood outside of the gates with armed vehicles and cars like down guns and waiting out. And eventually it escalated to getting agents on the roof. Agents on the roof got shot at by people that were in the cult. And so then they started shooting out and it became gunfights. They brought in tanks and lit on fire. It's a crazy story. It is crazy. So the way there, like, I know there's a documentary on it as well that details what it is that they're doing to the images of the compound. I think it was like in the early 90s. What was it? Was it 90s? Space. That's pretty cool. Where do you do this? There's a few documentaries on space or some news footage that was got released maybe 2 years ago. So obscure videos that's not absolutely do it with people didn't really know. So they started making documentaries about it and so it's talking and one as you can see it because most people just don't believe the narrative was the narrative. People at times wish they didn't. The guy was a piece of shit and which he was. But it has to lead to mass murder. It had to lead to just well it led to lockdowns which that's not even the worst one. The worst one is Ruby Ridge. That one's bad. Put that in perplexity. Ruby Ridge. This one's crazy. The Ruby Ridge story is like they shot other most babies. These families like a family. Maybe the guy was like a little It's an 11-day standoff. August 1992. Mountain Creek County, Idaho. Randy Weaver, his family, and friend, Kevin Harris against U.S. Marshals FBI. It began when U.S. Marshals sought to arrest Randy Weaver for failing to appear in court on federal firearms charges related to the sale of a modified shotgun. The situation escalated after Weaver's dog was shot by a marshal due to surveillance leading to a firefight in which Weaver's 14-year-old son Samuel was killed by gunfire. Kevin Harris, a family friend, shot and killed Deputy Marshal William Deegan during the exchange. As hostage shot, Randy Weaver was wounded. The Steelers' second shot, the attempted Harris, also killed Weaver's wife, Nikki, who was holding their infant daughter behind a cabin door. On siege ends, negotiators, including activist Bo Riggs, convinced Weaver and Harris to surrender. Harris was arrested on August 30th, and Weaver and his daughter surrendered the next day. Criticism later arose over the FBI's rules of engagement and discrediting the technically constitutional legality of the sniper's second shot that killed Weaver. The standoff highlighted tensions between federal law enforcement and citizens, especially among anti-government and white separatist groups. Weaver and Harris were charged with several offenses before
Yo,
severe
billions,
charges.
mighty crypto, billions, mighty. Yeah, 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 yeah. My man, how are you, big dog? Yeah, exactly. Yo, dog. Absolutely. Hey, did you create your link tree yet, or you just not? Yeah, I want to see it. I'm the boss of this stuff. I gotta make sure it's good. Absolutely. I'm waiting for it, big man. Well, thank you. Oh, Asian Andy? Yeah, I think I know who that is. Absolutely. All right, big man. Tell me when you send me this link. Send it on Twitter, on X. I'm looking at it right now. All right, big man. Where's your Rumble account? Hold on. Where's your Rumble account? Where's your Reddit account? Yeah, where's your Reddit account? Where's your Imager account? Okay, you've got the list. You've got the list. You finish the list, and when you're done and you've double checked it, then let me know, and then we'll start making videos for you. Okay? We're gonna use AI to make videos for you. Okay, so if you're having trouble with Rumble, it should just be rumble.com/your username, whatever it is. That's the link. Yep. Yep, but what about Reddit and Imager and all the others? So you got some work to do still. Work on this all day today. I'm gonna sleep in a little bit,
And then when I awake, it'll all be done, and then we'll move on to making new videos. How does that sound? To my man, Billions Mighty Crypto. How does that sound? That better sound good, my man. That's what I like.
Amazing.
Excellent. Okay. Then we've got a date, big man. You are gonna finish that, and then
Definitely.
you come back in here, and we're gonna start making videos for you. We're gonna put that on your social media, and then we're gonna work on your pitch, and you're gonna be closer to a billionaire than you know it.
That's awesome. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I see your need, bro. I'm going to do that, okay? All right, Rabbi, I'm going up right now to create those accounts.
Sounds like a plan, Billions Mighty Crypto. We'll see.
I will come back on the street
We'll see you.
once I'm done, okay?
Excellent. We'll see you later today, my man. God willing.
All right. Thank you, bro. Bless you.
You're welcome. I hope you're blessed as well.
Yeah.
What is this motherfucker talking about? Yo, Meta Mommy, come to the Discord, girl. Because I can't hear very well in this space. So come to the Discord.
Update me on how your life is going and how you've done your link tree. Update me. I can't. I'm not going to be able to hear you on this device. Come to my Discord. Madam Mommy, come to the Discord. Leave this space. Come to the Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. There you go. Oh. Dog, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up. Is this motherfucker still talking? Oh, I hate this. This is the worst. Shut up, dude. Dog, this motherfucker. Shut up. Damn, bitch. What am I missing here? Fake fun, dude. Yo, dog, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. Dog. This guy needs to shut the fuck up. Dude, be quiet. Dude, be quiet.
absolutely sure if I'm home, so you cannot take that for anything. Well, I'm absolutely sure that he has the potential to be that. So has the potential, especially now that we are accumulating because you don't see. I mean, I'm done doing 50 soul pies and stuff like that. And that of course, especially at that point, it doesn't make any sense. But I've been telling you that for cheese. So we, several guys, are accumulating slowly. $100 here, 200 there, $50. And we are accumulating all those tokens from our hands. So next time, no one can go crazy like we have because Goku was supposed to try everything was set, and it took us only one guy like crazy every single day, insane amount of supply. We all know the story. And one day, something about one day,
Dog, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
there's so many things you want to do, guys. So many things. Because that's why it's kind of laughing. Like people are complaining. I'm like, what's sort of doing?
Dog, this guy's the worst person ever. Shut the fuck up. Dog, I hope your fucking coins explode. It's the worst. Shut the fuck up.
Say, okay, guys, I'm out now. And let me tell you the story about what happened behind the scene. You will be shocked. You will be
Dog,
shocked
shut up.
what I did to have all this. To have all this happen during 2 years.
This is just the worst.
I can make a Netflix story about this. I wish I could tell you there is only one person that knows exactly everything. It's all for me because he's my brother. He's the one that is living along with me most of the time. That I know before for 30 years now. Older, yeah.
Dog.
You know, and he knows everything. And he's more foolish than everyone, than anybody. To expect me, maybe, So this is going to be cool. That's why, giving up is not an option. Sometimes when I don't want to exercise, to find myself, okay, guys, okay, give me a
Dude, shut up.
I never see you on the chat. I know who you are. Every day in the private,
Dog,
you come
be
and blah blah
quiet.
blah 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 blah. I just need to show how frustrated you are. Come on, man. Everybody's human. We professional. We are here together. I mean, this is a project. If you like it, that's cool. We work together. If you don't like it, it's cool. Also, nobody is like taking you and telling you you need to buy. No, no, no. You need to buy and follow the work if you like it. If you believe in the project, if you understand it. Okay, if you didn't follow what happened, well, it's your fault because you need to cover spaces. You need to at least go and tell everyone with what's meaning. Ask questions, we have all the answers. But you buy, you come back to your month, oh, what's going on? When I explain that, well, real, not good, let's
Who is this asshole?
remember all that also. And I'm telling you, every single one is responsible for his fault. No one else. You cannot blame me for anything. You cannot blame your friend. Nobody. People will sell. It is what it is. You need to have a strategy and a vision. If you don't have it, you hurt yourself. You don't have to. But if you do, you believe in it, then price action won't matter to you at all. Because it's not important. What's important is to be able to do what you have to do and to do it according to the situation,
This guy
to what
is
can
the
and cannot.
worst.
So with that being said,
Shut
we
the
have
fuck up.
what is NCEO. NCEO, I think
Oh, I
one
hate
thing
you.
that's really lacking right
I
now
hate you with a
is
passion. This I've never known somebody to talk so long in a fucking space. Shut the fuck up.
every single day, like literally.
Dog, what in the fuck? Shut up.
Interaction with them are happening and will happen. So the meta is good, the meme is good, the floor is solid because it's the emoji that are holding the floor. Of course, if we
That one might freakishly fool me.
That's ridiculous. Its all-time high is already 10x. So, like, a lot of guys here listening, they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account. Ex-CEO at all-time high. It is something. So imagine how I feel. And I know how it is. It's because this is something I've been feeling like for years. But me,
No,
I'm used
good
to
on
it,
you.
right? Some are not used to receive
Dog, this is the worst.
it can hurt, yeah, but those are just numbers. We don't exist, guys. It's spiritual. You're just numbers, and when they go that low, we can only go up. But you need to be patient. You need to wait. And what I'm saying to people, bro, if you cannot wait, please don't hurt yourself. Say goodbye, and come back until you're ready. But don't stay and complain and all of this. I would have no mercy. I'm telling you, this guy will get because I'm working every single day on my team and the community.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Spend hours or whatever. Bro, do your research. Be a man. Like it, you're here. Like it, yeah. We welcome you when you want. But we're not here to convince you or to force you or to let have you in an uncomfortable situation. You need to be comfortable. And me, for example, I am very, very comfortable with all what's happening right now
Dog,
because
shut the fuck
insane
up.
price of all this. I'm developing a thing that relates is look for a moment when market will get better at the time. Time will come when the market will. I have no idea when. People are thinking maybe it's last direction before the next. But to be honest, I don't see why. I don't see why we should not. I mean, having a rebound of Bitcoin and so on, yeah, of course, you always have a rebound, to 80, then go back to 90, of course. But I don't see any reason why Bitcoin will go to all-time high before the end of the year. I see no reason. Even next year, I don't know. But, reasons will come. Any moment something can happen, right? For me, I'm
Dog, shut the fuck up.
the ecosystem right now, crypto general, because we need to say it clearly. Crypto has been a scam since its launch. It's a total scam, guys. We need to say things how they are. Manipulation, right? Lies, waves, hacks. I mean, wow, you'll never know in the crypto space. And it's absolutely a scam. 99.9 is scam. I mean, percentages are not accurate, but it is what it is. And you go to say, show me. And it's not true. The only thing that is real means real people, the ones that are genuine. And it's exactly what happened with Shiba. So put yourself right now in the shoes of the Shiba holders, the thousands of team members in here. And we are in that situation. Like, can we go lower? I don't think so. We are at the very, very, very low. We are in the abyss.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Oh, just go fuck yourself. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway. Uh, yeah, Zoot, nobody wanted to fucking talk with you. What's up, baby?
So
Dog, I'm in the middle of this fucking Twitter. I'm in the middle of this Twitter space, and this asshole hasn't shut up for 18 fucking minutes. What up, baby?
Um, why do we do fucking? Why do some people not like have to work and some people have to work?
I mean, it could be generational wealth. It could be they're living off the government. It could be they're homeless. It could be that people are.
I mean, homelessness doesn't sound too bad. You get plenty of fucking free time. I mean, the poverty and the starving doesn't suck, and there's no shelter in comparison. But, it's better than fucking working 9 to 5.
Yeah, a lot of people in the United States choose it. They just recognize that a lot of opportunities in life are just out of reach.
Why is that?
Inflation, it's late stage capitalism,
How many people were you?
in the city of Irvine, they do their best to say zero. They kick everybody out to the neighboring city. In Los Angeles proper, I think there's a population of something like 100,000 people.
Yeah, I think we should go now, Paul.
All right, baby.
I mean, is it the drug that causes the most sexual assault out of any other drug when no one wants to talk about
Okay, well, I mean, drugs relative. Sugar's a drug.
that? Sugar doesn't cause you to write to.
Neither does alcohol per se.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But it does make women vulnerable and men predatory.
Dude, this motherfucker just talked for 26 minutes straight in a Twitter space.
About what?
If he were within 25 miles of me, I would walk to him to punch him in the face. Oh, Zoot, I have to talk. I can't hear you right now. Just for a moment, Zoot. Dude, just wait. Wait. Oh, fuck. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Big O, do you mind? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody? Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make all of you, your friends, your family, independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to find. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my live YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, look at the pinned post that I have. You'll find a link to my YouTube streams there. Additionally, you'll find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You will also find a link to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, teacher, and friend in the space, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Wow. That is hard. Great readers, my friend. You did a great job. May I ask a question or two?
Absolutely. Please go ahead. Thank you for your kind words.
Absolutely. So first thing, everybody, if you do want to connect with Rabbi, listen, I don't tell you to do it, I don't tell you not to do it, but I did go ahead and put on the Jumbotron his pin post. Okay, so you're welcome to connect if you want to. You said that you've been doing this for quite a while. Can you just say? My question is, how has your vision changed, or has it changed since the day you started doing this and today?
No, my vision's been the same since day one. I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I continue to do it every single day. I educate people about technology that we can use to end world hunger, end world thirst. I've been able to create a giant network, not just 2,500 people in my Discord, but over 50,000 people on Twitch and tens of thousands of people on Instagram and TikTok. And we have a force behind us. But since day one, I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I've been doing it.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, my friend. Crossover was speaking. He is very bullish on blockchain and the future of blockchain. How do you see blockchain in your project, what you do? Because you're not doing something traditional.
That's absolutely correct. Blockchain is the future. Web3 is the future. I'm a macro investor, not a micro investor. I invest for the next decade, the next century, not necessarily the next week or the next year. If you have long, if you have any investment in cryptocurrency, hold. I even mean NFTs that have been rugged, hold on to them. In the future, they will essentially be antiques, just like how what we consider junk today, given enough time, becomes antiqued. Well, guess what? So will NFTs. So hold on to all of the things that you can, especially in the world of digital art. There will be inventions that are created that allow people to show their art throughout their homes. Their NFTs that were essentially worthless today are going to be worth quite a lot in the future, especially if they are old, considering like in the heyday of NFTs. So hold on to those NFTs and hold on to your cryptocurrencies, even your meme coins, even your shit coins. They're going to be worth a lot, I think, in the future. I think it will be perhaps a great humor that the world will play upon all of us, that all of these people would have sold and said, "Oh, if I had only held on to that back in the day, it would be worth millions or billions or trillions of dollars." Especially with what we know fiat does, a $100 bill today is worth less than what a $1 bill was worth in 1913 due to what fiat currency and inflation does, and you need to be able to protect yourself against that. And the way to do it is through crypto and the blockchain.
Absolutely love your vision, brother. Love your vision. I just want to remind everybody this is a family-friendly crypto show, okay? And you got a lot of dad jokes here. I also want to remind you that if you have a question for me, Ross, Rabbi, Rothschild, anybody, at me in one of our next project telegrams, okay? And I will go ahead and ask you questions as a wordsmith at work. By the way, this is the pad, okay? Welcome to this is a segment called the pad. This is open chat and shield. This is for anybody to come on out and say hello. Rabbi, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. You're welcome to hang around in case anybody has questions.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has, or if you wish, send me a DM. I'd be happy to connect with you offline. Thank you again. You have a wonderful community.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Actually, I think my wife has a question who wants to say something, so we're gonna let her come up. This is Big On Community. She's coming up here. You have some question or something to say? Go ahead. You're welcome to just remember you got to tap that little microphone if you want to speak. As if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
I'm giving her a formal warning. She uses mic.
I can't hear you. I think your microphone is still off. While she's getting that fixed, anybody else have a question they want, or anybody else want to come on up and say hello? Rabbi, you have something to say, buddy?
Boy, I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Other things that we talked about that may be of interest to you all, you seem like an intelligent group. I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the things that unite us as a people and not as I try to really focus on that which unites us as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA, and I think we forget that many times. I like to talk about topics of the future like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I enjoy speaking about space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I want more people to talk about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And I will consider it a privilege to be able to archive all of this history as we move through it together. So thank you for letting me share.
You know what, guys? I just want to say that you see what Rabbi does. I think he's very good at promoting, what he's doing. Like when I'm listening to him, I'm like, oh, I like this guy. I don't know him. Like, he even sounds like a bit like AI because he's so good, in his speech. And I wanted to say that it would be great if you all do one thing, as a community member, is to join spaces and ask to speak. You saw what I did last day with Andy. I'm sorry, it wasn't planned. I don't know. I opened next and I was available. I was free, and I saw Andy. I said, okay, let me say hello. And I ended up speaking in front of a lot of people. And suddenly, somehow, we started to have a lot of volume on Google. I don't know if it's absolutely correlated. I cannot prove it. But definitely it won't hurt. And I think that's, like just Rabbi came and we met him. I'm like, okay, like the guy. I want to know more about him. Anyhow, Malaysia.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. You have something to say? Speak.
Yes, I just wanted also to say thank you to everyone for this opportunity just to be a part of this space right now. And I just really appreciate everything that I've heard. It was very useful for me. And I'm just so blessed to know all of you through this X space. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, you know what? I think I can speak for everybody. We love your encouraging words. Love. Thank you for coming in and saying hello and introduce yourself. And you know, I'm just happy. I mean, that's right. I'm happy that you came in to let everybody know that I'm not making up the fact that I really do have one. Imagine. I mean, you know, I know these dad jokes that you're bringing them are absolutely horrible. And what would marry a guy like that, right? I mean, for real, you know, like it's like for me, for example, a lot of people thought that, for example, they thought that Ofo was me, you know, and until they saw him in finance, but I mean, people don't see right behind the screen. It's like the guy on the chat that remember on Expat, I forgot his name. He said that every time there is a token dumping on Expat, he said it's my wife selling. Remember? You have no idea, you know, people. Yes. Well, hey, you know what I can say here with my wife here that you know she's not the one dumping. You know she is as much of a Chad as anybody in this room. I promise you. Chad. Jeanette, sure, I love Jeanette. Absolutely. You know, he's part of the community called Jeanette. Anyhow, moving on. Guys and girls, I haven't seen anything in the Telegram, any questions, suggestions. BB just popped in. How you doing, BB? BB's another chat, another OG. You know, if you don't know BB, follow BB here. Okay, follow BB. Oh, bro. Yeah. Can I say thank you? Thanks, bro. No, because yeah, that's cool. I mean, we have some time and opportunity to you know give some feedback. You know, I've been really impressed by BB's work.
sensitive, conscious. They have self-awareness, conscious. Because I think they would. And so human beings will be the second most intelligent beings on the planet. We have a very good idea of what it's doing. But as soon as we get really motivated, we don't actually know what's going on anymore. What's going on in your brain. We don't know exactly how it works. It was designed by people. No, it wasn't. We did is we designed the learning. That's a bit like designing rockets. And this learning, when it tries to data, it produces complicated networks. We don't really understand exactly how it does things. Does humanity know what it's doing?
There's the big stuff. Who do you think you are? No one gives a fuck about your dog, girl. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. I'm sure I do every day. It's cool to get better dog. I'm sick. I feel like I have a cat. Really? Are they? Israel has too many fucking cats. They need to do something about that. That's one of the first things I'm gonna do for Israel. Get your cat population together. Oh, fuck it. This is the Bob Barker. This is the worst. What the fuck? Elon Musk, your app sucks. God. What would you say to Elon Musk if you saw him right now? Dog, your app sucks. Cock. He'd be like, which one? I'd be like, exactly. Fucking loser, douche. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. He's gonna say, well, dude, that was actually Apple's fault that it doesn't work. And I'm gonna say, hey, dog, why would you call up your asshole friend Tim Cook and be like, hey, dog, hey, 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 it's me, E. Yeah, baby. Hey, guess what? Yeah, your phone sucks. And Tim Cook would be like, huh? Huh? Too busy jerking himself off raw to pay attention around a company. This is the worst. Why doesn't Elon Musk just launch the X phone that works? He'd be like, oh, it's on encryption. I'd be like, no, this is a fucking what fucking side. Oh, I don't want people to see my messages to all my mistress. I'm like, Doc, what you hiding? Little dick. Anyway, why? This. Anyway, are you done? This is the worst. Dog, this is the worst fucking stream of all time. Oh, it's a Harry Potter Bomb Sign Candy News stream? Yeah, yeah, it is. I love how that one guy was like, oh, I sold it all to my Chinese friends. Like, oh, okay. You're lost. Stupid ass shill space. I'm like, oh, can I share my project? Oh, hi, do you mind if I share my project? Yeah, so long as it's not a shill. Okay, why? Well, it's not really a shill space. We just let this motherfucker talk for 25 fucking minutes about wizards. This is the worst. Oh, it's a $6 billion market and it's been around for 30 years. Hey, dog, have you ever heard of data? It's been around since like ever. Do you know how long ever is? And they're like, what do you mean? They're like, dog, cave paintings, that shit's data. Fucking tree rings, that's data. Man, I gotta take a shit. Really? Who knows? You never know. Sometimes it just goes there, my butthole goes, why? I don't know. I don't know. I just know I've got to take a shit. Really? I got to piss like a racehorse. There's no doubt about that. Look at this. I feel like Kathy Ireland with my ribs showing. Really? Yeah. That's
playing with kids. Who plays baseball in kids? Kathy Ireland. Really? I don't fucking know. I gotta take a whiz though. All right, kids, you wanna? I don't wanna fucking tell this story. I'm told it before. Okay, I'll say this. My mother, when I was in first grade, I was like fucking smart as balls in first grade. I was the smartest kid in the class. I will straight up say that. And I went to school with a lot of smart kids, but I was the smartest motherfucker. I one time we did this thing called okay, around the world with these flashcards, and I went and I just whooped the shit out of every single kid in the class, every single time. And I one time we went all the way around the room. It's called Around the World, and then I was doing so well, I was whooping every motherfucker's ass. And I would jump, because you would call me the Mexican jumping. I'm not Mexican, but that would be like totally offensive today. But then it was like totally normal. It was like just being funny. Anyway, so we're doing these. Dude, this lady was so hot. Really, from like early '90s, this woman was still living on haired band. This woman put the hole in the ozone layer with all that Aquanet that she used. Anyway, and I always missed her. She was just amazing. And she was the best teacher I ever had. And she wasn't even the best first grade teacher. That's how interesting it was. Anyway, she's the best teacher you ever had? Really? We loved her. I mean, I think a lot of people love their first grade teachers. We just, we loved her. We would do anything to make her happy. And anyway, we're doing this around the world thing. And I beat everybody in the class. And then and I was doing so well. I went to the next door class and I beat every motherfucker in there. I beat every kid in the first grade. Then they take me up to second grade. And I could tell that the second grade teacher did not want to do this. She was doing something else. But my teacher was like, this kid is on a fucking roll. And I beat a lot of kids in second grade. And then this one person out of nowhere popped me. And he was like, I remember my teacher being like, well, it had to end sometime, but I've never seen her run like that. I was like, I know, I got a hot hand. Giggity, 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 giggity. Anyway, got a hot hand in the dice game, girl. So, what? Okay, we had this thing. She had these pinto beans. Never knew what a pinto bean was, but it was like our currency. And I learned a lot about currency, like these random beans. We were all like really um, honest when I was first grade, because you could have made a lot of money if you got your hands on a bag of pinto beans. But she had like this bank, or like a toy chest or whatever. She had all kinds of shit. And if we were good in class, she would keep a thing like a jar with each of our names. And like we were always trying to be good, so we would get a pinto bean, and she would keep them in a jar, and she would put uh, and like the kids would be like uh, she would come up with new stuff every week or something like that. Like I don't know. Like you could get erasers and pencils, nothing super expensive, but I'm sure she was making nothing, and she just really cared about us. I really wanted us to do well, and so my friends would get like an eraser or a pencil or I don't know, maybe like a little toy, whatever, just something, and I never wanted to spend my pinto beans. And she always thought this was interesting because I had more than anybody. I was the best kid in class. I met the fucking governor's wife. Anyway, that's another story. But I was the smartest fucking kid in, I'll just say it, the world. Anyway, I was maybe the smartest first grader who's ever been in the first grade. So we had this thing with these pinto beans, and it got to be the end of the year, And we were excited about graduating first grade or whatever, but none of us wanted to leave her. We loved her. I still remember how she taught us to write numbers, even though I already knew how to write numbers, and I was really better than all these kids. Still am, because I had grandparents, especially my grandfather, who really made sure I read a lot, and I could read. Like going into kindergarten, I knew words and stuff. We had this glossary we'd go through, and we'd just learn all these words. Anyway, and, he was retired. He could help us. Anyway, um, but not all the kids had that advantage. And she taught us how to write numbers. There's this way to write numbers with dots so that you know how much a number is. Okay, let's see if I can remember. One is just like a one dot. Two would be like a one, like a one there, and like a two dots. Three would be like one, two, three, and then four is one, two, three, four, and it would be like this. Five, one, two, three, four, five, and it would be like this, something like that. Six, one, two, three, four, five, six, something like that. Seven, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. But we do the European version. Eight, like one, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Nine. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. And for the kids who did not know numbers or how to count, that helped them. Anyway, what else did she teach you? I remember that she taught me about currency, pinto beans, and I I still think this is really interesting that I never wanted to spend money, and it got to be the end of the year, and she was like, "You have more than anybody," and she got something that she knew I would really, really want, and I still didn't want to spend it, but I knew like I can't take them to second grade, can't take them with you kids, and so she got me something I really wanted, and she was just the best teacher. Oh yeah, so kids. So this one day, my mom just randomly was like, "Oh, I got was it first grade? It might have been second grade. No, I think it was first grade. Anyway, I came in and I had my mom was like, "I got you some new shoes." I was like, "Oh, cool!" And I opened up the box and it was kids. The blue thing on the back. And she's like, "Yeah, they were in the boys' department." And I'm like, "I've never seen them before. These. I've only ever seen girls." And she's like, "Oh, they're nice. They're nice and white. You'll be fine." I wore these fucking shoes the next day. I was just tormented. Just kids. Hey, Billy White Shoes Johnson, how you doing, motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, that was the last day I wore those fucking shoes.
popping up. Look at that statement. Weaver and Harris were charged with several offenses, but were acquitted of the most severe charges, except Weaver's conviction for failure to appear in court. That's all they got him for. Failure to appear in court. They killed his wife. They shot his kid. They killed his kid. They killed his dog. And it was because he failed to appear in court. Because he sold a modified gun. I don't even know what that means. Was it a sawed-off shotgun? Was it illegal? Did he change the trigger? What did he do? They put a large magazine at the bottom of it. Like, what did he do that was illegal? That's crazy. Also, why are they allowed to kill your dog? Exactly. That's what popped it all off, right? Well, you want to hear one of the worst ones now? There was a mayor. I forget what he was the mayor of. It might have been Washington, D.C., but he was a mayor. And he had a postman that was doing some sneaky shit. And the postman was getting weed delivered to his house. Because they figured if I get it, I'm delivering the mail to the mayor's house. And if I get the weed delivered to the mayor's house, no one's going to check the mayor's packages for weed. So I know which one my friend sent to the mayor's house. I'll just take that. And that way, I'll have the weed and no one will be any the wiser. Well, unfortunately, someone was tracking that package and they knew that weed was going to this particular address. They didn't know it was the mayor's house. So they storm the mayor's house, shoot his fucking golden retriever, chase it out in the yard while it's cowering and shoot it. Even around my golden retriever. Like, golden retrievers are not biting anybody, ever, ever. They're the worst guard dogs in the history of the world. Anybody who comes to my house like, hey, you want to give me a treat? He loves everybody. And they shot his dogs, they fucking zip tied his family, checked the whole house for weed, couldn't find anything, and then eventually it unraveled and they realized what had happened. Like, the guy who was delivering his mail was also involved in this weed deal. And they didn't piece it together until after they shot this guy's fucking dogs. What was that? The cops, the SWAT team. They burst down his door. They did the whole thing, man. They came in, guns, armor, fucking zip tied everybody. They thought they were breaking into the house of like a drug. That's how bad their information is. It's not like it's easy to find that story because it's a crazy story. It was so heartbreaking because the kids had to see their dog get shot by these cops for fucking no reason. No reason. They really got to start letting cops go. I think so. Maybe with mushrooms. It's not strong enough. But something to also, it's like therapy, and also it's like, hey, know for sure. Like, really do an investigation. How long find out who lives there? Oh my god, it's the mayor. Well, like, if you shoot a golden retriever, you should probably have to. So here it is. Maryland. So police say Maryland mayor appears to be innocent victims of a scheme by two men to smuggle millions of dollars worth of marijuana by having it delivered to about a half a dozen unsuspecting recipients. So he was one of the many people that this guy delivered mail to. So he got home from work, saw a package addressed to his wife on the front porch, brought it inside, putting it on a table. Suddenly, police with guns drawn kicked in the door, stormed in, shooting to death the couple's two dogs and seizing the unopened package. In it were 32 pounds of marijuana, but the drugs evidently didn't belong to the couple. Police say the couple appeared to be innocent victims of a scheme by two young men to smuggle millions of dollars of marijuana and unsuspecting recipients. Two men under the arrest include a FedEx delivery man. Investigators said the delivery man would drop off a package outside of a home, and the other man would come by a short time later and pick it up. Wow, isn't that crazy? But only the dogs died now. Police apparently killed the dogs, he said, for sport, gunning down one of them as it was running away. Our dogs were our children's 37-year-old cow. So labs. Oh, they were labs. They're black labs. I thought they were golden retrievers. Our dogs were our children. Again, labs, same thing. Labs aren't like anybody. They're the sweetest dogs in the world. Said that the 37-year-old cowboy, they were a reason we brought this house because it had a big yard for them to run his. Unbelievable. He was handcuffed in his boxer shorts for about 2 hours, along with his mother-in-law, and said the officers didn't believe him when we told him he was the mayor. No charges were brought against Calvo. All his war, his wife, who came home in the middle of the raid. Fuck, man. They ain't even about the death of killing dogs. Kill the labs. If you find out why, I just so sad. I just came from Tulsa, Oklahoma, like set out a whole bunch of shit. There you got a bunch of natives. You freed slaves. That's about to be rich. So you see that movie Flower Moon? No, I didn't see it. Oh, but it's kind of like that. Like because they couldn't sell their land. Some tribes couldn't sell their land, so you went to marry into the family. And then if you killed everybody, it was yours. Yeah. And so, but Tulsa was Black Wall Street, but it was like the Greenwood area of Tulsa, and it was basically like a prosperous, wealthy black community, and it was a riot one night, and they burned it all down. And so they did this because of oil. No, well, that was the backdrop of Oklahoma, but they did it just because of like racial jealousy, just like. Oh, they did it because they were doing well. Yeah, they were doing too well, and there was a lot of racial tension in the community. Because the whole idea behind conspiracism is that poor white people don't mind being taken advantage of because they know that it's black people somewhere that's doing worse than them. But that doesn't work. You live next to dudes that's dressed better than you, they got cars, they got turn into business. And it got racial, the National Guard came in, and that was also I learned before I went there. Then I went to the museum there. And I bring this up just because it will blow your mind how recently they just now acknowledged it like 5 years ago, right? This all happened because I was at the comedy club I was at. I mentioned to the owner, I was like, I'm staying at Hilton's all over the place. Why does my Hilton say, why does it have these pure things everywhere to tell you that the air's clean and the water's clean? And he was like, oh yeah, they just started filtering the water that goes to the north side of town like a few years ago. The black side of town was like, what? Like how recently? He was like 20, and me and my people were like 20. It's like, yeah. So I was like, he was like, have you not been to the museum? I'm like, no. And so we went over there. It was a heavy day. Bro, this is crazy. Look at the statistics here. How many blocks? 35 square blocks of the neighborhood. Yeah. At the time, one of the wealthiest black communities in the United States, colloquially known as Black Wall Street, more than 800 people were admitted to hospitals. As many 6,000 black residents of Tulsa were interned, many of them for several days. The Oklahoma Bureau of Vital Statistics officially recorded 36 dead. Wow. Yeah. And so they just now started to the guy told me this estimates from 36 to around 300 dead. 35 blocks. Yeah, they don't know how many there was a lot of mass graves and stuff that they just started to do more. Holy shit. But even still to this day, they're not allowed to teach about it in schools. They just now started being allowed to teach about it, but they're not allowed to say who's who. Even the YouTube video is age restricted. I was going to show it to you, but they kind of want yeah, this shit's crazy. And so Joe, if you want to feel real uncomfortable, I go in the museum and they have these holograms. So you sit in the barber chair and you can see yourself in the mirror, but there's a hologram of a barber like cutting your hair. There's three of them in the room, and they're like having a conversation about what's going on around town. It's heavy, bro. Wow. Put that back up. So the cause of it, they're saying. So it says the massacre began during Memorial Weekend after a 19-year-old Dick Rowland, a black shoe shiner, was accused of assaulting Sarah Page, a white 21-year-old elevator operator in nearby Drexel building. He was arrested, and rumors that he was to be lynched spread. Most widely reported and corroborated inciting incident occurred as the group of black men left when an elderly white man approached a black man, and demanded that he hand over his pistol. Man refused, and the old man attempted to disarm him. A gunshot went off, and then, according to the sheriff's reports, all hell broke loose. The two groups shot at each other until midnight, when the group of black men were greatly outnumbered and forced to retreat to Greenwood. At the end of the exchange of gunfire, 12 people were dead, 10 white and 2 black. Alternatively, another eyewitness account was that the shooting began down the street from the courthouse, where the black business owners came to the defense of a lone black man being attacked by a group of around 6 white men. It's possible the eyewitnesses did not recognize the fact that this incident was occurring as part of a rolling gunfight that was already underway. Holy fuck, man. And the thing is, it's still live. like I thought I knew about this shit, but then when I went there, it was real intense for me. But then we ate some good ass food. It was me and Lewis were very like when we got done. We looked at those things like, oh, that's the finest day I've ever had. I was like you mine too. Yeah. It's called it's called like they just recently they had ended it probably like 2010 or something like that. They acknowledged it. I mean, but now they're just at this point where they're allowed to like teach it, but they still aren't allowed to say what the people look like. So they can say they did this, he did that, but they can't say black, white, they can't say Klan, this stuff, you know. Yeah, they still won't say certain people's names because these are like the Klan is heavily involved too. I mean, the museum there's like a Klan ledger, like the meeting, like a roll call. Yeah, it was a wild ass. It's wild out there in Oklahoma. And the thing is, they still have it. We're out there, they still have it. I mean, they never will at this point. The history of Oklahoma is so crazy. Oklahoma is. Well, that's the thing. So we get done the tour. We walk up the tour guide, and I walked past this guy. I didn't know he was one of the guys. We didn't think about it. He was walking with myself. And he goes, "You look familiar." And I was like, well, you probably know me now. He was like, "Oh, yeah. Man, he is like the guy." And we walked around him for like an hour. And he told us, he was like, "Yeah, they don't even say everything." So this is also local. He took us to like all these historical spots. And we went to this place called Sweet Place. It tastes the shrimp, the season, everything just perfection. You know what I mean? You could just tell this recipe came from ants. It was incredible. And it's like in this little shop they just got indoors. Wow. And it was almost like I guess because in my mind it's easy to learn or shit like that. It's something that happened a long time ago. But then to be there, I realized they still haven't come all the way back.
You see that photo of that lady, that Native American lady at the front door, she's breastfeeding the child. You see it? Yeah, here in this room. No, I don't. Never mind. You know that one. You've seen the painting of a Native American face that's on bullets. So I pulled that's Juana Parker. That lady, Cynthia Ann Parker, she was kidnapped by Comanches in Oklahoma. So what they used to do in Oklahoma is, this is so dark, they would give people these plots of land, knowing they were going to get attacked by the Comanches. Like, hey, go live out here. And they basically like used them as bait. They started conflict to try to conquer these territories by just having people go out there and get shot at and get killed and get slaughtered. And then eventually they would have to send the army out. And they went, after a long time, they eventually went through that. They went through here, where Texas, the Comanche ran this place too. But they killed her whole family. And they stole her when she was 9 years old. They kept her because they had a hard time having children. Because they had so many horse riders, they were riding horses all the time, and a lot of them had miscarried. So it was very difficult to keep their numbers up. So when they would go on raiding parties, they would kill everyone except the children, and then incorporate the children into the tribe. Cynthia Ann Parker was the last of that tribe. She gave birth to Juana Parker, was the last chief of that tribe. She married the chief of the tribe. She had a baby with him. That baby, that half American baby, was Juana Parker. He was the last chief of the Comanches. So there's no more Comanches. I mean, they still exist, but they don't have a reservation. Like, they don't have territory. They were nomadic. They ran all of, sure, is there a Comanche reservation? I should find that out real quick. But they don't get represented because they didn't have art. It's a crazy.
What the dude was telling me that, like, so there were 4 tribes considered civilized tribes. And those of you that agreed to like stop fighting the United States to like learn English, it's like secret, those kind of things, and they were promised Obama, knowing that it was already connected, so they got out there and got to.
Yeah, the United States government did that with everybody, bro. The Comanche Nation is a federal recognized tribe headquartered in Lawton, Oklahoma. But do they have a
There's no longer a Comanche reservation in Texas. The historical one established in 1854 near Clear Fork of the Brazos River in Presence Bay, Morgan County. The Comanche were later forced to relocate to Indian Territory, now known as Oklahoma, in 1859, after the reservation was dissolved and the current Comanche Nation is based in Oklahoma. So it seems like they don't have a reservation.
It's bad history that
Absolutely. Gotta read this book, Empire of the Silver Moon. Get it on. It's incredible.
Empire of the Silver Moon.
Empire of the Silver Moon. It's all about the Comanche in Texas and Oklahoma. That's part of the story. So, like, what I was getting at is like the history of Oklahoma is just seeped in violence.
And it's still not fixed.
But a lot of people want to do it. Well, I bet it's a lot of people want to move to a place where they don't get fucked with as much. You know, California is certainly to the Empire of the Silver Moon. You know what California is proposing? I don't know if they're going to do this, if they're going to be able to, but there's a new wealth tax that's basically they're going to tax your savings account with $200 billion. Wow. What does that mean? It's not really a person. Okay. Even if it's for 200 millionaires, that's their fucking money. If you have a savings account, that means you pay taxes, right? Like, that's the only way you get a savings account.
They're taxing billionaires' savings accounts.
This is what I was reading today when people were talking about this proposition of a wealth tax for savings accounts. That sounds, if I'm not reading into this incorrectly, that sounds crazy. Whatever. I understand, but why do you get to have a one-time tax of money that's already taxed? California does not currently have a wealth tax, but multiple proposals have been introduced, including a recent one for a one-time 5% tax on individuals with a net worth of over $1 billion.
Yeah, I want to on this one.
Yeah, but not fuck them because that could be used someday. Here's the thing: it's like it starts with them and then it trickles down to someone who's worth 500,000 or 5 million or whatever. 5% on money that you've already been taxed for. And then it goes to what though? When you say fuck them, all it does is make more bloated government because what are they going to do? They're going to spend it wisely. They never spend any money wisely.
It's not like what because most of these billionaires they go out of their way not to pay this corporate anyway. It's not like they get taxed, you know. They're always going to pay any taxes.
Oh, that's not true. No, they all pay taxes. Everyone pays taxes. It's just taxes on what? Like a lot of them, the way it works is all your money is in assets and you get paid a certain amount by the company. Like that's how, like, so when someone's worth X amount of money, that's not like how much money they have liquid. Whatever. You know, that's a lot. But the point is, no, the government should not be taking your money that's already been taxed. That's if I'm reading into this correctly. So if you get a paycheck from the mothership, and then you do your taxes, and then you take that money and you put it in a savings account, you've already paid your taxes. So if you've already paid your taxes on that money, how can they tax money that you've already taxed? That's crazy. How much money they own. I don't care how much. If there's a loophole in the tax code, fix the loophole. But if it's there and that's the law, and they are able to skirt around that law in whatever way that's legal, you don't get to steal it from the court.
From a healthcare workers union, that's a recent proposal, and it would go to fund healthcare spending.
It's not being voted on. It's true, but either way, all you're doing is taking money from people. The group believes this can raise about 100 billion, right? Okay, what would they do with it? What did they do with the fire money? What happened to all the money that was raised for the Pacific Palisades fire? Does anybody know?
That was insured for security.
Right. But this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing. It's a group of people. You're giving them a bunch of money and they're supposed to allocate it in a positive way. Whether it's the government or whether it's charity, who fucking trusts anybody that's doing these things to be wise with the money where it makes sense? Where you're a billionaire going, you know what? I like take my 5% and we're going to fix crime. No, you're not fixing shit. You're just going to take my money and you're just going to be more incompetent. You know, when Gavin Newsom got into office, they had a surplus. California had a surplus. Really? Yes. Why don't you Google that? What was the surplus of California during the time where Gavin Newsom was the governor? How much is the deficit? Where they spent $24 billion on the homeless crisis and it got worse. which is projected to fund new initiatives like cash payments to residents and investments in drought relief, child care, and education. However, the state later forced a significant budget deficit. However, the state later faced a significant budget deficit, primarily due to overestimating revenues from a booming stock market that later declined, coupled with increased spending commitments during the surplus period. By 2024, Newsom was proposing a budget to close a multi-billion-dollar deficit, which required spending cuts and other measures to balance the budget. So the surplus of $97.5 billion it became a multi-billion-dollar deficit in 2 years. Simply was a lot of stuff. Overestimating revenues, increased spending commitments, which is probably a big part of it. They probably spent too much money during the surplus period. The point is, it's mismanaged. Right? They only tax the people that's why they tax. You don't get so much. Just take all the money. Yeah, if you're on the list, take all your money. They probably don't get a few $100 billion. That's the thing. It's like at the end of the day, they're going to blow through that money. It sounds crazy, but they're going to blow through that money. They blow through all the money. But, it's not fair on paper, but it's hard to have empathy for people that have way more than what they do. Oh, yeah, I'm not having empathy. I'm just recognizing the law and recognizing where this goes. The problem with any decision that we make on people that have more money than us, eventually it's going to trickle down to you. Because look, if they just tax these people because there's only 200 of them, they can't really talk too much shit. You're like, okay, but why are you doing that? If you did something illegal to get that money and you're going to punish them for that, I'm all with you. But if they have the money and then it's in their savings account, and then you decide to tax their savings account because you need money to do what? More incompetent bullshit? That's the problem. Like, they're not competent. If they're going to take that 5% you do, this is going to be what cleans up the Palisades. This is going to be what fixes education. But it's not. It's not going to do anything. The homeless crisis gets worse. It's bigger than ever. That's all. The homeless thing is a whole racket. Because I recognize it's just people think that money isn't one way to actually help anybody. That's all. I mean, they kind of is, but not really. There's so many charities that are dirty. Just like people that are dirty, like those creepy guys who pretend to be male feminists, and they're really a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of people that set up charities, but they really just want the money. Like there's people that run charities where the charity makes the actual thing makes like 6%, 10% of the money generated. Most of it goes to the people. And they have lavish lifestyles. They get paid tremendous salaries to run charities. The shelter I was living in, the guy that was running the place down, he got hired the executive had to show up and he pulled up in a fucking phantom, fancy ass suit on and because that's the first time they hit everybody. Like, oh, this is it's a business. Yeah, it's a business. It's a business. They're generating income, spending the least amount possible, providing with the least amount of care that they have to in their pocket and the rest. It's a good high overhead. Very high overhead. As long as nobody dies. Because that's the thing. It's all a racket and everyone knows, like, oh, wait. But the rules actually applied to the actual homeless resident. But it was all nonsense. Like, they were real strict about you to make sure you signed these papers saying you were doing these activities because they were getting grants and stuff. But it's like, well, just put my signature with this. This is all bullshit. But, yeah, I think most charities are a scam. Most charities have an element of scam. Yeah, there's a lot of legitimate charities out there for sure. There's a lot of really good charitable people out there for sure. Well, real people that are doing charity for the right reason. Yeah, the workers, a lot of the workers are in there for the right reason. Yes. But it's just like colleges, right? Where it's like, it's just that the entity has become so bloated because I think if you look at Virginia, most of like the top universities, most of their money goes towards administration. So they just, first they hire people to collect the money, and they gotta hire more people to watch over those people, and more people get more to get them. Before you know it, the whole admin side is so bloated, the college gets upside down and they don't raise tuition. It just keeps going, and it's a cycle keep going and going and going and going. We have donors, which is weird. Yeah, I don't understand how that works. Crazy amounts of money people donate to colleges. Yeah, the people love their alma maters, but that must be a thing. Where does the money from most universities go? on maintaining buildings and facilities, supporting student housing and dining, healthcare, technology upgrades, and activities like sports and events, government funding, tuition, investments, grants, donations, blah, 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 blah. Eventually, administrative costs and strategic initiatives also consume parts of the budget. Overall, salaries and wages usually make up the largest expenditure category for universities. So it's salaries. We got a lot of money.
It's salary for the people coaches.
There's weird gigs that people have. Like a major university will pay someone like $500,000 a year to do stuff. Like, does Elizabeth Warren get paid from Harvard still?
Yeah, you get to like
Delicious. Gigs. Like, he had one of them gigs where they gave him like $1 million a year and he pretended he was a professor. And then he said, well, I taught law at Penn State or wherever it was. He taught law at professor. Yeah, but he never taught class. Like, it's all horseshit. Oh, he was never. He got one of those sweet gigs where you get money from the university. Selling mafia jobs.
yeah, I'll think I'm bullshit job.
Elizabeth Warren, the early United States senator, she's on leave from her teaching position at Harvard and no longer receives a salary from the university. Her current annual salary as a senator is $174,000. She and her husband, also a professor, report additional income from both royalties and investments. Her salary for this period, 2010 to 2011, was reported at $429,000. This figure came into scrutiny during her first Senate campaign, with critics characterizing it as payment for teaching only one class. The Politifact rated this claim half true because the amount covered a 2-year period in which she taught 2 classes and was on leave to advise the Obama administration and also reflected her status as a high-ranking, accomplished professor and researcher.
Stop this character.
What is her net worth? Put that in there. Net worth. Let's find out.
Really shit.
Okay.
Hollywood network shit. They had that beat right. They said I'm worth $4 million.
They didn't say you should be.
I think they were shit.
Well, they definitely do that. They definitely make up stuff, especially those websites. We're going to some Indian website. Some scammer dude is just making it, just trying to get clicks.
Well, maybe they said.
It says estimated. This is in Open Secrets. In the Senate, so an estimated net worth of $7,977,000 in 2018. That was in 2018. She was worth that.
Isn't there an app where you can like match the stock trades of senators?
Yes, the velocity tracker.
Oh, she's no, that is just her.
She's the best.
Oh, she'll go. So if you just make all the same moves she make,
Yeah, it makes money. Yeah, 100%. Especially if you act quick. I'm sure there's a lot of people doing exactly what she does the moment she does.
I gotta get one of those guys. Like,
If she makes, okay, now she's worth $30 million. What's that?
velocity tracker.
Oh,
14,500 copiers.
I was gonna say she's worth way more than $30 million, right? Isn't she worth like a couple $100 million? Yeah, she's worth a lot.
She's worth retired.
Of course, she's got $400 million. She's a million years old. Why is she still working? It's crazy. Imagine working at that age, 82.
I think it's an hour.
Oh, she's been making some stock trades. Bro, they all do. They all do.
I think that should be illegal. I don't think anyone in the federal government should be able to treat those.
Especially stuff where you have some inside knowledge about a bill that's going to be passed that would be very, very good for some corporation, right?
Or they all have to invest. Like there's a nonpartisan government agency where they can put all their money on invest everyone's money in the same thing.
No. Because you start doing that, then you have more corruption, more room for bureaucracy, more room for bullshit. You got too much money flowing around. They're not going to be.
So what do you say to the argument that they should be able to?
No, you're inside trading.
Just tell people to do it for them. Well, that's what they're still doing now.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's that? That could be a problem. But at least then they can catch you. You can get in trouble. That's how insider trading works. Like, so say if they do that and they do it, from WhatsApp or something like that, and then the government gets access to your WhatsApp and they find out you've been trading. I've heard estimates as high as 400 million. But there's no way a regular person who makes $170,000 a year ever gets there and keeps that $170,000 a year job. Get the fuck out of here. There's not a chance in hell you keep that $170,000 a year job where you're working 8 hours a day every fucking day. And on the side, you've racked up 400 million. Well, bitch, that's what you're good at. Imagine if you were doing that all day long while you've been working in the Senate. You would have even more money. Are you crazy? You're wasting all your valuable time and resources doing a job that pays you $170,000 a year. There's nothing to do with your investments. Why would you even suspect that it has anything to do with profit that I make from my investments? It's got to be up there. Well, there's probably some billionaires who signed up and got into the office somewhere. There's probably a lot of them. The thing is, they're all richer than me. Bloomberg wasn't he like a multi-billionaire when he became the mayor of New York City? I think he was. Michael Bloomberg is crazy rich. I think he was a billionaire while he became mayor because he wanted to fix New York City to flood. Did it work? I was just there. It was nice. Yeah, he's worth a lot of money. Imagine. Those sandwiches. Giovanni's Italian Deli, bro. That you can barely get your mouth on like that big. I want him to come out here. I want him to open up a deli out here. I didn't even talk to him about it. He said he'd be interested in doing it. I mean, look, he's a fucking hilarious character. He's a very funny guy. And his food is fucking sensational. All of it gets imported from Italy. So he can import it from Italy. Yes, everything is imported from Italy. The mozzarella, all that stuff. So he's getting it all from Italy. All the sun-dried pepper plants. It's sensational. I mean, look, I put that next time. Next time we're going to New York, you know, bro, I feel so bad the next day. Oh my God, Sunday, I'm not eating anymore. It looked like I was pregnant. My stomach was out like that far. I ate so much. I can eat 4-foot-long sandwich, dude. It was 4 feet long. I just kept stuffing it into my fat face. I ate meatballs. I ate 4 or 5 cannolis. I ate so much. I should not have gone that deep. What did they cater to eat? He's just like Jerome Giant sandwich. He just does it for me. Just like I'm blowing him up online. I'm blowing him up on the podcast. Dylan's killing it. He's a great guy. And I found him just randomly. GNR Deli in Bronx. That's how I found him. This is like, oh yeah, this is recently. This is like within a couple of years. I because most of the time I ain't really clean. Most of the time it's just me. But when I go off, I go, well, I do really go off. I've seen you like a hostage. Someone that just got released. I'm a real blood. I eat massive stuff. Just eat food that shouldn't be eating a massive amount of it. Yeah, some pasta. I can't stop. It's hard to stop. Oh, yeah. Also, I ate at this place till Reese with my wife on Friday night. That was incredible. Italian food. I ate way too much there. Way too much. It's sensational. And then the next day, Giovanni shows up with these 2 giant 4-foot sandwiches. But my rule is when I'm in New York, all bets are off. All that diet shit's out the window. I'm eating for fun. I'm just eating for fun when I'm in New York. I ate Diet Doritos. I did a Billy on Sunday, and then I did sushi special last night. Oh my God! Shout out to Jesse Griffiths. Jesse's the head chef. Oh, he's the man. I stumbled on that place, and I thought I was going to put you on. You were like, yeah, I found out about that place years ago because he was on my friend Steve Riddle's podcast, and I was like, oh, that guy's so interesting. And so I actually had him on my podcast before he had his restaurant or after. I don't remember. Then we went to his restaurant like during the pandemic when we first moved here. And it was like, yeah, we spread out. We actually ate outside the first time we did it because we couldn't eat inside yet. Bro, and you know what? Because I love this great restaurants all over. And I know it's all good whenever the staff is generally happy to be there. Like you all not really, and everyone loves it there, especially like if you see old people working there. Yeah, you just like let's push 50. They still and they happy and gingerly. You know service is not as good. Chick-fil-A takes us in. You go inside. Chick-fil-A all the time. Chick-fil-A is a drive thing. You want to eat in your car like a pig. But you're a disgusting person who hates himself. Chick-fil-A might be someone like something like even in and out. In and out here's not as good. What are you telling me that Chick-fil-A is like a movie? You that's probably your business. Tony? Yeah, what's Tony? Yeah, you're saying Chick-fil-A has a little bit better or something. What does it have in it? What is the controversial ingredient? Or something. It's a lot of stuff. It's oil. They grind up the oil and chase it thicker. Sometimes it's certain. It still sounds scary. Right. But it's just it's something more. Right. Like vitamin C sounds scary. Ascorbic acid. Like, oh no. Yeah, is that a preservative? It's not preservatives. That's what's wrong with us. Everything is preserved. Your gut biome. It's all getting in there. Bacteria. Sodium aluminum phosphate. Yeah, I don't think that's but also I've probably eaten so much of whatever that is. When you think about like food like that, you're just not supposed to eat it. That's all it is. It's really good if you just want to eat it and enjoy it. You ever have canes, those chicken fingers? Yeah, I good. Canes are good. Just don't do that. Just every now and again. But again, eating canes is better in other places. What? Are you a canes connoisseur? No, but I'm eating fast food. I'm eating a lot of fast food. I've heard that In-N-Out here is not as good. In-N-Out here is not as good. Wendy's is not as good. Does In-N-Out here have the same KFC's thing? Does In-N-Out here have the same sort of menu where you can get all the menu stuff? It's the same everything. Except the service sucks and the food is not as good. It's just not as consistent. You know what I mean? Like, I've never before here, I've never been to it because like Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out, there's a certain standard. Especially if you come from LA. You used to have McDonald's too. Yeah, the McDonald's here is trash. Yeah. When McDonald's actually was my favorite pizza place in Ohio, they couldn't expand that grade because like you couldn't get the same ingredients you get in Ohio. So you were like floating. But doesn't McDonald's like send all the ingredients to all the places? But that means that you don't have one time McDonald's farm. You don't. I mean, we would go where that is. Oh my God! Imagine the slaughter going on at the McDonald's farm. How many fucking cows are living there? Eat at McDonald's in any city. You can find good McDonald's. Good McDonald's and I hear they're all interesting. And so it's a food distribution thing. I'm pretty sure. How are they getting bad beef in Texas? It's not bad beef, but it's just not the same. It's not consistent. The exact same. So the process is like it's not great food. You eat at McDonald's because you know what you're gonna get. Right? It tastes just like it does every other kind of food. It's not because it's the best. But when you settle for McDonald's, right? You just you understand. It's like calling your ex. Like you settle for it, and it's not as good. It's kind of tastes like it's not expected. But it's just not. It's just off. Some people argue that restaurants are just who can cook the best Cisco food. So we're all getting it from the same kind of distributor. Well, and most of them. Right. But I mean, not slightly dwindling it down to the base. Like that's not really everything's happening. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure if you see like Southwest egg roll, like it's probably a 50% chance that came from a Cisco freezer. The Mexican place to turn around. I know. I can't believe it. Cisco. No, not so. It was called, man, but it was around. It was so good. Yeah, maybe it's small. I don't know. I think they went over there because they should have one line that puts you on the lower. The location was not. Because they weren't near any other restaurant. It wasn't terrible though. It wasn't hard to find. Yeah, but it's still off the path of like if you had to go over there, there was no other reason to go there. Right. But you go there for a restaurant. Like, it seemed like they were packed when I was there. It was almost convenient. They were, but towards the end, it started being less and less. So I mean, oh yeah, he's probably he probably goes to like a bigger city than most of maybe, but well, he's kind of in Chicago. He just opened up one in New York. Oh really? Yeah, we had one in Chicago. It was great. We've seen one in Vegas. He's got a new one in Vegas. Two spots. Oh wait, two different. Yeah, same deal. Oh, sensation. Sensation. Oh, bro, they always look out. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, and Jose Andres is doing a podcast. And Jim Moore, he was great. Such a nice guy, man. That guy genuine, like, you want to talk about real charity? That guy genuinely goes to like war-torn regions, anywhere there's some sort of natural disaster, and he brings trucks and they start cooking and they feed people for free. They think about living food. Yes, his food, his food. He loves helping people, like genuinely loves helping people. He loves cooking for people. And he went to Poland and was catching the Ukrainian refugees when they were leaving Ukraine. These people were starving. He set up shop and started feeding them. That's how good a guy he is. He's a master. Master chef. His restaurants are incredible. He came in here, he was making food for us while we were doing the podcast. He had a piece of ham. He was cutting off ham and shit. Oh, he had like a fancy ham. Yeah. He sliced it. Yeah, come on, the stand. Maybe a whole leg. I took it home. Yeah, they don't ask me that. Yeah, that's good. It's cured. It's gross. We'll take it down for a yeah, but you can have food. You gotta have like, you ever seen the Rock's cheat meals? On Sundays, the Rock would have these legendary cheat meals. I don't know if he still does. They would post them on Instagram. It was like a stack of pancakes, giant chocolate chip cookies. The Rock shut down. Yeah. I think he got too big because he did that movie, the movie about Mark Kerr, the Smashing Machine. But by the way, it didn't get the love it deserves. It's a really good movie. It's not just an MMA movie. It's a very realistic MMA movie too. It's like really like The Rock is Mark Kerr. They even gave him like a forehead thing, like prosthesis, so he looked more like a Neanderthal. Mark Kerr, he gained 30 pounds of muscle, wore 22 prosthetics, and trained in MMA camp to physically transform for his fullest Mark Kerr. Look what he looked like. It's crazy. Look what he looked like. That's Mark. That's actual Mark. That's the Rock. That's the Rock. Obviously, playing Mark. Yeah, he did my podcast recently. Yeah, man, that Smashing Machine documentary is great. I thought the Rock was he should. He should. He did a fantastic job. But nobody watched it. It's one of those just slipped under. If it comes out to streaming, I can't recommend it enough. It's a really good movie. It's not just an MMA movie. It's like there's moments in that movie where you get anxiety, like, oh my god, don't do that. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? It's one of them. It's crazy, but he does a phenomenal job. Phenomenal. Well, he should be for that. I don't think you can look at it's our Academy of Martial Arts movie. It's like, yeah, it's for meatheads. I'm so proud you ain't got no sponsorships with Surf Head. You literally don't fuck this shit up. Oh, it's horrible. What's the brand's bitch up? So tell everybody, name your special, where they get it. Special is live mothership. You can see it right now, streaming on Netflix. You can also watch the Until thing just came out. Come see me on Total Brands and Comedy.com. My podcast is Brands is also on my channel. And I'll see you in the future. say, I mean, they're fine, but there's like, it's this one, I think I'm reading too much. I think it's a psychological thing. You can believe that they make you see better. My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was when I was young. I'm gonna read the packaging again, but it's a lot better than it used to be. I started using red light pen. Basic child tablets, man. See, I don't need reading glasses. I need reading glasses for a lot. Look at my phone. It's fine text. You know, I don't need it at all. And that's because of the red light. Oh, yeah, 100%. Red light therapy and certain vitamins. There's a few different. There's a company called Pure Encapsulations. They make a formulation called macular support. I think that's those two things for sure have a big impact. I think it's the red light though. That's the big factor. I've been doing sauna. I've been getting in there. It feels good. I'm like, oh, earlier. It's good. Yeah, right. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, that body all heated up. Just kind of flows out. It's not a protocol of what you're supposed to do before you get in there. I've never done any of these things. But it's like how much water you're supposed to drink before you go in. Oh, like 45 minutes. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to drink like a liter of water with electrolytes and some magnesium. I don't know, some guy made this. That's the problem with everybody's online guru. Yeah, well, everything they watch is like they can try to get the Olympics. Like, they're going to work. I know I feel a little bit better. It's taking out of my garage. Give me an edge. Give me an edge on this cold, hard world. That's the only thing, man. That's all I'm looking for. But good to see you, dude. See you always, my man. Glad you're still alive. Me too. Glad you're still alive, too. Both been interviewing dangerous people. Have you? Yeah. You really have. Well, why interview that you haven't? It's more dangerous. I don't. That's a good question. I mean, I did. Yeah, I have bad people as bad neighbors. Maybe Thomas Massey. Oh, Charlie One? Yeah, they all hate him right now. This is a sad thing about both political parties, not just the right, but the left too, is they decide that they're going to gang up on someone for not towing the line. Like whatever happened to having different opinions, whatever happened to having different perspectives, again, or your perspective. Yeah, they have these goofy ass bills, which by the way, they slipped something into this last bill that Mitch McConnell guy did, I believe. Check make sure that he did it, the hemp thing. They slipped this thing in where you can no longer buy CBD with like it has to be like the lowest trace amount of THC in it, which is for like my wife's mom. She's an older lady. She takes CBD for pain, for joints and stuff like that. She's smoker. She takes like oil CBD. And he's thinking of some fucking dead turtle. He's a leading proponent of closing a 2018 farm bill loophole allowing intoxicating THC to be sold in low doses. See, but he's got a couple of fucking milligrams in his neck. Look at that. He's got some going on. They definitely got a bit. There you go. Why that guy's sleeping with that bill. Oh, I hate him. It looks like he hit a joint. Just leave him alone. I took an edible. He likes Joey Diaz dosed him. He's on the church. He's on the church. What's happening now? He's like, Joey Diaz is like, you're just staring at him. Yeah. They gotta change that. That's really bad. Why is it bad? Because for people that are getting benefits from CBD, the THC along with the CBD, and by the way, we're talking super, super low amounts, but there's something about how CBD and THC work in a synergistic way for people that are in a lot of pain. I know a lot of people, like I said, my wife's mom, she says the stuff with the THC in it works better, and it's not getting her high. This is the misunderstanding. This stuff's not going to get you high. But what it will do is it helps with anxiety for a lot of people. It definitely reduces inflammation. And for people that have like joint pain, like I heard Dave Bowen from his radio, guess all Dave Bowen, awesome guy. Dave had like pretty severe arthritis in his hands, like where, he was really having a hard time opening his hands. Started taking CBD oil, and the majority, it was hard pain, man. It was bad. But now it's gone. And it's gone because of CBD. is when people start smoking weed, they drink less. And, you know, I mean, it could be because they just decided to get high and not get drunk, or it could be that they smoke pot and they get a little paranoid. They go, oh, why am I poisoning myself 5 days a week? Well, a lot of people now feel like they're just doing like cocaine and salt. It seems like that comes together. I mean, in your neighborhood. I don't know, really, but it's your town. All the neighbors, your neighbors are coming over in their underwear with a fucking bag. Let's go, Theo. Let's go. Let's get some 20. Let's go. This is a place. That water on that rocks already. My nasal cavity reopened wide. Get that piss in there. The best is here. Give a brother somebody who's able to live. Just there. But I don't know how people are drinking that much anymore. Do you think? A lot less people are drinking, including me. But I did have a drink the other night before I went on stage. I felt great. I haven't done that in a while. I have a whiskey before I went on stage. But I gave up on drinking entirely for many months. I forget how many months. It was quite a while where I didn't have a sip of alcohol, and I felt way better. Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with moderation. You know, like when I was in New York, I went to this place, Teresi. Oh my God. For MSG, you mean? Yeah. Oh my God, this is an Italian restaurant in New York City called Teresi. Oh, it's so good. So good. Oh yeah, I got Tano's in Vegas. Oh, so good. Made pasta and Gaetano's. That little thing, it's like a little square ravioli salsa. Oh my God, right? Just shake it up. With that sauce, just beautiful. So good. And Gaetano's is it's like the best ones get their flour from Italy because it doesn't flour their stuff. Our flour's all messed up, man. Our wheat's messed up. We have a lot of wheat. A lot of wheat has like all kinds of pesticides on it. It's trying to say it's trap wheat. And it does positive just for that. Just wheat. Just so we have a bread. You know, dollar bill says positive. It's so crazy number. Yeah, I get that. That's what we drink. I test positive. That's our bills. That's our bill. You know, our bills, coast to coast with our bill from the kingdom of nine. Yeah, Pearl Nevada. Yeah, that's our. He's the godfather of fun conspiracies. Yes, he was UFOs, radio stations. Oh, that's my nighttime jam coming home from the comedy store. I can see that always. Because you come home from the comedy store, it's like, 1 o'clock in the morning. And we're coast to coast with our bills on. The guy calls the party. I'm a time traveler. He had a time traveler hotline. It's like the perfect stuff to occupy your mind going home from the comedy store. Because occasionally it was like real shit. Like occasionally you have some people talking about some really fascinating things, like asteroid impacts. Turns Ken on a few times. Really interesting. Every now and then he wakes up with a dude who says he's a werewolf. And Art would never go maybe say a werewolf. He'd go interested. Tell me more. He let dudes talk. He let dudes say the most ridiculous shit. It was fucking great. I got to do a show once. I did it. Yeah, I did one on the radio. I did one as on the radio or on the internet rather. It wasn't on the radio anymore. I had the internet radio show. Okay, he knew he wanted that one. To me it was like, fuck yeah. It's like a few things in my life where when I did it, I was like, yes. That was a big one. I don't know why I tried to look and smile on my face. I just did not know she was on the radio. I think it's psychological. Time those glasses don't do a damn thing. They don't change the shape of your face. You know, sometimes people put them on and I'll tell no plans. I look aside and I can see like their face peaks in like a half a foot because they got giant magnifying glasses over their eyeballs. With you, it looks exactly the same. The line of your face doesn't change at all when you turn side to side. I think they're fucking pathetic and crazy. And then like sucks for just 30 cents, whatever it costs. And then also the only way that you can ship chickens live chickens, like little baby chickens, they have to go through the post office. They know what to do. They keep a lot. They know the chickens. And all that when you got chickens, whenever chicken you get, when you get chicks, they go through the post office. Post office delivers it. You can hear the bell again. Yeah, bro, the post office, it works. It's not perfect because it's the government. There's no government programs that are perfect. You know, it doesn't work like anyone thought it did. It's so bad. The post office baby. Bro, it's got I said my December. They never got any money. It's gone. It's gone. So never get it. You know what I was doing? The videos that people drop it off UPS packages. They take a picture of the package and steal the package. I've seen that. I've seen videos of that. I think people are going to totally bring cameras to do. Bro, there was quite a while when people were doing some really fucking horrible shit. Right in front of those cameras because they didn't know. You can't just steal on people's packages after you drop them off like a fucking UPS driver. So there are a lot of videos of them put them down, take a picture, and then pick them up, take them back to the truck, and take it back. And then the camera's like, hey, fuckface. This episode is brought to you by Visible. When your phone plan's as good as Visible, you've got to tell your people. Get video on wireless hack, save money, and still get great coverage and a reliable connection. Get full-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included, all on Verizon's 5G network. Plus, now for a limited time, new members can get the Visible plan for just $19 a month for the first 26 months. Use promo code SWITCH26 and save beyond the season. It's a deal so good, you're going to want to tell your people. Switch now at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. Limited time offers subject to change. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Listen, I said differently, breathing like a voice. This is taking it over a bit. That's one of the dirtiest things George Carter does. People just steal shit off your porch to get that close to somebody's house. When the only limit is the word, there is the ability to suppress. You're talking about guns. Voluntarily, that's all it has to do. There's the ability to explicitly voluntarily do somebody if you disagree, if their behavior seems illegally. You gotta be careful. The laws are different in different places. You can't start stealing something you're not allowed to kill them. A guy just got in trouble because some dude, I think it was 3 dudes, broke into his garage and he went into his garage and went after him and he shot him. And he killed one of them, and now they're bringing him up for manslaughter. So I guess they're saying he didn't have to shoot them, he could have just scared them, or he didn't have to kill them, he could have just retreated back into his home. Like, California is literally telling you, I'm just scared of the people, I guess. I guess, but like, you don't know what they have, you don't know what's going on. These are split-second decisions. You might have your life in danger. And if you have a wife and children, bro, you're going to shoot the person, ask questions later. You're going to make a mistake that's going to have your kids killed. You can scare what? You can't say that kind of shit. No, bro, it's scary. Someone's breaking in your home. You don't want to be able to have kill you. Why? Don't take them to torture you for a week. You don't know what the fuck's going on. You're going to give a gun, and you're most likely going to use it. You're going to shoot them. And the fact that these people broke into his house, they were committing a crime and defending his property from babies. He's getting charged with manslaughter. That's ridiculous. This is the problem with liberal politics. And this is where we get really confused. Because like, I don't know what they're trying to do. I thought I was going to try to destroy civilization. That's how we're doing it. Yeah, keep letting violent people out. Keep saying it's racist to keep them in jail. Keep saying, there's systematic racism. Just let the violent people stay being violent. And then when people defend themselves, mark them up, and everybody's scared. In order to destroy society, you would do it exactly this way. And I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, it's a guy understand being a kind, compassionate person doesn't believe in gun violence. Absolutely. But if that's the case, it's not better to turn to gun violence than someone who has a gun. You can't get into their house
violence that is there. Their guys are information. It's what some indicated by racism, by a basically that's the dog. Not by kind of powerful, but by basic. That's why normally they are the dog why is it to happen. None of it was just simply impossible for it to physically happen. He says, don't bother asking the question. But those assumptions to figure it out, it's just impossible to do the well. Most assumptions is possible. We have to know what the Torah says. And that's what we're doing here. Go through these cases, discussing these cases. For the most part, step is our job. What's going on over here?
So we did that because a lot of people were saying the
Bottom
same.
line is,
Instead of like nobody has to you
needs to know what Allah is everything as disturbing as it sounds. What is not Allah? What's wrong? Therefore, the Torah went to these cases. Last position, that's when you have both cases. That is not self-serving by. Bottom line is, you need to know what the Torah says that. Comes to the table. Possible for perhaps that the Torah says okay. Maybe the Pharaoh is not moving on that's why the Bible says you don't have to ask the question because either it's possible or Allah goes down. Well, today, before I ask the following questions from our shaykh, I used to tell them about al-Maheba, right now it's your head, and Jesus said, you put the animal to death. That's more interesting. Why not? The color, not the Hama, the color Iba, color Leka, the color Apple. Remember in our history, why an animal is to death when there is and animal. One of them was the Hayel, the Hama, the color One was because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin, therefore you put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a desire for the animal to walk through the street, and people can say, oh, this is the animal that's supposed to be death. Now, Hakala is the shade, which is the second one. The question gets this, do you need both, or do you need just one? They have all told us that there are two reasons. The mission target has to have both things, or do you have one of them? Comes to Apple. Perhaps there's going to be a case of Hakala, but what? Why is there no color? Why is there no shade? Now, what Rashi said is that it could be that in certain eras or periods of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters are half this is our half religion. Maybe some idolaters did this. There wasn't considered to be a shame for that. And more than that, it could be that even though there was some kind of shame that came along with it, will the parent go ahead and go out of his way to worry about the shame of an idol? Not what you're worried about. Animal to death, or the station of the idol. That's the conversation. Again, get rid of them. Therefore, we say,
there's a
see
lot
that
of different tasks that
right
they
there on
do.
the page.
One of
That's
them
it.
is you're taking a fire break.
Clearly
So
understand
you did like a
why
lot of what
that
happens
in
is
other words, like you just
embers
said.
land on the ground. And that
Now, when it
starts
comes to an
bubbling,
animal,
right? So what they do is they'll clear
when it
the
comes to an
ground
animal,
for a wide
it's outside.
area
It's
where the
outside.
fire
It
is
enjoys
coming.
light.
So the
So
fire's
you
on its
take
way.
away the light
They'll get
from
ahead of the
outside.
fire, and
Why?
then they'll clear a giant path on the ground.
Tree,
Scary.
birds doesn't say
It's
that.
scary.
Birds say a tree doesn't smell, doesn't,
They get trapped and they die.
doesn't
Yeah,
enjoy light.
ships.
I don't know. Maybe
You know,
that's just
sometimes things are unpredictable.
He doesn't enjoy light.
But he does it just because it's hard. He's so
Animal
crazy.
doesn't
Does he
enjoy
have the sign on?
Animal doesn't enjoy light.
What he does, I don't tell his damn God. He just shows up. I'm telling you, he's a different cat. Like, he's the real deal. He's not pretending to do all these things. You see those videos where he takes the UFC fighters on workouts and they're dying. Like he took Israel on his office. Israel's good. 2 times. You can check it out. One of the best to ever do it. Elite athlete. Died. Couldn't keep up. Goggins was talking to him constantly. Keep going. He's an animal.
But again,
He's throwing up in the garbage cans like no bullshit. It's crazy to watch because you realize like the level of conditioning this guy has. He's 50 years old. He's not doing it for any reason. But he's not. Getting ready for the World Series. He's not in the Super Bowl reading nachos himself. He's learning. I'm telling you, listen.
Responsibilities
It's
as well
just, he's that guy.
how you play.
It's like,
Champion responsibilities of outcome are going to be
what is it?
Marks to the right. No problem. Listen,
I said,
what
you
is it?
ready? What's that for?
In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it in other words, we put an animal in that for you? Why would we put an animal to that? What if person comes down to it? A person violated a scarab by way of this animal. Or just to be the Rabbi. Do the same thing. Rabbi, Zach, the load of Ruba, Zach, Rabbi says, clearly not go in life. And he's telling you that, yeah, the shame does play a role. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yeah, the person is going to be embarrassed. Terribly embarrassing.
You were just sent it to you. I sent it to you.
Reality. The whole idea of it is embarrassing.
I think it's a part of everything you get out of it. You call it not getting a fuck.
Question for that. I mean, a lot of things. Can I start tree example? A lot of shame when it comes down to the tree. Still, the Torah has to be thrown in LA. You have to destroy the tree. Versus Palestine, that's only when it comes to Palestine. So why do you think that's why the clocks run on a line? Fine, the Torah, it takes tremendous precautions to get the livestock and animals. First, if the basin wants to put animals to death, you need to have a basin of 20 trees to do that. See, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not about how it will come to trees. Not
That's crazy.
The Rabbi, my brother disagrees, and he says maybe Allah is like the Shaitan. Our Torah, Behema, and if the Amir of the Torah. The why when it comes to animal being killed, put it to death, is because the Behema, he was dead in the Amir. The animal actually enjoyed it. Therefore,
That's so sketchy.
hold on, Mr. Lama, they did the Amir. Once you come back to the example, the street is not enjoyed when the person down to it. Let's have an ego. Oh, wow. By the time you can't compare a large thing to that's where I want to start from the wire. What it comes to now look, our Mishnah tells us color is shade, and there's the fact that there's a stumbling block. Which one? You need both, or is one of them sufficient? Kashima. Look at our Mishnah. Number after slow, the name of a parent for so you don't want to have an animal looking through the marketplace. The overall people have to say, this is saying this is the animal that the person died because of that. Now my line, be the same cause, stop the same face. Be the same cause, stop color with hello, and also just know color and color. Yes, talk about an animal person being shaved by this. And of course, it was in the color person. What's the shade? What's the second one adding? What's the second one adding? You know why? Of course, it's the shade and racial Father Abel, kid of Ashbeth, who is for some reason might not be. That's a shame of it. In that case, you have to call it
Franklin scandal. What year was that?
Second. Yeah, you have the color. Now, yes, the color was not
He had the crazy glasses on back then. That was before he was protecting his eyes.
yes, it's like, please plus the color. Please plus the colors back there, and that's the reason why I put that. Add colors in the same. Racial racial. Now, feeling color, the low color, not the highest, because even if you stay without the real better black, that day, animal, and there is things that does like all of us.
Yes, the thing about
Because you know it's up there. Father showing up for Gilby, did not know Linda Parsha, did not know that it was Usher, in the case, his color was not here,
and then it turns into humor.
color was shade before it.
Animal change.
Where it's good on, maybe the shade is enough.
You know, this was a scandal. A building just wanted to testify that people started dying from the investigative fire. His plane broke up. This girl did testify and was found guilty of perjury and the chief of the Celtic. Two grand juries in Omaha to get rid of this scandal. And it's one now, it's not as sexy as like a painting game or something. It's abbreviated in that case. But this shows you the blueprint for the government, you know, using marshaling resources
This is going to be a deal. The question is whether a lot of this is not new.
Congressman, senators,
That's come along with a lot. The other one is you actually get beyond, and then there are a lot of consequences that come along with the party when a number of examples of a lot of consequences of the deal with not solo some of the other. A girl who is 3 years in Monday got that was the deal. His father married her and they get married with Via, that Via, now she is married. His brother-in-law died. If she felt she and her brother-in-law took her right marriage with then that doesn't even work. But it's a brother-in-law or a brother-in-law. Call her Kada. She's now married. But the brother-in-law should make married and at this age, another person is a key of the nation's dish. With Thomas Guava, and again, the person needs to deal with that. Relative engage with her, that other riots that lost another that type of fiat into Surah, she's that type of child. After you polarize, so when you go back to this, it says you engage with her after you polarize with Surah. And if they're right, what that means, that's the neighbor. The neighbor. The color
in history. Animal relationship. So animal relationship with her, and she's a child. So this kid really goes back to all she's with her child. And still, animals because of that, very clearly, don't have both people that kind of this double test. And being straightforward essentially enough because this is the that the color that is here's the question, why one of who's a doctor that first the color of the child what is actually that's behavior is a color and yes, it's what a mirror was punished for. Allow the God of any human being in the history of all human beings, that guy, the guy that created Scientology. Or goes over to cover up and talk about Uriah, whether or not second draft. Everything was just for his colors. And just started the type of great. He was nuts. He was out of his mind. But people like to love the town of Right was not shown. They didn't. 9 years old. How well you been though? Let's eat together. Brother died, left behind the sister of the children. He goes ahead and go out. Sister-in-law, for now. He's told her and they're married. If he knows his dad, not his doctor, he can't divorce her. He's not old enough. If I'm a Camino, that's the Elio. He gave his relationship with Anita, from coming to South Elio. Wholesale, constantly someone Rudolph. In the background, Gagey is telling him, cannot go ahead and allow his girls to be young. Also, the able to not just yeah, Gagey's relationship with Animal qualified to win the yeah. Tell us how y'all do it. Feel up by way of this. Now again, this Bob, I'll have some Ryan Hell, 9 years in one day. Any of their rights but for Yago, they shall be put to death. That's clearly, off on his day. Follow the brothers, follow like child. Nevertheless, they go back to jealous of Yago. The person will get Gila by way of the case. To get this thing back to child, you get the child, you can't consider it as a color. Child, nevertheless, what it's saying, animals have to stop, think of the diaphragm, it says, simple shave alone, that was enough for the animals. Whereas there's no character. Even basically, this child will live with purpose, especially when they're in positions of extreme power, like towns and agencies like that. And there's a lot of things that they do that are child, fluid, because they're allowed to, because they are a 3-letter organization. They have ultimate power to do a lot of really gross things that are in the nature of the interest of national security. So like this is the whole idea behind this. Like this is our organization. This is the business. National security. This is how we go about assets. This is how we gather information. This is how we do things. They're not why is it our FBI and CIA are working against us as identity? They're just tricking us. It feels like tricking somebody on purpose. Why is it even their goal? Like I thought that because they're trying to arrest me. So this is the problem with your reality. This is explained to me by a lot of people that are experts. People that know John Carrico explained it this way. Your reputation is based on how successful you have been arrested. So they basically side of it. So competitive with yourself or competitive with other people that are also doing it. Um, just competitive because I think I was felt like maybe some people thought this thing like, oh, this guy can't do it. I don't think that's. I think there were some people that were maybe like, oh, I'm surprised that this guy enjoys this or likes doing it. But I think there was like, this guy can't do it, and I just never had a voice when I was a kid. I never had a voice. Like, so much of my childhood, I think I just couldn't even speak up for myself. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what feelings were. Right? I was just like this. It just felt totally, And so I think when I started to kind of get the podcast and have a little bit more of a voice, and then to get to talk to some people that I felt like were that were getting voices. Like even like we had a doctor from Gaza on last year or this year, and that was like a moment for me. I was like, oh, this isn't fun stuff. Like other people are putting this voice out there, and some people are, but like the mainstream media are doing a good job of it.
This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. You ever notice how much your environment affects your mood? The way your place looks, the lighting, nothing kills the vibe faster than bad lighting. Blinds.com makes upgrading your space ridiculously easy. They've basically blown up the whole old school window treatment game. No pushy salespeople coming into your house, no hidden costs. With Blinds.com, you're in control. Upfront pricing, zero pressure, totally on your terms. Browse on your own, go full DIY if that's your thing, or if you're like me, you don't want to deal with that stuff. Boom! White glove service, license, vetted pros show up, install everything, you sit back, done. Not sure where to start? They've got design experts who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell them your vibe, they'll help you nail it. And this is huge. Every order is backed by their 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's how confident they are. And right now, Blinds.com is running Black Friday deals all month long. So head on over and see what they've got going on today. And as always, you can still get 40% off your purchase when you use the code Rogan40 at checkout. That's Blinds.com, promo code Rogan40. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply.
And just like that's not what they do.
The reason why we can do what we do is because there's not really anyone over there doing it. They never figured this out before. They never figured out that there's a lot of people that are in their car for hours every day. They're on the train for hours every day. They're in the gym. They're doing different stuff where they want to listen to things. Or when they come home, they don't want to watch late night TV. They want to watch an interesting conversation. That just, they didn't know that was the thing. That's all that we snuck in. I think we snuck in. I think they had no idea. They thought this was just shitty radio.
Yeah. And I think my whole life, I think people looked at me and thought, oh, this dude's just fucking shitty radio.
But
I'm building it in a way, Well, thank you very much. And I still make it in my show. I mean, look, I feel lucky to have a show where we work hard, with podcasting. I feel lucky to get to talk to a lot of people. I don't think we do a lot of information type of stuff, and I wish we could do better with that sometimes. I think maybe that's a goal of mine next year is to try to learn more stuff just in the day to day so I can have conversations that are maybe more important. But then also, maybe that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm just supposed to be just having conversations that are fun. And so, I think that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you want.
what I think is the only important thing,
Is what you want to do.
to be genuinely curious about whatever you're talking about.
I agree.
And hopefully be talking to someone who's telling the truth. That's where it gets weird. Sometimes people will be charismatic and they'll be very persuasive, but it turns out they have an agenda. They're not telling the truth. And you might not know that. That becomes a problem.
Yeah, because some people are taking advantage of the fact that they'll come on and sometimes I've been a little bit naive to think that somebody would do that, but people do that.
Well, 100%, like head of state, you're going to have someone who's the president of a country that's in the middle of war and want to come on the podcast and talk. You're not going to get anything objective. You're going to get them selling everything else. And that's weird. That's weird because unless you're an absolute expert in what is going on in that region and you know exactly what's true and what's not, there's two very compelling and very loud narratives. Good luck
sorting out that conversation. I'm not interested in those conversations. Yeah, I am interested in having conversations with people that I think are intriguing, that I think are being honest, and whether I agree with them or not, they're being honest, and they're intriguing. That's what I like.
Yeah. And I think some of that you learn a little more. I mean, I think I do like having stuff where people have more feelings and their stories about stuff. So that's something I would maybe like to focus on more next year. Like people's genuine human experiences. Like a guy or a woman or a kid, somebody that's been through something, wants to share some of that. Right. So maybe that's something I'll try to get into a little bit more. I don't know. I just feel lucky. Like my mom listens to my podcast every week. We never got to spend any time together when I was a kid, so some of that kind of even keeps me going. It's like she's like our biggest fan, so it's weird. It was just so weird when I was a kid. Like she didn't have any time, and then now she just like, now she moves on. Yeah. So I think, I don't know. Yeah, it's like just important to get a little, just meet opportunities. Yes, and I was talking to people. Like we got talking about like healthcare last year and how a lot of these political parties have put forward these like these presidential, what's it called when they sign something like this is an order, like an executive order, right? That price transparency needs to happen in healthcare, right? So that was something that I realized was super important to me because Bernie Sanders agrees with it, Trump agrees with it, Thomas Massey agrees with it, Ron Khan agrees with it. There's all these people that say they agree with it, everybody says, but it never really gets to where it needs to be, right? So you can go to a place in a hospital can charge you anything for an MRI, right? They're supposed to show their prices like a menu. And if they do that, then they have to compete. You can go two places. This person's like, well, it's 30,000 bucks, and this person's like, no, it's 700 bucks. So you're gonna go there. But they keep it vague, so they can keep the prices really high, and they can keep this whole insurance renewal going on. And the private corporations, that's what's nuts. The private companies own hospitals. The private. So that's why they're guilty. Yeah,
They're there for your best interest, but they're there is to make the most money possible. And one of the ways they do that is they're incentivized to give you certain medications, financially incentivized to give you certain pharmaceutical products. They make more money if they do that. I had Mary Talley on the podcast. She's a respiratory physician, and she was saying that if she vaccinated all of her patients, she's a very small practice. If she vaccinated all of her patients for COVID, she'd have made $1.5 million. But that's motivation. Like that's not. Someone's not gonna directly give you objective advice. They're a really good person like she is. They're not gonna give you objective advice. What they're gonna say is, hey, they say you should take it. I say you should take it too because I want to go. I want to go golfing. I want a BMW and I want to go golfing. So take it. I don't care if you're in like a wheelchair for 3 weeks. I'm part of myocarditis. I want an L5. I've got it picked out already. I want the carbon interior, carbon fiber accents.
It's just, it's a trap. It's a trap. I'm learning about like that kind of stuff, like things like they used to be like, oh, this is a low cost, it means something to me. Because you think there are people right now that are afraid to go get health care because they don't think it messes up your credit, right? Like the number one cause of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. Like that's crazy.
It's crazy.
So now you're in debt, and now there's the stress of that. It's like,
And also, the problem is the system is so deeply intertwined in our society that to unwind it now and somehow or another start some sort of competent social medicine. But that's the other problem. Is socialized medicine is not been effective anywhere. Like everywhere else. Like the difference between it's really the difference between what like if you have money in America and you break your leg, you can go to a really good doctor and you get your leg fixed. Right? If you have money and if you have socialized medicine and you're in England, for instance, I have a lot of friends in England. They use the socialized medicine there. They have it in Canada. Like my friend in Canada, it took her a year to get a knee reconstruction, and they did a terrible job. They repaired her ACL, but she's fucked. She can't fully straighten her leg out.
yeah, every time she fucking look at, she just walks everywhere.
It's a little limp, a noticeable limp. They just fucked it up. They did a shitty job. And look, that could happen in America too, but you can get an operation quicker here. It's really just money. And the real problem with America is that you could have something really wrong with you picture of some kind of bacterial infection that was in his lungs. So they had to put him on respirators on a respirator for a long time, and they had to give him a double lung transplant. Insurance companies didn't cover it.
Yeah. It's what he even there for. And then the stress of that in his wife, probably for him, he is in and out of consciousness. He has to call them, bro. And just the stress of like, we can't do it, can't fill up these people. Just it's almost like they just want to kill you with the stress. It's just
They just wanted to spend the least amount of money possible and make the most amount of money possible. And United Healthcare, there's something called United Healthcare that's attached to this government shutdown bill too. The reason why they were shutting down, there's something about the flow of money to United Healthcare. Which is, that company where that guy got assassinated or rich here. This also was
I didn't see it. You didn't see Luigi? No, yeah, but he's literally he's fine. Yeah, it's like women.
That's a hero.
Yeah, but still,
I'm not saying you don't like women, but I'm not saying you fuck out. One looks like. If I told you it's an alligator, you wouldn't be like, bro, I'm not gay. You'd say, yes, it is an alligator.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying Luigi's handsome. Like, I'm not gay. And I'm like, that's not what I asked. Right? I asked you if you can see things. Take those fucking shitty fake glasses off. Maybe you can tell Luigi's a handsome man. A lot of people think Luigi's like some MK Ultra thing. They tricked him and hypnotized him and found to go in and shoot that guy.
Well, I think there's a lot of that going on. Yes, I did have dinner again at someone's house recently. So, I definitely, you're on territorial. Territorial foods on the menu over there. I wouldn't say that. I mean, they had like an unvaccinated quail with like a mRNA demi-glaze. So maybe,
They're trying to vaccinate cows.
they're
Trying to get cows mRNA vaccines.
they really.
They're just trying to use the technology to make money. If you really think they're doing it to protect the cows, you're out of your fucking mind. Any of this stuff is just about money. Cows are fine. There's nothing wrong with cows. The cows are fucking doing that. Let the cows eat grass, they'll be even better. That's what they're supposed to be eating. Let them all eat grass, and they'll be fine. But occasionally, some cows will get sick. Brucellosis is real. That's when bisons and cows intermingle. When bisons give cows brucellosis, it kills a bunch of them. But other than that, fucking relax.
Yeah, relax. Well, just never get this. It feels like there's everything. There's just always a problem.
I don't know. Maybe I'm sure the worry that people have is that somehow or another this is going to get in your phone.
They're right, probably.
Yeah, they're right. They've already talked about somehow or another getting mRNA vaccines in vegetables so that you wouldn't even have to get vaccinated if you get it from your diet.
They try to give me a tetanus shot.
It doesn't even work.
What tetanus shot?
The fucking mRNA vaccines, you're putting it in food and it doesn't even work. It doesn't work when you take it. People aren't even taking it anymore, and now you're trying to put it in food.
What are they putting it in? You said radish or what was it?
Carrots, I don't know. They were trying to put it in vegetables. It's like, I think it's theoretical, but I know Bill Gates is talking about it.
I just feel it's like, when does it end? Like, when is it like?
That's when they stop making money. And as long as they can figure out a way to trick you into thinking that you need something, or you're not going to make any money. Did you know that tetanus, when you were talking about tetanus, tetanus is a bacteria. It's extremely rare in America. Like very, 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 very few people ever get tetanus. You think tetanus comes from a dirty nail and step on a nail. No, tetanus is a bacteria. Yeah. And it can be cleaned out. Also, tetanus is one of the rare vaccines that works as a prophylactic, like after the fact. Like you can get step on a nail, you don't have tetanus yet. They give you the tetanus vaccine after you stepped on the nail, and it still protects you. It protects you. Right. So you don't need to take it. Tetanus is super rare in America. It's not. You can completely fix it by cleaning out the wound. And if you get tetanus, they just inject you with the tetanus vaccine then. But there's no need to give tetanus shots to baby. They were saying maybe you should get it. And I was like, I don't even know if I've had it. I don't want anything else. You probably have it. Yeah, I think I had that, but like you should get it every 10 years. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. I'll be fine. Okay. It's real common. Or needs the person as a host. It seems like it's a kind of like, I mean, it's trying to consume you. It's trying to destroy your body, and you're fighting it off. And it hops from you to your kids, to your neighbor, to, it's kind of alive, and it kind of needs a person. If it's propagating, right? If it's spreading, like what is it? A virus? Yeah, I mean, I don't think they consider viruses a life form. It sounds a lot like a different kind of life form, a parasitic life form. That's what it sounds like. Doesn't it? They don't they're saying that it's not. They're saying that it's bad, right? A virus. No, I don't think they consider it a life form. They're trying to consider viruses a life form. Put that in perplexity.
And
That's what it's
we
like.
were taking out markers.
It's pretty.
We were allowed to destroy the markers. We were sitting in it, and when we record this, please let me record it. Because we did such a good job. We were just screaming.
Is a virus considered a life form? Viruses are generally not considered life forms, like most biologists, primarily because they cannot carry out the basic processes of life independently, such as metabolism, growth, or self-sustained reproduction of host cell. However, this status is debated in scientific circles due to viruses' ability to carry genetic material, reproduce inside those cells, and evolve through natural selection. Yeah, I'm with those folks. It's a life form. It's a weird life form. And here's the crazy thing. If you think about it that way, then you gotta think about gain of function research. Gain of function research is like taking a grizzly bear and that grizzly bear should be alright. And you take a grizzly bear and you jack him up on trend. You give him testosterone and cocaine and then let him loose in the woods. That's what gain of function research is. And our government was funding that. They were funding making more evil life forms. And that's where COVID-19 came from. It came from our tax dollars that goes off to this lab where they're working on making a life form more vicious to what they want. It's a fucking weapon. That's what I think.
But did they use it against us?
I think it got out. I don't think they tried to use it against us. That's what I think. But I think that they 100% are developing these things to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that. There's tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out. The United States was somehow involved with the war. Put that in there. What bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine war? How about this? Instead of being leading, were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? Let's put that in first and see what it says. And then I'm going to ask it, were they funded by the United States? That's it. No bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine according to the United Nations. The U.S. created multiple independent experts. The allegations made by Russia and echoed by some Chinese officials involve claims that U.S.-funded laboratories involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine, but these claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. That doesn't mean independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed there's no evidence of a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Yeah. Okay. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? The allegations made by but we don't know that that's true. So here's the thing: if the United States is running funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item, but you think they're going to come up and say, "You're right, we did it"? No, they're not. But if you're going to fund bioweapons research in China and a lot of other places, are there stories about the discovery? Let's see what it says here. Stories about the alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily promoted by Russian officials and state media. These claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get in there and fucking rat everybody
Yeah,
out?
but I didn't sleep on that well or much or whatever.
You think we're going to let that out? Chinese foreign
Just 16 more hours.
these stories, including claims of 26 bioblasts
And I like the piece, and I did pay a little bit. What time is it?
Right.
4:20. Blaze it.
International news organizations and independent scientists, including the BBC and
That is
experts.
a bloody thing. Alright, so Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Look at this move. Look at this lettuce.
Sophisticated look. Yeah, I know what's going on. I see. So you go. Yeah, they're great, man. My buddy Joseph gave them to me. I got them from him. Yeah, they're pop. And they help too. Yeah, they look good. I don't think so, but these just make it even better. Okay. So, try them. Yeah. Try them all. They dog. Okay. I can get them weighted too, so you can do a neck workout. We have on. This is, I think they are. I think these are good causes. Let me see. I don't think they ate Jay. Yeah, some of them can get grease on them. I want them greasy fucking fingers. Like, you guys, that's what's the way you're rubbing your hand. You're rubbing your greasy face. I don't even go in the kitchen. I don't eat grease. You go in the kitchen for grease. Really don't have it, right? It's fair. If you're 20, if you're not 2020 or 2025, these are starting to run a little dog. You don't make it. No, sometimes. No, I'm saying. I mean, they're fine, but they're such. It's not like it looks funny. I gotta read it too much. I think it's a psychological thing. You can believe that they make you see better. My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was when I was young. I can read the packaging again, but it's a lot better than it used to be. I started using a red light. Red light makes a giant difference. But see, I don't need reading glasses anymore. I need reading glasses for a while. I look at my phone and it was fine text. Yeah, I don't have problems need it all anymore. And that's because of the red light. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, red light therapy and certain vitamins. There's a few different. There's a company called Pure Encapsulations. They make a formulation called macular support. I take that stuff. Those two things for sure have a big impact. I think it's the red light. That's the big factor. I've been doing sauna and I've been getting in there. It feels good. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's good. Yeah, right. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, that body all heated up. Just kind of flows out of it. I saw a protocol of what you're supposed to do before you get in there, and I've never done any of these things. But it's like how much water you're supposed to drink before you go in. It's only like 45 minutes. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to drink like a liter of water with electrolytes and some magnesium. I don't know, some guy. I mean, that's the problem. Like everybody's an all-one girl. Yeah, well, everything they watch is like they think you're trying to get me a lemon. It's like they're trying to want it to work. I feel a little bit better. It's taking out of my garage. Give me an edge on this cold, hot world. Yeah, that's the only thing, man. That's all I'm looking for. But good to see you, dude. See you always, my friend. Well, you're still alive. Me too. Well, you're still alive, too. We've both been interviewing dangerous people. Have we? Yeah. You really have. Who am I interviewing that you haven't? It's more dangerous. I don't have to take question. I mean, I did. Yeah, I don't know that people. That's that dangerous. Maybe Thomas Massey. Oh, Jeffrey Long? Yeah, they all hate him right now. This is a sad thing about both political parties, not just the right, but the left too, is they decide that they're going to gang up on someone for not towing the line. Like whatever happened to having different opinions, whatever happened to having different perspectives, being able to argue your perspective. Yeah, they have these goofy ass bills, which by the way, they slipped something into this last bill that Mitch McConnell guy did, I believe. Check, make sure that he did it, the hemp thing. They slipped this thing in where you can no longer buy CBD with it has to be like the lowest just trace amount of THC in it, which is for like my wife's mom. She's an older lady, and she takes CBD for pain, for joints and stuff like that. She smokers in the week. She takes like oil, like CBD oil. Yeah, he's fucking dead turtle. He's a leading proponent of closing a 2018 Farm Bill loophole allowing intoxicating THC to be sold in low doses. See, but he got a couple of fucking milligrams in his neck. Look at that. He's got some going on. They're definitely not medicated. There ain't no way that guy's sleeping without help. Everyone hates him. It looks like he hit a joint and sleep a lot. He took an edible. He like Joey Diaz dosed him. So he's on the church. He's on the church. What's happening now? And Joey Diaz is up there. Joey Diaz is like, you just stare at him. They gotta change that. That's really bad. Why is it bad? Because what it does for people that are getting benefits from CBD, the THC along with the CBD. And by the way, we're talking super, super low amounts. But there's something about how CBD and THC work in a synergistic way for people that are in a lot of pain. I know a lot of people, like I said, my wife's mom, she says the stuff with the THC in it works better, and it's not getting her high. This is the misunderstanding. This stuff's not going to get you high. But what it will do is it helps with anxiety for a lot of people. It definitely reduces inflammation. And for people that have like joint pain, like I read Dave Foley from News Radio, gets it all, Dave Foley, awesome guy. Dave had like pretty severe arthritis in his hands, like where, he's really having a hard time opening his hands. Started taking CBD oil, and the majority of it was hard pain. It was bad, but now it's gone. And it's gone because of CBD. It's really effective, man. It's really effective. So what they're saying is they don't want you to, why are they doing it? They want to control it. It's the alcohol lobby. It's the same people that are trying to keep marijuana illegal in Texas. It's the alcohol lobby. This is the fact. The fact is, when people start smoking weed, they drink less. And, it could be because they just decided to get high and not get drunk. Or it could be that they smoke pot and they get a little paranoid. They go, oh my God, why am I poisoning myself 5 days a week? Well, a lot of people now are just doing like cocaine and saunas, it seems like. I don't think it goes together. I mean, in your neighborhood. I don't know. You get your town. Your neighbors are coming over in their underwear with a fucking bag. Let's go, Leo. Let's go. Let's get to 185. Let's go. This is the place. From that water and them rocks already. My nasal cavity feeling wide. Get that eucalyptus in there. The best is here. If you have a brother, somebody you say eucalyptus. Yeah, eucalyptus in there. But yeah, I don't know if people are drinking that much anymore. Do you think? A lot of us people are drinking, including me. But I did have a drink the other night before I'm on stage. I felt great. I haven't done that in a while. I had a little whiskey before I'm on stage. But I gave up on drinking entirely for many months. I forget how many months. It was quite a while where I didn't have a sip of alcohol, and I felt way better. Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with moderation. Like when I was in New York, I went to this place, Teresi. Oh my God. For MSG people, oh my God, this is an Italian restaurant in New York City called Teresi. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh yeah, Gaetano's in Vegas. Oh, so good. Oh, handmade pasta. Gaetano's, man. That little thing, it's like a little square ravioli. Oh my God, right? It fell off the roof of heaven and landed. Yeah, with that sausage, man. So good. And Gaetano's is like a lot of it. It's like the best ones get their flour from Italy because it doesn't fuck with your stomach. Our flour's all messed up, man. Our wheat's messed up. A lot of our wheat's from Memphis. A lot of our wheat has all kinds of pesticides on it. So I had to say a lot of the trap wheat. Like fucking rolling all over our wheat. You can test positive for COVID just for that. Just eating wheat. Just for having bread. $8 bills test positive for COVID. It's all crazy number. Yeah, I can imagine that's probably true. It's gonna test positive. That's our bill, isn't it? No, that's our bill. You don't know Art Bell is coast to coast with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye. Yeah, Parole Nevada. Yeah, that's Art. He's the godfather of fun conspiracies. That's my nighttime jam coming home from the comedy store. I can see that always because you come home from the comedy store, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and Art Coast to Coast with Art Bell's on. The guy calls up Art. I'm a time traveler. He had a time traveler hotline. He calls. How many time travelers have had in here? Probably a couple. Oh yeah, there's one. A couple that probably can't find their way home. So at least one. At least one time traveler. That's you. I can totally picture it now. You. Like, you get a call, some speakers in it. Yeah, I don't know, listen to Art Bell. There was a lot of people listening. He was really popular. I don't know how popular he was, but I mean, at a level he was popular. Space. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, I loved it. It's like the perfect stuff to occupy your mind coming home from the comedy store. Because occasionally it was like real shit. Like occasionally you'd have some people talking about some really fascinating things, like asteroid impacts and Terrence McKenna a few times. A lot of interesting people. But then every now and then he picks up the dude who says he's a werewolf. And Art would never go, man, you ain't a werewolf. You're no interesting. Tell me more. He'll let dudes talk. He'll let dudes say the most ridiculous shit. It was fucking great. I got to do a show once. I did it. Yeah, I did one on the I did one on the radio, or on the internet rather. It wasn't on the radio anymore. I had an internet radio show for a while. You weren't that good. Yeah, luckily. But to me, it was like, fuck yeah. It's like a few things in my life where when I did it, I was like, yes. That was a big one. I hung up the phone. I tried to fucking smile on my face. I just did the Orville show, so that's so cool. I can't tell if I work with these. I think it's psychological. I'm telling you, those glasses don't do a damn thing. They don't even change the shape of your face. Sometimes people put them on and I always go, how glasses, motherfucker? And I'll look to the side and I can see like their face change like half a foot because they got giant magnifying glasses over their eyeballs. But with you, it looks exactly the same. The line of your face doesn't change at all when you turn side to side. I think they're fucking with you. I think they think you're crazy. And they want to use eyes with her just clear lenses. You're like, yeah, I think it's wrong. There is something about when people wear them, they look smarter. Oh, for sure. My friend was wearing them the other day, this girl. And I was like, dang, this girl, she must be a genius. Yeah, hot secretary, or a professor, hot lady professor. Just all work up in them undies, that's what I was thinking. I get a Vanessa study hall, baby girl. Baby girl, extra credit points. Yeah, dude, when I heard don't do the glasses, that's a bad look. Because not only are you blood, you're fucking stupid, too. It was like Stephen Avery's cousin, that little fellow that stood on the bike, was crawling on that barrel in the Stephen Avery's. Stephen Avery is right, dude. That looks like nothing. That wasn't making a murder with it. What was his case? He was a murderer. Well, they said he was he? Yes, he was a murderer. He's in jail for it, and he had his little cousin. Oh, this is the guy that's a little mentally challenged. Yeah, I read some stuff. His little cousin has different shades on. Bringing Dazzy, be Dazzy. It was actually, we did a little bit of Hidden Valley when I'm trying to anyway. What do they think about this? Do they think that if there was like, I believe people said that Netflix thing out and it's streaming a lot of stuff out. That's the thing, you can't tell what's real anymore for news. Well, selective editing is crazy. It's crazy that they still do that. Everything's crazy right now. I mean, I feel like this is the year. Do you feel like this is the year that people realize that like both the side of the government is working for us? Is that a weird thing to say? Well, it's true. It's pretty obvious. It's true. Okay, they're all working for the people that got them in. So no matter what, even if they're good people that want to do well for you, their obligations when they get in there are the people that help them get in there. The campaign contributors, the military industrial complex, the military contractors, the big money banks, big money. That's what all this government shutdown shit is all about. It's all about health care, right? So it's all about how much money is getting funneled through these corporations. If you really think that what they're trying to do is make sure that people get health care, you're fucking naive. Okay, what they're doing is they are protecting some kind of slush fund. If somebody digs into this and finds out where that money's going and finds out how this money's distributed, it'll make more sense. Because there ain't a fucking chance in hell that they're keeping the government shut down to protect your health. There's not a chance. There's not a chance. They're shutting down the fucking air traffic controllers. Not a chance. They're shutting down NASA because they're worried about you getting the flu. That shit is not happening. That's not what's going on.
I think everybody's starting to realize that. Dude, I went to the post office. You've been to the post office recently?
I have not.
Okay.
Not since I moved in. That was the last time I was at the post office.
Okay, well, it's over. If you want to know what that post office is like, dude, I went to the closest branch there, being national. There was two birds. There's two crows in there. One of them was a crow, definitely. One of them was a pretty big bird. I thought it was a crow, but he had some discoloration on it, so it made like a mulatto or a mixed crow or something. I don't know. But pulling a fucking pot, like fighting over a fucking pot's in there, and there's a lady, kind of like a darker woman in there, and she's spraying fucking Lysol trying to get them out of the fucking post office. I was like, Lysol? You know, like a so like this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like she's standing on a whole step ladder trying to run. Two birds were fighting over a fucking package. I was like, we're fucked, man. That's the government, right? That's the government. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a safety outfit.
Yeah.
But I'm like, this is where we are. This is how like everything's privatized now. It's a wrap. Do you feel like it's a wrap? Like I've been thinking for years that America just feels like a shell company, like a shell LLC.
Here's the thing about it being privatized. Some things probably should be privatized because they work better.
Okay, well, like FedEx came along, UPS came along, so those came along.
The post office still does a good job, man.
I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna disagree with you. I don't think.
The post office, the only people that have sent letters for you for like 30 cents, whatever it costs. And then the post office would be the only way that you can ship chickens, live chicks, like little baby chicks. They have to do it through the post office because they know what to do and they keep them alive. They know they're chicks.
That's nice. I didn't know that.
All the we've had chickens, and every chicken we get baby chicks.
They become available.
They go through the post office. Post office delivers.
You can hear the package like that.
Yeah, bro, the post office, it works. It's not perfect because it's the government. There's no government programs that are perfect. You know,
It doesn't work that good anymore, though. I think it's gotten so the post office ain't me. Bro, it's gotten good. I sent my niece her birthday card and she never got it. And money, it's gone. She'll never get it.
bro, you know what always
Getting anything.
the videos of these people dropping off UPS packages, they take a picture of the package and then they steal the package. I've seen that. I've seen videos of that. I think people are kind of hip to what ring cameras can do. But bro, there was quite a while where people were doing some really fucking horrible shit right in front of those cameras because they didn't know. They didn't know you can't be just stealing people's packages after you drop them off like the fucking UPS driver. You know?
You're wild.
I've seen a lot of videos of that, man. They put them down, take a picture, pick them up, take them back to the truck, and take them back. And then the camera's like, hey, fuck face.
Hey, motherfucker.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. When your phone plan's as good as Visible, you've got to tell your people. It's the ultimate wireless hack to save money and still get great coverage and a reliable connection. Get one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included, all on Verizon's 5G network. Plus, now for a limited time, new members can get the Visible plan for just $19 a month for the first 26 months. Use promo code SWITCH26 and save beyond the season. It's a deal so good, you're going to want to tell your people. Switch now at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. Limited time offers subject to change. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Listen,
They said it differently. Like a voice like, this is Mr. T here to bring in Megan Banks. That is one of the dirtiest things. Porch pirates. People are just stealing shit off the porch to get that close to somebody's house right there. That's one thing I like about living in a state where there is the ability to express something.
you're talking gotta be careful about what that though. The laws are different in different places. Like even if someone's stealing something, you're not allowed to kill them. A guy just got in trouble because dudes, I think there was three dudes broke into his garage, and he went into his garage, and they went after him, and he shot them, and he killed one of them, and now they're bringing him up for manslaughter. Because I guess they're saying he didn't have to shoot them, he could have just scared them, or he didn't have to kill them, he could have just retreated back into his home. Like California, they're literally telling you, oh, just scared with the gun, I guess. I guess, but like, you don't know what they have, you don't know what's going on. These are split-second decisions you're making with your life in danger. And if you have a wife and children, you're going to shoot first and ask questions later. You're not going to make a mistake that's going to have your kids killed.
You get scared or what? You can't say that kind of shit.
No, bro, it's scary. Someone's breaking into your home, you have no idea what they have. You have no idea if they're going to kill you, you have no idea if they're going to rob you, they're going to duct tape you and torture you for a week. You don't know what the fuck is going on. And if you have a gun, you're most likely going to use it. You got to shoot them. And the fact that these people broke into his house, they were committing a crime and defending his property and protecting his life. He's getting charged with manslaughter. That's ridiculous. This is the problem with liberal politics. And this is where we get really confused. Because I'm like, I don't know what they're trying to do. But if I was going to try to destroy civilization, that's how I would do it. Yeah, I would keep letting violent people out. Keep saying it's racist to keep them in jail. Keep saying, they're a victim of systematic racism. And just like let the violent people stay being violent. And then when people defend themselves, lock them up. Have everybody scared. Like, if you want to destroy society, you would do it exactly this way. And I don't understand that. I don't understand. Like, I understand being a kind, compassionate person doesn't believe in gun violence, absolutely. But if that's the case, like, there's no better deterrent to gun violence than someone who has a gun. And you can't get to their house because they'll fucking shoot you. Okay? Like, that's a really good deterrent. Unless you're gonna have police everywhere, and you don't. So, like, who's gonna protect people from bad people? If you're gonna admit that bad people exist, you want to stop bad people from happening. That's a conversation I'd love to have. That's a real conversation. Let's figure out how to clean up a lot of these neighborhoods. Figure out what's causing all these problems.
People want to hit or what they don't want to gun like
Exactly.
people just want to kind of keep these higher powers. They know what they're doing. It just starts to feel like the experiment, like we're just really seeing the experiment, you know? It's almost like say you were playing the game Mario or something.
Right.
One day Mario, instead of just going this way on the screen, he fucking turns and looks at you, and he's like, I see what you're doing. That's what it feels like we are right now. We're looking at the people controlling everything. Like,
Yeah. That's all because of the internet.
but it feels like
Because of the internet, no one would be looking. Because we wouldn't be getting these conversations.
right, you would still be just
Getting it in CNN. We get some horseshit version of what's actually going on. But because the internet and real independent journalists and people that break things down, you start to go, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, who is doing this? Why are you doing it? What's wrong?
you can have something. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're the first generation that has had children.
So you do really am excited to see you.
I'm excited to see you too.
I'm excited to see you a little clearer than
I don't think you are. I think they got you. I think they're fucking with you. I think they're giving you placebos too. Yeah, I think they give you a boost. They take some whatever pills they give you. Let's see what happens.
15. I think these are good.
15. What does that mean? You fucked up. You fucked up. We're like coffee guys.
Fucking because
Come on, right by my house. Always. That's all we drink.
dude, I went I'm just the journalism now. I can't do this. It's not that hard. I'm ready to this white tongue after 3 minutes, dude.
No, it's not. It's an illusion. It's decently hot. Nice. Yeah. Refreshing. Yeah, like refreshing. Not like ouchie. Why can't Starbucks figure that out?
Because they don't think it's coffee anymore. It's only calling McDonald's. It's just it's burnt. It's a taste. It's just I drink
Black coffee. That's what I drink. That's what I like. I got into it a while ago.
It's just like rolls.
Yeah. You know what I got into it, Jimmy? Remember we had that guy guy Peter Giuliani on, the coffee connoisseur, that got me into. I started drinking black coffee. A long time ago, at least 10 years ago. Right? I'm a real coffee connoisseur. Yeah, so I wanted to know all about coffee. So it's stuff we ate. Yeah, man. It's back. He brought in a bunch of different coffees. It tasted like this Ethiopian blend that almost was like ripping. It was like you taste the hints of lemon, like I do. Hey, so all coffee comes from Ethiopia. Yes, all of it comes. Some of it comes from there's Kona coffee, isn't there? Right, but it all originated in Ethiopia. That's where the plant originated. Yeah, so they moved it into South America, so like they started making it in Colombia, and making it in Hawaii. All taking coffee. Kona coffee is some of the best coffee in the world. I guess probably the soil flex of the girls. If you let me drink coffee, it's a little better than fucking melts of that smokestack in the background. You have to drink a liter of piss before you get in the sauna with your neighbor. Someone's got a urine protocol they have to take with your cocaine.
Well, to get today's job.
Even a lot of that's so true. But I drink it in America. Like I used to order Kona coffee. Yeah. But you tell me that.
Barrel's grandfather was Barrel. Ben Rice from the Russell's
this company.
They thought we got the dollars to literally the first word on the
There's another company called True Brain. They make a shot. That's
yesterday we
magic
discussed
mind.
about
I want that. I think it's great. That's a different one. That's different kind. They use mushrooms, but that's a good one too. I think synergistically they would all work well together. But there's legit vitamins that work on your brain. Yeah.
it's Italian wife, mother and wife, mother is also his father's wife. So this stuff with the recapitulation of it tells us so that the giveaway of it says about our aim, Italian blend is the aim of Italian love because his mother will show his child wants to become who it is Italian life. Ain't no science, only Italian.
So we did that because a lot of people were saying it was snake oil. Almost instead of they were like, how many hits did you close ahead? Just got it. Well, yeah, the songs make it into the series.
If you show the state, for some reason there's lack of knowledge about what's going on over here. Hey, I mean, whether a person has knowledge of other cases, I have the reason, or it is some karma question would be how many karma is supposed to have. Now, the tomorrow we start to find the source for this. And that was the majority of yesterday's omelet. And you have to do the drama, and then you have the other run, and recap the map. Robert told us that the way he starts the puzzle, everybody's trying to do something bad. He's doing it. May have himself, everything's doing what he wants for the father and everything. Instead of everything into the puzzle, he's going to tell us what he got. The person is trying to have this relationship with his father. Rather, he understands everything is his father's right. And therefore, him something that's not really a place called capture that comes from Italian. That's the end of the part. That's where I want to bring the raya up. God was made with the sense of the different. Or to bring the most rice up. The end of the rice up, going to see what the raya is. I didn't have a single raya. Learn a rice up like a kid. Like a kid. What are you referring to? Something? Yeah, that's
there's a see the title note. So there's
That's
right
also
there
for
to
the
the right.
public.
Yeah,
It's
the
what
one the
this
river
was
says
public
right there.
game,
Click on
but
that.
you can compare it. Not also for the public.
Flip
Yes,
your
now,
cursors over.
everybody, you know, we thought
Say
everybody
whatever.
was
Right there.
Valley.
Yeah.
So that's it.
So
Everybody
he
was
was really good in like
difficult translation.
this is
To
really
me, modern Airbus, Airbus, it's not
yeah,
as
somewhere
better.
around
Airbus was
I
not
was
good
18, so it had to be
yeah,
85 or
it's
86.
the level
Maybe
of
early.
Airbus. Never actually
That's
had a
that's
cup.
it right there. It was
That's what it did. Yeah.
national
What it
competitor
did,
in my weight
not to
class.
say
Can't
what
fucking
it's
place
doing,
him.
Crockett talked about what it does is,
He
it
was really
was
good.
not to
He
try
was
it.
competing
Actually,
for
his
the
job
Army
as
team.
being
So
of
he
it,
was trying to
is
win.
good, right? That's the main issue of it.
I don't trust
It's
anybody.
very sad, by the way. Regardless of whether it's good or especially whether it's bad, it's just something you should learn about. Whether it's not a mother, whether it's any case it's going to be. Now, how do you know? You know, how do you know when a woman, sorry, his mother, not his father, right? As a woman, everybody, speaks himself as a man, but so everybody, mother, don't forget, reading about the word today, is actually his job as agent of this person who agrees with the wife of his father. Why does it have to say, everybody, all this Eli? What's the that's the fucking word says.
That's very different.
I will over everybody of this Eli, so actually, what's up, that's how it's up, the hockey, actually makes the type of
Because it's hard.
great construction position, one of the most happen, the well done, Jaguars,
He jumps out of fucking planes with
and
parachutes.
therefore we can learn,
And he sent me
he
a
is
photo
from mother,
of a giant ass fucking grizzly track.
okay, so what's that one?
They landed in Canada at this place. And right where they landed, the fucking spot is just like, I mean, like a grizzly track. And it's like, wish me luck. And I was like, dude, get the fuck out of there. I said, that track, get the fuck out of there. That's a 1,100 pound wild dog. And he just does it because it's hard to do. You're all in business. And when you get in there, you may have a plan of where you're going. Is it fire? It's fire. Can fire there's a lot of different tasks that they do. One of them is you're digging a fire break. So you dig like a lot of what happens is embers land on the ground and that starts a fire. Right? So what they do is they'll clear the ground, a wide area where the fire is coming. So the fire's on its way, they'll get ahead of the fire, and then they'll clear a giant path on the ground where it's scary. It's scary. It's scary. You could die. I mean, they 100% they get trapped and they die. We have ships, you know, sometimes things are unpredictable. But he does it just because it's hard. It's so crazy. He just decided to listen to sons of I don't know what he does. I've been asking him to tell his damn cards. He just shows up. I'm telling you, man, he's a different cat. Like, he's the real deal, but he's not pretending to do all this. Right? You see those videos where he takes the UFC fighters on workouts when they're dying? Like, he took Israel outside. Israel's like, take time. I don't wait. Motherfucking trip. Best ever do it. Beat down. Done. I mean, done. Couldn't keep up. Goggins was talking to him. Come on, son. Keep going. He's throwing up in a garbage can with no bullshit. It's crazy to watch because you realize like the level of conditioning this guy has. He's 50 years old. He's not doing it for any reason. Like he's not getting ready for the World Series. He's not in the Super Bowl. He proves himself. You got to ask him. I mean, give him a chance. He's learning. I'm telling him lessons. It's just he's that guy, man. Like, there's a lot of
or as the right to call it,
what is it?
in other words, the father's Arabic
Oh, show. I sent it to you, right? Yeah. Put the headphones on.
Right. Never had. Everybody.
Yeah.
Never lost. Everybody. All the U.S.
The cure, yeah. Oh, God, I passed away.
Yeah, it's okay. One way you grew up. You passed the one way you grew up.
That guy passed away. It's your cures.
And now I love you never just like later on. Really I'm talking about his life. At times he's just I love the never was here as well.
Why don't you send it to me and I'll send it to you?
Therefore, not talking about made Asian covenant. Son was not actually his mother, but his wife. Now, Elon, She'eno Asian covenant tonight. Here we have an Asara, a warning, for this person, where the person's mother was not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of the It was looking to place the child in the
So sketchy.
So again, the thing we asked earlier, that when you have chemistry codes, that is why so when you create an algorithm, right? How love is everybody is the everybody the mother should have killed Ella, not Arab, Elia, not Arab. Now we know that now we have the Lakara. That the punishment is going to be the same. You know, ever kind of ever sabicha, now, as far as great, how about Hara? Just like the Hara, also when it came to performing contract like the concept of fear, any way did the father was Christ, the mother, Mary's mother to the father, Odesh, also comes from Hero, but it comes as well, the concept of space, Hero, his mother, in a not married to the father, Hero, exactly the same as the father who is married to the father.
That's a problem.
Yeah, or the dick in other words, they have was just for protection. But then again, Aragon only referred to the wife that his mother fucking got those nice neighborhood, the typo, yes, the typo is showing this is also and I believe so this is for in other words, this he uses Aragon of Islam to tell you that refers to the mother's wife. Now it's the extra, the extra. Now you have tears about the finally have to tell you saying only 1 year the person gave 1 year with activity with this woman, so there's only 1 year not to use what's the mother and wife rather than to do that is the thing that you know this is the idea of the right part this is the back of the window with sorry well the third is so one right well this is 10 lane this out everybody of people held up the regular typically you did therefore you have this spiritual confidence is people after the Bible you're since his mother also the father's wife we don't have enough to compete against mother he's the first not how you he's the most sarcastic that was one red yes the thing about Tim is like he doesn't just go with narratives because he thinks that you everybody can say certain things you know what I mean like he's very very well read he forms his opinions based on facts and then in terms of you he's the fucking it was just he had the logo therefore he has one of the very big when he saw this everyone he has what's money because he's running the interstate path on board and he's paying for kids to people in Washington DC and New York and it was a headline in the Washington Post the one times another problem is there
White House
we know that there is prohibition against a relationship between two men. Therefore, his mother is a man. He is a man. Therefore, you already have a problem with it.
this was a scandal because why to testify that people started dying that testified was found guilty of perjury and the judge put his subject on it. They have to use 2 grand juries and all to get him out of this scandal. And it's worth now it's not a sense he is like a pizza gate or something. He's happening in that case. That shows you the blueprint for government using these forces to silence people that will make this. It's not new. Congressman, senators, blackmail the intelligence agencies to first mind your somebody's underage that they forever and they have photo audio video to be doing that.
Hollywood going that way. That's bad. It's say enough to a stranger, Allah him, engages relationship with his father, Tayyib, Allah, Tayyib's wife. Musa, Dr. Allah, Tayyib's wife. Al-Afi, Allah, the person that also Tayyib's wife is Tayyib too as well. Allah, Rabbi explained, Sabra, they said, Sabra killed Musa. He was saying was, Israel is the case is spoken of a story where the stuff he was out of gospel was mentioned before, Israel to a person out of the follow, who is also the second, whoever finds it not here, don't believe not about it. Whether or not you tax one carbon, different outside of now the height and cover why should you take that? So this law, what the Rothschild'S again very hard he's not the nice thing. This you're going to say, not the common, you have to look at it. The Lord is looking more rather. Either that, what's the law about the remember, this is something which is from the second. If there's nobody, what's the halacha? The doctor who is either right? He is Taylor. He is going to be punished with Taylor. The execution. Now, this is the great calendar. The place. Not easy. Right? Therefore, the whole is not relevant. That's discussion by the doctor. That's why that's not relevant. That's what father said for myself. At the end of the day, only knows no car is our life. No, when you talk to logic,
What makes me nervous is the people that
to tell
are
over. Those that we find the fear from. Find the time shop.
assumptions of how the government works based on bullshit. And they others to believe
You know what? That's
true believers of one side or the other, true faith in government and experts. Those people make me more nervous because some of them are smart. That's what's
Therefore,
crazy.
even though
But smart people are completely unwilling to
that
recognize that conspiracies are not just real.
okay, now the
But
car
they're
goes
also
through
not rare.
big
They're very common. They're common and people get away with them, especially when they're in positions of extreme
where do they
power,
find that car?
like intelligence agencies. Like and there's a lot of things that they do that are morally reprehensible, but totally legal. But they do it because they're allowed to, because they are a three-letter organization. They have ultimate power to do a lot of really gross things that are in the nature of, or in the interest of national security. So this is the whole idea behind this. This is our decision. This is the best. That's national security. This is how we compromise assets. Gather information. So what America says. Why is it that the CIA are working against us? That's right. They're just tricking us about it. It feels like tricking us on purpose. Why they do that? I thought that they, because they're trying to arrest people. So this is the problem. Your career, like this has been explained to me by a lot of people that are experts. People that know. John Carrico explained it this way. Your reputation is based on how successful you have been arresting cracking cases. So people set up cases so they can break them. And they basically set up an escape room and like, I don't know how to get out of here. They just like a regular wizard that discovered the escape room. You set the whole thing up. That's what it is. Well, it's the same as like jail stories. No, I think it's the same. Like Hollywood.
Hold on.
The centuries to evolve. There's most of the cinema.
On top of
There was a like a blue collar guy.
a bomb Asian oil. His father's wife, Saya was also the Asian inside the father's wife. Who was he took? It's a this. And because of his resistance. And it's just made by others, made by others. And guess what? We're waiting to
just in the same building.
say, no.
It just seemed like a crook. It was just like a mixture. Right, but I think that this new stories get created.
That's why he was father's wife.
Whether the fiction or whatever goes on, you can send actors out to create a scene, see a video, and believe it. And then they make it.
Why?
I think that was
Rabbi,
sorry. I think you see more of this is something that later on happened, so it's like you're almost creating your own news to then make like a based on a real story. Like it's all design. And
that's why
so you start casting.
And
dramatic.
okay,
Because it's like they just hear
but
it just
find the Odin in father's wife
guys been doing this for and they know they shaping their views of the war. And that's one of the reasons why I started making all these war movies. Do you know that? So in World War One, one of the problems that they had was people so people were shooting. They weren't shooting at the actual population of the heads. Were shooting to the left of them, to the right. They didn't want to kill people. And they realized that they take people, just regular people from the city, the farm, and put them in uniform. So they have to go kill people. This is no YouTube back then, no television. So their ideas of what's right and wrong based on their life, their actual life. And so then they realized, well, we got to do something about that. And so after that, they started creating all these really patriotic war movies. One guy's a hero, over they shoot all the bad guys, and they're all awesome. So then the next group of people go to war. Various federal organizations have a say in how Americans are treated. Right? It's like if you're going to get access to, if you're going to do something illegal, depending on this better makes look good. They're not going to let you make a bunch of retards that are just doing it for their career. No, better make us look good. You can't fake what the Pentagon bitch. Mr. President, talk about war. And you make the look like small thing. And it's not like you let people support them. You want to listen to them when they talk about it. Well, they went along like I think they got tagged from these organizations that come and like oversee how the organization is presented, right? So it's like if you want to do something with an agency, you have to have people there from the beginning like overseeing and making sure that everything is represented. To be true to the Navy, but also like there could maybe something information. In other words, which I Gary Sinise on the podcast, and direct daughter-in-law, which is if you ever want to do these, some people do, man. You would have thought that it's just daughter-in-law and the wife organization. Well, he has a lot of stuff for veterans, right? He has a lot of stuff for first responders, EMTs. He does a lot of stuff. He does this thing where they take kids who have lost a parent to the military action. He takes them kids and his big animal. And just like really he's a man that plays this one organization. He's like one of the first responders out there that being the first responders who are there thousands. He's like a lot of neat stuff, you know. So if you're being a position where you're all those weird conversations, it's interesting. This is not like, when I first met you, I would have never suspected that this would be a path that you would go down. Yeah, no, it was interesting you went down there. What led you to want to start doing that? Like, there's a couple of things I think, well, I think I know it's going to be competitive in some ways. Like, I think I want to see what's possible as maybe inside. So competitive with yourself, or competitive with other people that are also doing it. Just competitive because I think I felt like maybe some people thought this thing, like, oh, this guy can't do it. I think there were some people who would be like, oh, I'm surprised if this guy enjoys this or likes doing it. But I think there was like, this guy can't do it. And I just never had a voice as a kid, you know? I never had a voice. So much of my childhood, I think I just couldn't speak up for myself. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what my feelings were. Right? I was just like this. It just felt like, and so I think when I started to kind of get more involved with the voice, and to get to talk to some people that I felt like were important that weren't getting voices. Like even like Dr. from Gotham last year, or this year, and that was like a moment for me. I was like, oh, this is important stuff. You know, like other people are putting this voice out there. And some people mainstream media don't feel like they're doing a good job of it. This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. You ever notice how much your environment affects your mood? The way you place clothes, the lighting, human fast and bad lighting. Blinds.com makes upgrading your space ridiculously easy. They basically blow up the whole school window draping game. No pushy salespeople coming into your house, no hidden costs. With Blinds.com, you're in control. Upfront pricing, zero pressure, totally on your terms. Browse on your own and go full DIY if that's your thing. Or if you're like me, you don't want to deal with that stuff. Boom! White glove service, licensed, vetted pro, show up, install everything. You sit back, done. Not sure where to start? They've got design experts who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell me the vibe, they'll help you nail it. This is huge. Every order is backed by their 100%
way that a person is a woman, able also operation was done, they and Moses both of them shall be given the punishment of Esau, they and God, the punishment of blood. Now, for example, about fish, it does about fish, crab, the tata. That includes the tata. After Esau was tata, interesting. Why do you have to include the tata? Actually, the end of the story gets before, but it's not always. Now, those who say that interesting idea. So we don't find talk about the doctor on the law. So you might think the practice is talking about this before, but that's only with regard to things that are relevant to you. Maybe when it comes to things that are relevant to the Noah, it's going to be anything. Therefore, it's the difference between the Zachar and a covenant and a synagogue. The difference is, trap the covenant. That excludes the child. Asher Yishak has Zachar, faith, Gagal, faith, so the subject is the child is still going to be a problem. In other words, Boaz is the Gagal, then whether or not the subject is a problem. Mishkin and Esau, that doesn't cause the Mishkin. I get the thought that they discover public teaches you that there are times to discover, in other words, positive food. And Mishkin and Esau, that's just telling you that why Esau can talk with your person to go to the darkness and to darkness. By Zachar, obviously going to be going to darkness. They is required to tell you that the Mishkin they use the second time of the Raja considered to be a Leo, which is a problem, and that's being the problem by man. Number twelve, he said, "I raised the goal of that made sense of us." This custom yeah, I want somebody else. Now, a person who uses with a doctor gets about and that gets her off this government. Something about this reference what we learn by the way that Esau, the first human experience, not allowed to do whether it's dark or dark or both Basu, Basu tells us you're going to be tied Esau, Gila, or down to the sky. Maybe this is referring to all of its which are great for aristocratic. Russian belts never got to the pub, never will be left to the pub. Just don't work before just the Hogan W say pub. Now all of the Gila, those two over here, all right, this is about dollar a day. Not the other. Otis, Savannah, five bucks is very clear. You have an Otis over here. All right. Actually It's very small. That's what it's called. It's very important to keep this in mind. These are soon. These drugs have an action. It's clearly important to install extra possible low content. That extra content
They say you should take it. I say you should take it too. Because I want to go.
Therefore, it's possible that the word lotion one that
It's crazy.
it's crazy. That struggle they also have
system is so
both
deeply intertwined in our society right now, and somehow or another starts some sort of social medicine. But that's the other problem. Is socialized medicine is not effective anywhere. Like everywhere else.
Now, behave on me, dollars. I don't know if
The difference between like if you have money in America, you break your leg, you go to the doctor, and you get money and you have socialized medicine, and you're in England, for instance. I want to they have some socialized medicine there. They live in Canada. My good friend in Canada took her a year to get a knee reconstruction, and they did a terrible job. They repaired her ACL, and she's fucked. She can't fully straighten her leg out.
Yeah, the results you fucking look at, she just moves everywhere.
It's a leg, but noticeable. They just fucked it up. Did a shitty job. That could happen in America too. But you can get an operation quicker here. It's really just the problem with America is that you could have something wrong with you, and you have insurance, and then your insurance denies you coverage for what's wrong with you. Like Ben Askren, you know the story of Ben Askren? I know he's been getting better, right? He's getting better. He had a double lung transplant. He had a lung, and insurance didn't cover it. How? How did you not cover that? The guy gets sick. It turns out he's a very rare, I think it was like a staph infection, some kind of bacterial infection. That gets lungs. They had to put him on respirators, for a long time. Then they had to give him a double lung transplant. And insurance companies didn't cover it. It's a really weird one. And then the stress, imagine his wife breathing with him. He's in and out of consciousness. He has to call it from and just the stress of it. We can't do it. He told us he just want to kill you with the stress. It's just, I just want to spend the least amount of money possible and make the most amount of money possible. And I hate to hear there's something with United Health that is attached to the government shutdown bill too. The reason why they were shutting down the government, there's something about why money to United Health, which is the other company when they're going to go assassinate the rich. There's also people who
very good.
however, he's fine. Yeah, it's like that. I asked you.
And the scout and the Alvaro and Lotus. But it's one more process. Alvaro, however, it took me to have one elbow. So now it's like always on the 40.
Big trick that ties in with how they
You got the subject. If you have an Alvaro one subject, Rather than that, if we're smart, that's enough to go to this job, and the job, if you have the job, it's okay, different. What is, Homer, it is not great. Homer was debating with Foster Law, the king, also pronounced that as the citation of so play any of this, whether the person is an actionable person or what it is. The subject, in that case, is educated. The other part is the action. Literally no problem. So we have Russia. Russia is a president here because there is a lot of stuff to think about. Was it over? A ball is nothing. A person who is a ball is nothing. Now Russia is like, whatever you do, the floor is love.
It doesn't even work. What's in the show? The fucking
Of
mRNA
the
vaccines you're putting in food and it doesn't even work.
ball is nothing.
It doesn't work when you take it. People aren't
Ball
even taking it anymore. And now you're trying to
the
put it in
show
food.
one
What are they putting it in? Is it rash? Or what is it?
rich
Carrots?
to other ball.
They were trying to
Maybe
put it
a
in
lot
vegetables. It's like
that we actually
theoretical.
it's hard
I
over
know Bill
first
Gates was
spell
talking about it. I
the
just
other way
feel like when
as
does it
having a
end?
doctor
When is it like?
with
That's when they stop making money. And as long as they can figure out a way to trick you into thinking that you need something,
for getting
or
the person violated the software
did you know that tetanus?
by being
You're talking
okay,
about tetanus.
it is also violated as the software
It's extremely rare in America.
Let me get other with all.
Very, very, very,
Think
very
about
few
this.
people
There's
ever
a
get
ball.
tetanus.
The
They
bar
get
off,
from
the
a
different
dirty
is
nail,
small,
step on
certain
nail.
small,
Tetanus is a bacteria.
yeah.
And
That's
it can
what
be
I
cleaned out.
bar off,
Also,
or
tetanus is
it's
one
not
of the rare
okay,
vaccines that works as
so
a
the person
prophylactic, like after
both
the
has a
fact.
showcase.
Like you can get step on a nail, you have tetanus again, they give you the tetanus
Now,
vaccine
I said,
after you stepped on the nail. It still protects you. It protects you.
in that bar off,
So you don't need to take it.
it's just
Tetanus is super rare in America. It's
not
not.
okay.
You can completely fix it by cleaning out the wound. And if you get tetanus, they just inject you with the tetanus vaccine then. Like, there's no need to give tetanus shots if they were saying maybe you should get it. I don't know. I don't want anything else. You probably have.
The other way,
Yeah, I think I had that. Like, you should get it. Like, I don't know. I don't care. I'll be fine. It's real common in other countries. Apparently, it's in the continents. Yeah. It's a bacteria. I didn't know it was a bacteria. I thought it was something from rusty nails. You know, that makes sense. It's a bacteria. That's protecting you from something that's kind of alive. The virus is kind of alive. I don't consider it a life form. But I mean, it seems like it's spread. It's a bunch of different people. It eats the person as a host. It seems like it's kind of like I mean, trying to consume you, trying to destroy your body, and you're fighting it off. And it hops from you to your kids to your neighbor, insult, and kind of leads a person. If it's propagated,
Why?
right? If it's spreading, like
It says,
a virus, I mean, you're not going to consider viruses a life form, but it sounds a lot like a different kind of life form, like a parasitic life form. That's what it sounds like. Doesn't it? I mean, I don't think they're saying that it's not. They're saying that it's bad, right? The virus. I don't think you consider it a life form. But do they consider viruses a life form?
One person got to take
That's
part of the game
animal.
animal
I can
which
this
you
really
know
I'm not so find out if they consider what that shit is. Let's find out if they consider viruses a life form, because I don't think they do. I think it's considered something different.
You don't see it Sahara more than one after birth. Just apply stick up that was ruled
Viruses generally not considered life forms. Like most biologists, primarily because they cannot carry out the basic processes of life independently, such as metabolism, growth, or self-sustaining reproduction of host cell. However, the status is debated in scientific circles due to viruses' ability to carry genetic material, reproduce inside of cells, and evolve through natural selection.
Why did it hurt?
No one knows most.
Why did Torah use blush or showcase?
It's a weird life form, and here's the crazy thing. If you think about it that way, then you gotta think about gain of function research. Gain of function research is like taking a grizzly bear and going, that grizzly bear should be on all legs. And you take a grizzly bear and you jack him up on trend. You give him testosterone and cocaine and then let him loose in the woods. That's what gain of function research is. And out of government was funding. They were funding dollars
Rabbi about
that goes off
goes to
to this lab where they're working on it's just it's a fucking weapon. That's what
makes sense.
and then they use it against us. They
Not
want
what
to
they
figure
go
that out. I don't think they would try to use it against us. That's what I think. But I think that they 100% are developing these things to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that. There's been tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out. The United States was somehow involved with bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine war. How about this? So they needed bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine. Let's put that first and see what it says. No bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine according to the United Nations. The U.S., Ukraine, and multiple independent experts. The allegations made by Russia and emphasis on Chinese officials involved claims that U.S.-funded laboratories involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine. These claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. Independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed there's no evidence of a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Yeah. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? The allegations made by we don't know that that's true. So here's the thing: the United States is running funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item. But you think you're going to come out and say, "You're right, we did it." Yeah, we're not. But if you're going to fund bioweapons research in China and other places, are there stories about this? Stories about alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily from Russian officials and state media. These claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to get in there and fucking rather really kill you? You don't want to let that out. Chinese Foreign Ministry and various conspiracy theorists have also amplified these stories, including claims of 26 biolabs and illegal research discovered by Russian forces. International news organizations and the independent scientists, BBC and experts in King's College London, have reviewed the alleged evidence and found lacking, noting that the pathogens and documents cited by Russia are consistent with public health research, not weapons development. Okay, public health research is one of the ways that they do weapons development. They do it under the guise of public health research. That's the whole original premise of gain of function research. We're doing this so that we can figure out how to heal people. And these diseases do come our way. We know more about them because we've been researching them. Like, okay, so the problem with the BBC saying, we just found out the BBC's bullshit. That whole thing with Trump where they took a speech and they edited it to record this more than 50 minutes later in the sentence to end the sentence. It completely changed what he had to say. The head of BBC had to resign. This is a giant scandal. So I don't trust that. But I don't know if it's telling the truth or it's not, because if I was Russia and I had invaded Ukraine, I would also say, we found bioweapons labs. Maybe that'll burn it. Maybe it doesn't. Once it's like a weapons of it's all like it's a sword and know what's illegal, at all level of just like being a consumer. See if you can find online a story, a big part of the story that says bioweapons labs found in Ukraine. It's tough to know the truth. It's tough to know where to trust things. I think it's true, but there's a fact that we have had bioweapons research, and so has Russia. This is a story that I did when I did that show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything. I interviewed a guy who used to be a part of Russia's bioweapons research program, and he explained to me how they create anthrax, and they had all these bioweapons available. And I said, do you think that there's there's a possibility that there will be various infectious diseases. Absolutely. That was research that was being done. And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those bio research labs that they have in America, one of those giant crazy labs where everybody wears the hazmat suits and there's tubes that come off their suit and Ebola and all this like super. And his perspective was what he was worried about was not something made of that. He was worried about some sort of a natural jump that goes from animals to people and push devices out. That's what
someone is has a relationship with his mother, that that person is liable for two lots very loud. What are they? First of all, because it's his mother, and second of all, because it is the wife of his father. We also talk about the fact that it could something like that they could also but in any event, that's the kind of chemical that you're fired for both for the father and for those that they try for both over there, the father's wife and the mother. And who the hell is only dying for the mother? Spend time yesterday trying to figure out what they're doing for. So the first two are trying to bring what the fire. Actually, now here, but Rabbi tried to bring it from the concept in Vayikra Yisrael, where it says, it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for income. What happened? That we rejected that for two reasons. The Gemara actually two times on that. The first question was that if that's true, that income tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife, then similarly, you should argue the something that says Erev Hamiko, who that we say in so that therefore, if so, Erev Hamiko will tell you that Erev Hamiko should tell you also that your guy is only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which would reduce the strength of the will that the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has a relationship with his mother who's not his father's wife, is diet, or with his father's wife who's not his mother's diet, but it was his mother who was also his father's wife, and he would be diet. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number one. And question number two was, if input is valid English to tell you that someone is only diet for relationship with their mother but not for their father's wife, then why would then their mother would have to deal with that problem? And they should do themselves. Maybe they like to feel that someone is diet for their mother but not for Asian because we rejected that answer. We learned actually to go back to that answer to say that it's input, but we're going to do it in a way that answers those two questions. What is that number? Also, Rambam says the Shabbat of Yehuda's opinion that he's died only for relationship with his mother comes from the context as follows. Erev Hamiko, so that's this pasuk. And what's different now is that what's generally understood, Erev Hamiko of the Gala, that a person should not have relations with his father. What Rabbi is saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds that those words, Erev Hamiko, when we see in today's how we learn this, but Erev Hamiko is a reference to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Eishes Hamiko. And then, for the Eishes Hamiko, might you look at their Shabbat, we're going to see soon in their Shabbat, how does he know that Erev Hamiko is a reference to the father's wife? Being Eishes Hamiko, or being Eishes Hamiko, in other words, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know wife of the father. And then, Emo, Dano, what happens for his mother who is not the husband of his father, i.e. that this child was born, the child who had a relationship with his mother was born out of wedlock. Lower, Erev Hamiko loves the girl. So that's the second part of the pasuk. So we say, that's how we know his mother, who was not married to his father. Then the pasuk continues, and the way we're understanding now is that it's only tied for his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first part of the way that we're understanding that Eretz Avicha is a reference to father's wife, whether his mother or not. Eretz Avicha Shigala is a reference to his mother, whether married or not. And Isma then comes back and modifies Eretz Avicha. He would say Eretz Avicha includes whether it's his mother or not. And I would say, no, the part that says Leviticus' mother, that we're knocking out. Because Isma knocks out the part that says his mother. And tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is both the wife of the father and his mother, the only time for Isma. Okay, so how does this answer the two questions we had yesterday when we talked about Isma? The first question was, to produce, if you say that Isma tells you your mother and not the wife of your father, the Gemara asks us that Eretz Avicha are the opposite. That is the wife of your father, but not your mother. So you choose to bring your mother, who is his mother, and the wife of his father is his mother. So we say no. Now it's not a problem because once you understand that Eretz Avicha is a reference to the wife of the father, right? So now you have wife of the father and mother who is not a wife of the same father. So it's because you can then modify something that isn't possible to the wife of the father. However, Eretz Avicha cannot be modifying the right father will not modify a case where it's his mother who is not the wife of the father. That's not mentioned in this topic. Right? So this topic is only talking about the wife of the father, not actually mother. So Eretz Avicha has nothing to go on to negate it and say it's not that it can't be tied to a relationship with the mother. As opposed to this topic has both categories in it. It has Eretz Avicha, which is wife of the father, and mother. And therefore, Isma can kind of modify Eretz Avicha. So that's why we're not worried that we have Isma, but no guards in Eretz Avicha. When society is without all. The second question was, if you're right that Isma is such a good Russia, then the Rabbanon should also make the same Russia. And if they're going to make the same Russia, then they should the same result as Rabbi Isma. He modified Eretz Avicha to say that he only married his mother, not his father, his wife. Say, no, we're not worried about that because this whole thing is based on Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of Eretz Avicha, which is there's understanding that Eretz Avicha actually refers to the wife of his father. And that's why Isma can modify it. So according to the Rabbanon, the topic Eretz Avicha is actually only, according to the Rabbanon, coming to tell us that he shouldn't have relationship with his father. That he shouldn't have his father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only have every symbol of the God, talking about his mother, so then Isma has nothing to go on when talking about the wife of the father to negate it. That's why it doesn't want to now answered. We're not worried about everybody who has nothing to modify. Only Isma has something to modify. And we're not worried about how to make the same reference from Yehuda from Isma because they disagree fundamentally about what the Yehuda wants to talk about. Whereas Yehuda holds on talking about the wife of the father, Rabbanon holds talking about having a relationship with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how to do the most. Now, we reference the Yehuda making it clear. Probably the Martin brings light on that before. That was the answer. We're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit more detail. And it's technical. That's why we're doing it today. We'll get this one. Okay, so we're like basically the name of Americans. You learned the price in accordance with Rabbi. Rabbi was explaining that the main consideration of Rabbi was that if you still learn Eretz Avicha, then include the wife of the husband. Now, Rabbi points out, how do you know that this is right? You're going to bring them back to the grandchildren of the right. We're going to bring them from Safra. And we know that around Safra,
You see the difference between people that don't waste time, really get after it, get things done, and then you see the people that go on by the wayside. That's a pattern that establishes when you're a teenager, pretty much for the rest of your life.
Now we're talking about
I get
the
people
head of
who
the
have
couple.
very good wells in high
Both
school,
gifts of
never
family
got
man
into
boss. So what are we talking
never
about? Family of
tried
couple.
hard in anything.
We know every
They stay away.
Avera and Torah, we need the owners
It's hard
and
to
the
make really,
adults. We
it's
want
hard
the
to make
punishment
change in
and the
your life,
warning.
you know.
So the punishment we're going to deal with.
Very,
Each
very
of the
hard to make
intimidation
change
of
when
it.
you see,
Tell you wife or father, whether his mother or
you're not gonna
not,
change your life
is
unless you
an
change the way you
oath
see
to get
life.
killed. Now the puzzle continues.
Do you
It's a puzzle. What about his mother who's not married to his father, i.e. he was born out of wedlock? That's covered in 39. Where you go? That was the woman Airbus of the law. It says in the letter from the top of Airbus of the deal that he holds the Airbus of his father. Now, that does not in any way apply to a woman who is not married to his father. Why? Because a woman who's not married to his father is not considered Airbus of his father. Airbus of his is not considered the Airbus of his father. So rather, so how does he learn it? Saying, look now, mother who met him there covered. Therefore, these words, what means these words? Even for you from the of taking up, why do you say Airbus of his love? It must be coming based on their covenant. From a little shortly, it tells you that not only was he pious for the wife of his father, but also pious for his mother who is not married to his father. And then the Bible says they have one of the best staffs of any sporting group I've ever been around in my life. For sure. UFC staff is very much Amber, we all know each other so well. We know each other so well. Everybody's all everybody backstage. It's so hard. There's so many little things going on that you just get to see more of it. It's always this team meeting, you know. And watch them Okay, so fine. So we now have Onus Shemanu, we've heard this, Atara Binai. Where do we know the Atara? So the Onus, wife or father, whether it's father or not, mother, whether wife or father or not. Okay, I'm a woman. Now, how do we know the Atara? I'm a woman. Arab of the people knows the Gala, that the Arab of the father, you should not cover. Arab of the Mitzvah, who ancient of Mitzvah. So he says, this is talking about the wife of the father. Right here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this right here is because what is the baby now nowadays? This is double indicating that he understands these words, Arab of Mitzvah, to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with the son with the father. So therefore, this is the proof, by the way, that the whole purpose of bringing the Christ is to show, like Rabbi, that the dark is good, everything from the white father. The Christ is that everything equal in God, everything equal, two agents of equal. This is a reference to the wife of the father. The Lord says, well, how do I know? I know marriage to the equal, and I know everything equal God. So he says, well, how do I know that? Maybe it is the case of that it's talking about the man who's the father. The Lord says, no, because never God, everything equal in God. He said that he's going to make it follow. Remember, we said these words were extra. We're going to make it their trouble. We're going to keep their trouble. He said it follows. It says, everyone is called, everyone to be follows the gala. It says, everyone to be follows the gala, follows like that. He said, it says that there. We wanted to figure out is that talking about a wife of the husband. He says, I'm going to make a their Shabbat, the Ephra's office, this puzzle up here. Once I have that clear Shabbat, this puzzle is very clearly talking about someone who has a relationship with the wife of his father. They just as here, the puzzle is talking about the wife of the father. So here, we're going to be talking, and here we're going to be talking about everything below the dollar, talking about the wife of the father. So that's how the note is given to Darby that everybody is not talking about just the father, but rather it's talking about wife of the father. So Allah this clearly talks about his marriage, the agent of it. Therefore, here also talks about wife of the father. Last one, the fact that it does have the people doesn't doesn't distinguish between whether it's his mother. Basically, it doesn't explain that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, if it's the wife of his father, then that is child. Now continues the pasuk, emo, or continues the emo, is 79. How do I know if his mother poured him out of wedlock? He was not married to the father. The Lord Rabbi Gimel Lo Segala, that says Gimel Lo Segala, it comes to tell you that even his mother was not married to the father. Okay? So he says, now the Lord has a little bit of funny language, so maybe we're going to come back to saying as well.
Your pharmaceuticals, all your electronics, plastics, tires,
so
everything
is
you can't stop it.
This idea of reducing carbon
in the public of
100% is
that
money.
it compares
There's
his
money
mother,
and
that is not the wife of his father,
energy
to the mother who is the wife of the father. So you have both of them in the same public. But how do I know that at the owner's level? Say, never come ever to be the Logala, to hear ever to be one Logala, never Lahala, not the ever of the people, not the Akara of the Emo,
extraordinary amount of money.
just like in big public, compared when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother who is not married. So too, therefore, this pasuk also is talking about both, which tells me that both the husband of Rabboni and Rabbi Sukkot, based on that clear Shabbat between Eretz Amida, Rothschild'S, and Eretz Amida, is covered to tell you that both of them, both the owners and Rabbi, apply to wife of the father as well as the mother who is not the wife of the father. Okay?
Very dangerous.
So therefore, therefore, just like in Torah, we have both wife of father and mother. So here, by the owners, we have wife of father and mother. Now, continuing this is the second aspect of what we're speaking about. But the bigger gift value, what did say? So, that we're going to say that gift value comes to negate what we were learning from Eretz Amida. Eretz Amida, we were learning right from the father, whether it was mother or not. And now we're saying gift value, starting is not higher the wife of his father if it's offered his mother. Right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father is not his mother. And this is coming to tell you his mother is not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mothers, it's by the gate for English that everything is a wife of the father applies even when it's his mother. And therefore, if this negates that aspect of everything, what are we left with? We're left with that when a person is his mother, also the wife of the father, that person only hires just by he, because if the he took out of everything by the liability for relations with his mother who marries his father. That's how we're going to look. Okay, now,
This is the scariest thing about the temperature we're
on the debate that we have to do this morning, Rabbi says
it changes all the time. And sometimes it changes in horrific ways.
this passage, so we're not worried about everything the gate
That's what
half
happens.
of what we learned from everything.
That's why you see these like super advanced civilizations that came out of South America.
Wife of his father, they would die of the mother part because
to where you live.
now
Normally during the
very
ice age,
clearly
during the ice age, like if
exactly
you're in
the way
North America, you're fucking king. You're covered in
now we have to figure out
you're
some things
trudging
that are
through snow.
You're
Like,
on
things are hunting. If you're living in the Amazon jungle during that same time, you're probably in like weapon Aztecs.
everything else is modified by his something like your guy has to have relations with mother and not for the wife of his father when he has relations with his mother and his wife of his father. Why don't you learn like that? So I want to say very simple why I don't learn like that because I don't believe that everything is talking about that relations with the wife of the father. I think everything is talking about having relations with your father. So that could have said, what do I want to say? Everything is father. So the word that so
Eventually, anything
that
about
the
the
house
ice
is
age,
coming to
this
say
very
they
advanced
can't have
civilizations
relations
can
with
be
your father. What do I need this husband for? I need to have suffer, not suffer. Because look, because the husband that has suffer like this, I think to make you suffer. That a person does not have a homosexual relation. Wisconsin has areas called the Tri-Lakes areas. That's the areas where these giant glaciers just plow over the earth. So they have hills and mountains and shit. Everything else is just flat. That flat shit, that's from miles of fucking ice just erasing anything that was there before the bulldozer. So there was a civilization that lived on Earth up there 20,000 years ago. Bitch, you can find it in the shit way by that's why I had such advanced civilization. So the ordinance it's weird shit that they don't understand. So cities that live in the Amazon jungle discovered what happened to cities that look like these are exceptions to people. What happened? We're gonna meet up with so I think that was lost. I think that was lost. Those streets there are big holes. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it gets weird, we have to have some plan for getting weird, right? It's getting weird. But the reality I was getting to is you can't control the Earth's temperature. You can't control the Earth's future because there's a bunch of factors. Even if you say, okay, let's all agree on something first. Let's agree that human beings have a detrimental effect on Earth. We can all agree on that. Let's agree that human beings overfish in the ocean. Let's all agree on that. Let's all agree that we pollute the air, we pollute the oceans, we pollute the rivers. All that's terrible. All that should be fixed. Let's all agree on that. Once we agree on that, that's not the greatest threat to human. The greatest threat to human is asteroid impacts, nuclear war. Sure, that's number one. But after that, it's asteroid impacts. And asteroid impacts, we can't do a fucking thing about them. That big thing. No, they're not ready. You can't do anything. You couldn't do something. You could hide behind something. You could not. Yeah, but you could re-eye it's the size of Manhattan. It's 8 out of Manhattan. It's a giant chunk of it's the size of Manhattan. It's billions of years old. And it's how many thousands of miles an hour was it going? Would you be how fast was it re-eye out? It doesn't matter what you are. Everything's dead. No planet. Okay, because when you have amphibians, you have roaches, some fucking underground mammals that survive. Because they get hit the planet, and what happens when everybody dies? It's miles deep into Earth, and we're sitting miles deep. But it isn't like you have like this earthly shit that over 20 minutes just have a massive explosion. Okay, so you see that explosion. This not just an explosion that creates nuclear war, the entire Earth is covered in volcanic ash. Everything's dead. Like most of the Earth is dead. So maybe I'm not understanding. It seems like it's going approximately 155,000 miles an hour. This makes the fastest interstellar object yet observed, with its velocity accelerating as it approaches the sun and gradually slowing as it moves by. So it's 250,000 kilometers per hour. Your measurements as it enters the solar system record speeds of 130,000 or 40,000 miles an hour. So it's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of nuclear. Let's go over this. What is the observed mass of this object? What is the observed mass of 309 atoms? Observed mass observed mass is estimated to be 33 billion tons. Which is about 3.5 miles across. Similar size achievements estimated in the nucleus diameter. This means the comet's mass is roughly comparable to a large city in solid matter terms. 33 billion tons. We can reheat a 5 words of back to heavier than previous interstellar objects. Far smaller than previous known comets or solar system. This one, 1C2000, whatever, over 20,000 trillion tons. The diameter of about 128 kilometers, 80 miles. Yeah, I think I had a different concept. Yeah, so relatively small. I like that as a boat and snow, things like that. On top of that, that's places is it true that once up there, no, there's places where they're not supposed to fly, but there's a bunch of reasons for that. One of them, I'm sure the research on there, but also some benefits, but also it's really dangerous. If you crash, they will have to rescue you. There's nothing that will. Like you will not, they'll never have a track time going to catch you and sketch you. We see a summer or whatever, like an island somewhere. I hope they went to the other place called Sudan. I can't even imagine me so just cool. I'm telling you, it's cool. These but if you understand that you cannot make a top of these things, so then you no longer have to come over, and you don't have to talk with parents and each other to tell you relation to the father. So all you're left with is the general prohibition on Mr. Father, and then therefore the right that says that you're entitled to must be not much like our mother and not like your sister. You would have been saying and the people you saw about what you want to talk. Okay, Rabbi, ladies of this knowledge. So where do Rabbanan learn the Torah to get of it? Because remember what happened here is this husband is the Torah husband, something that you do about relationships with your father's wife or your mother. He learned everything he's going to talk to about right? So after the Rabbanan, so then therefore you know everything. So you know mother is not married to the father, but how do you know where is the Torah for the wife of the father? Absolutely, Aaron takes the people of the Gala. There's another passage there which says Aaron takes the people of the Gala, tells you that he is not the Torah according to the Rabbanan, to tell you that a man cannot have a relation with the wife of his father, even if it's not his wife. Okay, so we say, Rabbi Yehuda, so why does Rabbi Yehuda have to learn it from Aaron and Eva? Why not? Why doesn't he learn from a very explicit passage that says everything to the people of the Gala? He learned that after this boiling like her, that he doesn't laugh. He needs to ask that a person is kind of we actually told on this yesterday that if a man has relations with the wife of his father, that applies even if his father died. So his father married the woman and the other father died. He has relations with older and the influence of Asian culture. That's according to how you do that when you did talk. Okay, so my friend, where was your father? No, I love that I written on a man is Kaya for relations with his wife's father even after his father died. Or it says, those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanan should learn, that a man who has a relationship with his father even after his father is no longer living. What about Rabbi Yehuda? What does he do with those words? That these words ever that these that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who marries his father, that he's only chayav for relations with the wife of the father, he's not chayav for the general prohibition on his disease. That's what the Buddha learned from the word ever of his life. Now, hopefully someone will ask a question. Maybe that yesterday Krishna was not expressly not like that.
whether the father's living or
Yeah,
not.
it's
And what
it's
happens?
like much
This is
more
an
recent.
uncontested
It's
statement in the
they
Mishnah.
think it's
You
2,000
will follow
years
Rabbi
old,
Yehuda.
right? Is that what
And
they
Rabbi
think?
Yehuda never argues. But if Rabbi Yehuda learns from Eretz Aviva, who that when a person has a relationship with the wife of his father, he's got only her wife of his father, and not the general purpose for an agent being. So then Rabbi Yehuda, the guy who's like, oh, is going to argue on the Mishnah and say, hold on, you're only time for relationship with the wife of his father.
No, there are 2,000 years ago made this book. Saving it for JVC and find a video on it.
Okay.
Or they can describe it, or they
All
go
this
through it.
Elvis Locke and
The video I watched last night on YouTube, my jaw was open. I was like, this is crazy. It's so
we talked about the fact that
detailed.
Yehuda learned
Just the sheer
from
effort.
Eretz Aviva,
One person fucks this up. One person
sorry,
fucks
that
this
was
up.
not
This
Torah.
whole project's ruined because you're not building it.
That
You're
we're talking now
carving
about
it
the
out of
halacha
the mountain. You can't
that
recarve. And they did it perfectly.
that Aces of the that if a man has a relationship with the wife of his father after he died,
You gotta plan ahead.
then Yehuda learns that from Eretz Aviva of the Gala, Rabbi learns it from Eretz Aviva. Now the question here is that we have Torah, that's the warning. But remember, we are punishment also. So where do we learn punishment? And now the Gemara says, Yehuda might do that to Shabbat. For Yehuda, this is not a problem because Yehuda was learning out Torah from Eretz Aviva. How would we know the Onet? Because remember, we had a clear Shabbat that we compare Eretz Aviva to Gala. Eretz Aviva to tell you that there's a clear Shabbat between Onet and Torah. And if you know one, you know the other. Therefore, one Yehuda knows Eretz Aviva to Gala. That there's not Torah, there's no learning not to have a relationship with the wife of his father, so that the clear Shabbat tells you that there's also Onet. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that clear Shabbat, and B, learning of the word Eretz Aviva, that's how they know I'm Torah. But how do they know Onet? So we say, hey, Rabbanan, where do they know it from? I'm going to call whoever other people of the Mafia player who is there, some of Mafia is
Sure, you don't have enough time to
that if you remember that Yehuda used these words Eretz other kilo, which were extra, to connect their Shabbat between Eretz other kilo and Eretz Aviva of the Gala, right? And that was to teach a number of things. It was to teach that first of all, that this couple was not talking about relationship, this was not with the father, but rather talking about the father. It was also talking about their Shabbat to show how you know the mother even without marriage. But that was only their Shabbat for the Rabbanan didn't comparison as their Shabbat. So as the Yehuda pointed out, these words are extra. And the Rabbanan did not use it for their Shabbat. So they say, okay, these words, Eretz other kilo, are extra something else we open to punishment, but they're not get caught to get
That's nuts.
most of the things made off.
That's the Aztecs too. There's a bunch of these structures that people just
after his father died.
diseases or wiped out.
Okay.
Rabbanan, even if everybody leaves, there's a nice place, right? Everybody leaves, somebody would say, no, it's just stay.
So remember that we had, according to the Rabbanan, we had the Eretz Aviva of the Gala was an Akara that he didn't have a relationship with his mother, who was not the wife of his father. And we have an Akara of Eretz Aviva of the Gala that the wife of the, Eretz Aviva of the Gala, which Rabbanan said to be an Akara for his mother, who was not married to his father. And they have Eretz Aviva of the Gala that say that there's an Akara on the wife of the father, right? So we have Akara for both mother and wife or father. But Onet, remember, we only know even after Yitzchak and David of it, we tell you wife and the father. Well, how do we know it's Onet for the mother who was not married to the father? Remember, by the way, we Number one, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says it is his mother. I saw a couple of people saying it's H-double. He said as follows, that we have Avram Yitzchak that was talking about his mother, and then the Pasuk immediately says is his mother, and then comes to tell you it's his mother no matter what. Whether his mother was married to his father or wasn't married to his father, that's how they learned Onet for the case of the mother who's not married to the father, that's how the Rabbanan learned. Okay.
Generations. If you show them out,
Okay. So someone who has a relationship with his daughter-in-law, he might say, well, I have how many information to know? So what is the custom that says by the my son-in-law, it says,
Native Americans gave European syphilis.
husband says, Arabas halat below the gala, the Arabas of your daughter-in-law is sitting on the cover. Cases Bigfoot, los the gala Hermosa, is the wife of your son, who's been on the cover of Arabas. So what do?
Your daughter's doing good.
Two things about the cover repeating itself. One, the Arabas halat below the gala, and then the other one says, cases Bigfoot, below the gala. It implies that it's Slavin that someone is over when they have relations with his daughter. That's the word that we're talking about. Why did he come in this guy for two lives? One for his daughter-in-law and one for having relations with a married woman. It could be one for married woman, one for his daughter-in-law, and another for his daughter-in-law because there's two things in the puzzle that imply there's two lives for his daughter-in-law. Rabbi is coming on nothing but Kalaso, the fear based so one of the Kalaso, says no. You're figuring out that it's Sukya. The Arab Kalaso, Yosh Gala, Ancient Vista, the Gala, you're saying that Sukya. It's not really Sukya. It's the same person.
It's funny, but you also try to
There's only one love of the daughter-in-law and one love of the so you might ask, so why did the puzzle repeat it twice? So they say, in order to that survive and even twice the daughter-in-law, one for his daughter-in-law when his son is still alive, and the daughter-in-law is not alive. That's when they say two under one love. Okay, and that's why we said it's over on the last one for one is generally prohibition on Asian. Okay, Mishnah, Habal is going to tell the Hema, via Ishamadiyah of the Hema. We said in the Mishnah before, we had 8 cases, some who had relationship who engaged affirmatively in an act of and how the Hema stuff was engaged in reality, and a woman was engaged in reality by bringing up a Hema on her. All of those get to do it. Now, we are asking something. Now we know that halacha is the first knowledge that if someone has relations with a behemoth, not only does it become the animal gets killed, someone requires that. And halacha is what an animal do wrong. I get it. The man said, okay, what does the behemoth do? We're going to see what this means. That's kind of interesting. I think I do sometimes have a problem with person sometimes. Somehow or another, they're going to have publicly that you can drive around. That's how we have one. It's like sometimes you tell things on air, you don't tell things private. And sometimes in private, look, I love you very much. And again, we'll see in the Gemara what these twins are about, but that's
the last thing I want is
okay. How do I know that someone is married or has deal with this stuff?
It's terrible.
The Bible
could have helped you.
but that's saying
You have a hard time
after you from a suffer, to have relations with a suffer, being God of being suffer, but saying that if someone has relations with a cousin, but someone is not as 10-year-old, even though the recipient of his act was a cousin, conversely, if the cousin was 10 years old and had relations suffer with a 30-year-old, so then the 30-year-old was hired even though the person who was performing the act was a cousin. We see that applies at some level and getting a little more clarification before hopefully you get the end of the done. Okay, Mishkele Isha, the public is saying Mishkele Isha will have oral form of relationship similar to a woman. There's actually it's not coming to think about anything about it's coming to speaking about relations with a woman as follows, because this is a Mishkele Isha oral, comes to tell you that if a man has relations, let's say with his sister, not only is that true if he has ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he has anal intercourse with his sister, that would also be a violation of the Arab That's kind of my biggest conversation. Most of the time, real conversations. Because every other time you have conversations, it's usually wait.
Everyone's going in and out of room. Everyone's going to take a lead. Like great conversation. It's kind of almost like podcast in and of itself. But yeah, it's fun. But also people showing each other funny memes and we're all watching videos, fucked up things that happen. Listening to music to the crowd. Yeah, right.
How do you know? Maybe I know
It's like
that they should die. Maybe it
you
means
don't
great. I
have
have
these kind of conversations outside of podcasts. The only time you have these kind of conversations
just
is
here by
right
being
in
and
front of
everybody
each
knows
other.
you know because the
When we
main
agree, we're gonna just sit and talk
just
for
like
3
in
fucking
the
hours.
case
No interruptions. Yeah, it's kind of
it's
weird,
clear that it's
but
so through here
I
and it's
feel like
clear
in
that
that
it is
forum,
that
you
it
get
is
relaxed.
that it is
In that forum,
you.
you
Okay,
talk about
so
yourself,
Smart says
but
fine. So now I
obviously
have a
you're
puppet that
introspective and
that
open about
people
it,
who
which I
engage in
find
Mr.
very
Zucker,
fascinating.
yeah,
That you don't do that
Joe, so
privately.
that's the owner.
Yeah.
Owner Shimano. I
Yeah,
thought
funny
mine.
is
How do
that
I know that you're
interesting.
not
I don't know
supposed
why
to have
either. I
that
think
you have to be born
it
in the
is
Torah to tell you
something
that you're
where
not
I
allowed
get
to have the
on,
Zucker. Number one, that Zucker looks Tishka Mishka Beisha, Toevahu.
like I
So we
have
say
that for you.
the positive
I
debt
don't know.
you should not have.
I have
You
to
should not have it another
because
positive
something
that you
inside
shouldn't
me
have
has to
sexual
feel
relations.
values.
Toeva.
I don't know if
Lamadu
you might be a
Atara.
burden, maybe.
I'm sorry. Lamadu Atara
But the
L'Shofi.
way
Atara
people
L'Shofi.
talk about the process, here's the thing: like when you
So
start
what do
talking
we
about
do? So
like
when we
having
have
issues in
Oneg,
life,
we
I was
talk about
shocked
both of them,
because I
right?
thought
So
about all
both
the
the
time that I'm
person,
with you,
it says that
some
people
videos
should
when
not
we're
have
flying
the
apart,
man bump.
we're always having
Both
fun.
of them
We
are
had
highly.
we
So
have
the
how
Oneg
could
we
we
know
possibly
is
not
both
feel well?
for
That don't
the
even make sense to me.
performer, the
Yeah,
actor,
everybody loves
and
it.
the
It's so fun to be
recipient
around.
of the Mitzvah.
You know,
But in the case of
why
Antara, we learned from the Muslim
God
that
feel
it's
that?
Zucker,
That
like
don't
this
make
type of
sense.
speech,
You
you
know,
should
so
not
then I had
engage
to listen to you
in
talk about your
homosexual
podcast. I was
relations
like,
with a
oh,
man,
okay.
that's talking about an
What are some
actor. Well,
ways
how do
that
we
he
know that the
talks
recipient has an Antara?
publicly
Okay,
that you don't
Antara is
necessarily talk a lot privately?
yeah,
So like
public
your
with
friends
names, all
sometimes
the
don't even know
says
things
in
aren't going so well.
the Vara that there should not be a
I think
public
for some reason,
name job on
whenever I
there.
started
And we have a
podcasting, I
puzzle
started to
in
kind of have a
Malakmal, which
conversation with
says
myself.
the
Right?
Gam
Sometimes
Kade
I was talking like
Ibaret,
anyway, I was like,
there
like some
were
dialogue
Kaddish
with
in the
myself,
land.
you know, because
Also,
you
the
do a
Paul
lot of
Toiva,
voiceover
Kagwai
work.
Masher
Right?
Hori,
You're probably
that
the
you
person
did
on
like
there
all of the
solo or
Toivas
something else.
of the Gayim that
So
you
like, so then you're forcing yourself to do it
picked out
totally
there.
different voices to not just like go on momentum, but to
It
actually
says,
think about something for
the
like
word
at least an hour
Kaddish in
before you're talking.
Malakmal
I'm just thinking
by
about stuff.
dealing with
Yeah, that was
Toivas,
probably the
right?
most fun I ever had
And
in
we
some
know
ways,
that's
I
one of
think.
the Toivas
And
that
also, it
does
was like,
with
okay, it
the
was like a
Torah
learning.
is Mishkavah. And
And
so
then
once
now
we
we
know
can
that
call in our
when it's
Shabbat
talking
voices
about
and stuff. So
Kaddish
let's
being
do
done
this,
in
talk
Eretz
about that
Yisrael
kind of
and
stuff.
Sukkot
And that's something I want
then
to
when
get
the Kaddish
more
is learned,
into
so
is
yes,
like
Kaddish is
how
saying
we
Jordan,
care
there should
about
be a Kaddish. It's
uh,
coming to tell you that there should not be a
yeah, I don't know.
So you
I
see
don't
that
know
it is
why.
a Torah.
Some
It has to
ways
show
are
that it's
easier
here
for
with
me than
Christians,
others. I
because
have thought
then
about
we
that
see by the
before.
whole name
You know,
that it's
yeah,
true,
I have thought about that.
whether the
It's the
person
same reason,
is
like
gets punished,
to
whether
me,
you're
like
an
in a
actor or
relationship,
the
I
recipient.
remember
So
like
too here is the Torah.
when I was,
It applies when it says Kaddish. When you get Kaddish,
like we
it's
get in a
saying
relationship
even the
with
recipient. Okay,
with
different
it
every
was
small,
super
different
fun.
every small. If you give them, given them
Like to me,
a
super
start, I
close.
don't need
Like
to
that was
come
super
onto this
hard,
whole
but it was
well,
easy for
yeah,
me to kind of
Kaddish
like want
business.
to talk to
Why?
people.
Because already you Omer, it's
You know,
written in
like
the
there's
Pasuk.
some
We
things that
brought
are just like
yeah,
I just
Torah.
feel like a lot of like
We brought
pressure
that
in your
Torah.
life
We
when I was in
understood talking
that
about
kind of
only the actor.
situation.
Because there's
Like
nothing like this from Mishmaisha. He says,
I
yes,
think there was
Zucker,
something
like
about
this
like
from
if
Mishmaisha.
somebody
Pre-bag, low,
I don't know. I think it was always a
stuff
part of
baby.
like when I was younger.
Says
I
that
was
puzzle that says you should not engage in acting
if
with
I
the
look
lover.
somebody in the
Every
eyes or
red
something,
flag,
they
look,
weren't
this
they
guy, you
weren't
should not
helpful.
do, you should not be the
Really
actor,
doesn't
or
make any
look,
sense at all.
stuff safe,
I know
you
it's
should
weird
not
to
have
say,
the
but
act
no,
on
it does make sense.
So the same
There was a
puzzle
part of me like,
that teach us
yeah, and I'm not trying to like
is
sell
this
beer
actor
like
and
more than like,
recipient
you know,
for
do I
purposes
seem like I'm being something, you know,
of
I'm
an
making it sound
The
like I'm
halo,
saying
you know,
that
that's
stuff,
how I
but
know that a person
I'm
gets
not like,
Hila for
you know, being like,
relations
oh,
with
this
the
is me.
baby.
I'm just kind of like,
I want to learn each.
when
Because
you
the
got
man's process
as a
of this
kid
to tell you that
growing
a
up,
puppy
you
has
had a lot of
relations with the
negative
baby.
interactions with
So,
people.
one
You
of
know,
the things that
you want to
if
feel,
you
yeah, feel
look
able to
with
look
the
at people
Halo,
and what's going
that
on with this kid, whether it be in the eye or like people are busy
said
working
that
and like
put
just trying to
that
survive is one thing.
engages in
Later
relationship
when I
with
got
the
in a
Halo,
relationship
solo
with
things,
right,
whether the
maybe
animal
fucking
is
maybe
whole young son of animals and get into this because like people that is addicted. But like animals, there's no addiction. Animals can be 1 hour old, they have 30 years old in the past. Okay, most of you watch production videos, you show the milk you taste the feel. Now, the feel ain't after some start things like we have like that. But the amino feel, maybe it's like right? That's never kind of written yet. Chicago, the never, so it's written in our culture, never allowed to be harmed to our ghetto. And we have a culture later that's written in one of the symbol, I think we're talking about, I don't remember, maybe Someone somehow without realizing that it was also voting had a hate relationship with the Halo, had a hate relationship with him. Amr Babo, who did Rabbi Shmuel by Zion. So he said Rabbi Babo that according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's Zion to why? One, because it's still the one that said he shouldn't be the actor, and one that said with the Halo, and one that said that he shouldn't be a flavor. The bigger the Akiva is the High Malacha. So the Akiva, you would only be high of one because why? But the Akiva learned both actor and recipient by just the Behemo from the same pattern. And then with our Akiva state, but they're both coming from one pattern, so therefore there's only one last pattern. You have one left. Okay. Abaya argues under the Abba. Abaya says no. I feel they're very strong. Not me and High Malacha. That's one very strong. Why? Because why do you think he was Chayav 2? Because one was he takes a substitute. Number two, because well, he had Kaddish. But he said, Abaya argues, he says that he said he had Kaddish, the Gabrish did. He says that puppet, well, he had Kaddish, when it comes to that However, specifically not a However, of this stuff nothing. So therefore, he doesn't have a problem with saying that Rabbi Shmuel holds this giant and gives it a However, Mishka Behema, he has a problem because he says, well, he had Kaddish, it's not possible that Mishka Behema, so he's not Mishka Behema. So we say, okay, well, if you're saying that, well, yes, I can't be giving us, can't be talking about this stuff, you're not talking with your story, you're not on the recipient of Mishka Behema. So Ellen went as well, I already know it, because we just knocked out the craziest sex trafficking conspiracy of all time, where a guy who may or may not have intelligence and said, that it does, that is someone lies with the Haiti surely died. Now that's an extra part. Sex trafficking. The stuff that today is in the we had it already, right? So we have before. This is how we learned the Home. I'm sorry, this is how we learned the Torah on someone who is the recipient. But we said the custom is an extra custom by owning. You don't need it by owning. You need it by Torah. So the Torah wants to know at the end of the day, if you're trying to keep that Torah, why would the Torah put it in the language of everything you're trying to keep? The recipient, why would the Torah put it in the language of the actor? Giant and he chose to do that because he's not focused on this stuff. So he says, how do I know that a person has a Torah, a warning not to be recipient? It's because this is the way I do like Torah, and an answer was because the person had an extra plus written by actors. And the way I knew a Torah by recipient is because it was extra plus written by actors. It doesn't apply to actor, it doesn't apply to recipient. Now, how do I know a Torah of recipient? I'm sorry, not only that the actor, how do I know a Torah of recipient? Because why did the Torah at the end of the day, they wanted to tell you the Torah of the actor as opposed to the owners of the actor, so you should have said it by Torah. Why are you telling me to be my own? It's trying to tell you that there's a comparison between the Shofim and the stuff, and therefore he's warned even by a recipient. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that's the correct thing. Okay, so the Torah says, okay, but now we're going to talk about someone who had a little bit of a bad day. So if someone got sodomized by both a man and a behemoth, okay, so he says we're going to be guys for doing one because it's also a stiff cup of and the other stiff, so he takes a cup of a bow. So the different Rabbi Shmuel, but according to Rabbi Shmuel, because why? Because how did he learn the recipient? According to Rabbi Shmuel, the recipient at the end of the day, that either that the way we learn down that according to Rabbi Shmuel, that someone who is the recipient of this is not for the athletic, and according to Rabbi Shmuel, that the source of someone who is the recipient of a behemoth is also the athletic. So therefore, we only do kind of one. Abaya says, I feel that Rabbi Shmuel not in kind of style. Abaya says, now remember before Abaya argued that the recipient of the behemoth cannot be learned from the Yakadesh, because the Yakadesh cannot be referring to an animal or to a man, so he therefore left it out from the head of the therefore, a bias is consistent because of their destroy. They're also kind of true because they don't they behave on those two months. They don't even know the name of this stuff. The after is funnel in this stuff. Well, let's say myself and I'm ready to after this stuff. This was that a bias just learned. So a bias saying, according to me, that we all learned that different psukim, the recipients of this stuff are used to behavior. And so therefore, he is biased for two type of conduct. And there's someone who really has an interesting thing. Paul, David Duffer, he was an actor in Mr. Duffer, and he was recipient of Mr. Duffer, and Abal Behema 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 Love, and also the actor in bestiality and recipient of bestiality. He had all four going on. So Baylor about Baylor Abaya, and whether you say like Rabbi or you say like Abaya, or Rabbi Shmuel type fellow, or the Akiva type type. Why? Alright, so you just follow. But remember, so he did all four things. He was the actor for Mr. Duffer, Mr. Behema, he was the recipient of Mr. Duffer, Mr. Behema. So according to the Sahaba actor, one is that Duffer was discovered after Allah. That's an actor by Duffer. And the actor by Behema was then when he's in recipient, according to the Sahaba, he goes Duffer from the Yaqadeh. So that is three. Right? And then the Avodah, but therefore that you don't get a fourth because then you lose a second time. So therefore, according to Rabbi it's three. Now, according to Abaye, you also have 43 because you have Duffer was different from the Duffer that after by the Hema. Well, you have Duffer tells you recipient by Duffer. Now, where did Abaye learn the recipient by the Hema? But according to the Yeshiva, he's only tied for two because why? The Yeshiva held it close for him. He learned from the puzzle just how to repeat it. Like this, but what he's saying, and similarly by the Hema, but at the end of the day, we're all four Yeshiva, you only have two laws. For every given set, you have two. All right, let's go.
55% in federal prisons serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 55% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be like, this is what's happening when AI is drawing from multiple different sources. They're giving you two different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55%.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, and all that kind of stuff.
This type of offenses, the majority of drug-related incarcerations involve possession, which is classified as a non-violent offense. So, Dennis, other than drug offenses and drug possession, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes? Put that in there.
Like discount drugs.
Yeah, other than drug offenses, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes?
I gotta get a family, I think.
Yeah, I think that we could find it. Okay, let's see. Non-violent. Okay. Other than drug offenses, around 25% of the daily jail population nationally is incarcerated for low-level non-violent offenses, including misdemeanors and public order offenses. 13% are there for property offenses such as burglary, and around 11% for public order offenses, non-violent infractions such as weapons charges. The problem with that is property offenses like burglary can lead to violence. Like that's next door to violence. It's not violent, but like those guys that got shot breaking into that guy's house. As soon as you're breaking into people's property, you're getting super close to violence.
Yeah, I think it's fun. I mean, it's like if you're like fear of somebody that they're on out, that's pretty violent to me.
Yeah, it's not violent in that you're hurting a physical person, but you're breaking into their house and anything goes once you break into someone's house. Everybody knows that. You break into someone's house, anything goes. They don't know why you're there. They don't know that you're just a petty thief. They have no idea We all know that.
Numbers are getting small left over. I'm going with the other thing, the opposite. Let's do the opposite thing. How many are in for violent crime?
Right.
62% state prison, only like 7 to 10% federal.
Interesting. Interesting.
Most federal images are reasons related to drug and political defense.
Oh my God, that's nuts. Yeah, I mean, it's just so nuts, man. It's like that. I think it's weed. I mean, what do you think it is? No, it's probably cocaine. Cocaine's the big one, right? Cocaine replaces fentanyl. Yeah, then there's pills, and then there's meth. Meth is a big one too. Those are the ones that everyone's really terrified of. No one's really. The marijuana thing is a disingenuous argument because the marijuana thing is really there's a bunch of special interests that want marijuana staying illegal. The actual people that think that marijuana is dangerous are pretty small. And they're not totally wrong. This is a very important point. Marijuana is not completely safe, just like alcohol is not completely safe. I think there are certain people that, for whatever reason, the way they're wired, marijuana can fuck with them. And there's some evidence that it can trigger psychosis or just some sort of psychotic break. There's really
Definitely, dude. That shit, some of that shit's bad. Oh, dude, I'm taking some shit.
powder or crack cocaine offenses. Go ahead. Account for more than 54% of drug offenders. So that's most of it. And then there's meth, 24%. Marijuana represents 12%. But I guarantee you that marijuana thing, that's dudes who are growing. You know, if you're growing and dealing, if they're hitting you up in federal prison, heroin offenders account for 6%. That's weird. I would have thought a bit higher. Just 6% for heroin. Because they're so chill, they never get in trouble. They never get caught.
But the family that did that, the opioid epidemic is still out.
Our family's out.
Exactly, family's still out. You gotta be responsible for people losing their lives. And the ripple effect of that to families. Yeah, that's what I mean, suicides, drug addictions, families falling apart, lives destroyed. What do you think people find a sense of purpose these days? And, because it certainly feels like the fabric of like some of America. It used to feel like that gave us a lot of purpose, right? And some of that feels like it's not there anymore. Do you feel like that's a true statement?
Well, I think this is also sort of the problem with social media. So we feel that way. Okay. While we feel that way, that everything's falling apart, we still have our neighbors, we still have our friends, we still have the places we go, we still have all the community that we always had. We still have the mothership, we still go to nice restaurants, you still hang out with your friends and watch the game. You're still like alive on earth, but you're so overwhelmed by this fucking constant onslaught of bad news that you're freaking out always. But then you got ICE raids where they're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody. And they made a video thing about these that was crazy. They didn't even ask you. Oh, it was really scary. You were just joking around because you were talking to a guy who's talking to his friend. And this was quite a while ago, too, right? What was that video?
Yeah, I don't know. I got a year and a half ago or something. I don't remember. But that was crazy. So it was a joke. Right. She's like a friend. I don't know if she said a friend of mine got deported. I can't remember what she said. But she's like, what? Do you have anything to say or right now? I'm like, I'm claiming I don't know if it's real or not. I have no idea.
You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone. And then Homeland Security, was that what it was?
It was Homeland Security. Yeah. And so then I was like super scared. Remember? I was texting like you. I was just texting people to make sure because I didn't know if they were like just going to kill people that didn't get on TikTok or whatever. I had no idea what they were going to do. I just can't believe they did that with you. When they just really get in there as if like you were endorsing that. Well, it just kind of, it was just a scary time. That was the same time as the trophy. There's some fucking trend being Toronto's or whatever.
Like if a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was privatized, like if ICE was a private company, and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants, and they used you, you would sue them. You could sue them.
Well, it was just,
but the government can just put that up there, and then what did you do? You had to formally request them taking it down.
Yeah, or to turn it in, to take it down.
How long did it take to take it down?
Like 48 hours. Something had like 30 million views over 25 months.
How many people even know it was taken down until they just heard you say it? I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first asked me what I should do about this, I was like, probably nothing. And I was in the car, and I didn't watch it. Then I got to the club. Then I talked to from what? And he like, you didn't see it? I was like, no. And then I saw it, I was like, oh my god, what the fuck are they doing? It's like, that's not how you envision the government. The government made a hype video. Yeah, they're like deportation hype video to try to be shit. And I was like, what are we doing? That's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE crap. It's not a good chance. It's 100% that like judgment. It's idiocracy, yeah. But yeah, that was scary, man, because I got like, there was just like a lot of threats, and then things got like, and it was just kind of, that made me that made me kind of paranoid. And then my mom was visiting, and we went to the doctor. I went to the doctor, just getting something like that or something, you know. And I was in the doctor's office, and there was a nurse asking me questions or whatever, and then she's like, I have something for you. And I was like, huh? And she's like, oh, I brought you something, and I give it to you. And I was like, I met a doctor, something like some cheap aid, something, I don't know. Yes, something. And normally I think it might have been like, okay, let me, like, but I was just like, it was such a weird time. And my mom was visiting, and it was like, after the trolley bird thing, it was just super scary. You just didn't know what was going on. And watching that guy get killed was crazy. Like, it was, and you know what's crazy to me is when they reacted. That scared me just as much as watching him get shot. Yeah. Let me think about that in just a second. Let's think at the end of this. If you don't mind, real quick, Mr. Vader, no worries. So I'm in this doctor's office, and it was just weird. You know, like I'm at the doctor, maybe like nothing was safe. Like we're gonna be compounded. I mean, like, oh, nothing's safe. Right? No place is safe where, like, because I just give this girl like medical information, like, is this okay? You know? And so I talked to the doctor, and it was all cool and stuff. And like, but then I go outside, and I was sitting in my car. My mom was up there with me, and like, and it just like felt a lot of stress. And I'm sitting there, kind of tearing up, talking to my mom, just like, you know, I told her what happened in the doctor's office, you know, and it was after the DHS. They just saw a lot of stuff that felt like, you don't have any, there's no, you're soft, no one, I can't think of what I'm saying. Like, you're not safe, like, there's no, well, I think you think that way in particular because you're famous. So when you felt like you were having a normal professional experience at a doctor, and then also became a fan experience, right, you're kind of trapped. Right, you're trapped. And it's a doctor where you're supposed to trust, like, yeah, it can be it. And I'm sitting with my mom, and she kind of like put her hand on me, you know. She's like, everything will be okay. And then I looked up out the window, and there was some young man literally this far from my window. This far from my window. It was just like, this. It was just like, that was like a tough time where I think everything, I just got kind of paranoid. And that's a weird thing. It's totally normal to do. Just point a camera, people film because of things. Go to the doctor's office. Yeah. And it's like, I just want to put a couple of Instagram over to $300. Here it is. Deal, motherfucker. Yeah. Outside, he's getting his fingers like that. They can break your medical information. It felt like it was a movie, though, and they were trying to break you. Like, it felt like this, like, that's a personal thing, though. That's a personal thing with you because you're famous. That's one of the reasons why you think that everything's falling apart. Because you think everything's falling apart for you because you're dealing with the fact that you're crazy famous. That's why you have this elevated sense of everything falling apart. Like, look at the example that you cited. A lady who loves you, who's a doctor, and she wants to give you something, and you thought, man, I thought it was just a doctor, and now I'm trapped with some person because you feel like you're trapped a lot, talking to crazy people or people that want something from you, people that are grabbing at you. That's what it is. Yeah, that's why you personally feel like everything's falling apart because you're having a hard time navigating your new situation. You know, and then also your new situation is very different than just you as a comedian because this new situation is you voicing your opinions about things, and some things controversial and some things not so much. But then people enjoy it, and so it gets a lot of attention. And when it gets a lot of attention, you also get a lot of haters. You're gonna get a lot of jealous people. You're gonna get a lot of people that just disagree with your choices and guests. You get a lot of people that think that what you're doing is dangerous. There's a lot of really fucking really idiotic opinions that people attach to you that don't make any sense, but they're still out there. And so you're dealing with that too, and that's a new thing you're dealing with that you never dealt with before. And that's part of why you have this accelerated thought that everything's falling apart. I don't think it's falling apart as bad as everybody thinks, but I think it's something that it deserves consideration. Like this all could fall apart, and it could fall apart in a lot of very bad ways. And there's a lot of natural ways it can happen, like we talked about before, but it could also be self-inflicted. And at all costs, we have to avoid the self-inflicted thing. Yeah. And the only way to avoid it is to not be on a side. You can't be on that side or this side, but instead be on the side of the greater good of everybody. And that's possible too. You have to force politicians to do that.
But is that going to happen with politicians? You look at your account this morning, you just did or whatever that thing was. He's like, the freeze, like, I said he served Israel the best he could. It's like, I don't know, you feel like, everyone in church.
I kind of nice check with
Already get that bag.
got the bag, driving a Cadillac now. Bro, they just pay people. The crazy thing is that Israel pays people for social media posts. I read that. Let's put that in the books. Is that true? That might be another Russian hoax. I was reading that there's countries, I don't think it's just Israel, but there's countries that will pay influencers to post positive things about them.
Yeah, really? Yeah. Oh, well, even for Torah, like, they wanted me to come and experience their country. I saw while I was there, like, I think it was really neat, but we didn't really talk about, like, the different, like, if they have different points of view about things, or what's right, or, like, rules and things like that, or,
They want you to post nice things about them.
I think they wanted to experience, they wanted you to experience their country.
Yes, Israel has paid social media influencers to post content promoting its image, particularly in the United States, with reports indicating payments of up to $7,000 per post. This campaign, known as the project, is managed by a firm called Bridges Partners LLC, which works on behalf of the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The program is disclosed under the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act, meaning that these payments are legally reported and require influencers to disclose that their content is funded by a foreign government.
That's crazy. Well, I just don't see how we're supporting the country after the genocide. I just don't see how how that's okay to people. I think that's the part of me that I don't understand, right, about this fear leadership and stuff. I just do not understand it. But then you start to think, am I crazy? Because it seems like it's just okay that politicians all think that this is okay, and so few of them speak up about it.
Well, I think this is what's separating the people from the young people in this country. Like, if you look at the numbers of how many people that are like 18 to 34 that support the war in Gaza, it's very low. It's very, very, very low. Because this is the first time you've ever been able to see what happens when a superpower is attacking a country that essentially doesn't have an army, and they're doing it for years, and they're just blowing buildings up. Like, we've never really seen that before. This is the first time in a time where everyone has cell phones, right? Obviously, this has happened. Countries have bombed each other. There's been Hiroshima, of course, not time. They blew up entire cities, right? We didn't get to watch it happen bit by bit. You didn't get to see drone footage that's in 4K. You didn't get to see cell phone footage of missiles being fired into camps and people waiting in line for food. You didn't get to see any of that shit. And you're seeing wild shit. And you're also seeing horrible things that Hamas is doing too. You see people getting publicly executed in front of everyone, in front of cheering crowds. You're seeing people get dragged out, kicked to the ground, gunned in the head. You're seeing the horrors of war is what you're seeing on both sides. And we just have a hard time accepting that that's the only way to do things. And I think that the young people of this country, they don't want any part of anything like that anymore. They have been told by their parents, they've been told by the people they grew up with that war is hell, there shouldn't be any war, and most of this shit happens because people are making money. That's what most of it has. They prolong it so they can make more money. They want weapons development, they want to launch new shit, they want to sell shit to people that need weapons. And most Our government does. Everything has the hand of some corporation attached to it. Everything has the influence of some foreign government or some country that has massive resources. There's always, it's never clean. Nothing's clean.
What just felt like me, I think a lot of times, when it feels like they're going to stop allowing TikTok, like people are going to upsell it or something, so they won't be able to show something anymore.
Well, they sold it to Larry Ellison's company, right? So now, well, yeah, I want to be sure.
But they still do that so they can limit its control, like control what
I
goes on
think
it.
the real worry that they had before that sale was that China was in control. I think they're right. I think that if you have a foreign country and the foreign country is using a very popular social media website to spread propaganda, spread things that absolutely aren't true, along with, I'm sure, some things that are true. Yeah, but they have their finger on which way the influence goes. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, I'm not saying that Larry Ellison's company is going to do a great job of being totally objective and letting people criticize Israel, letting people criticize the Hamas. Like, I don't know. We'll see. What to say? I'd be crazy to say.
I never meant to. I don't know anything about
It'd be crazy for me to say anything different. But it's not safe to have a foreign country that is actively trying to fuck with the way people have discourse in America, which is certainly what China's doing.
according to the change of place, the shutdown has something to do with this. And this article is from today, I think, where people in Congress told him to go to it.
Right, so this says Congress is still waiting to get briefed on how TikTok's sale would actually stop Chinese algorithms from causing harm to U.S. citizens, U.S. military, and U.S. interests, she said. The lack of transparency has caused concern for both Democrats and Republicans who are still waiting for secure briefings on how to stop aligned actions. So this is the thing, is like, that's a good point because they do it on X. So Chinese bots, they swarm X, and there was a former FBI analyst, we read this article 100 times, in his estimation, right around the time Elon was buying Twitter, that it could be as much as 80% bots.
So much is bots, it seems like so much is bots.
This is what this is. This is like China. This is Russia. This is foreign countries. They'll say things about USA. They'll say things about gay rights. They'll say things about LGBTQ, whatever issues, whatever it is, the border, whatever it is, USA, whatever it is, and they just flood the discourse. They flood it, and so they have their finger either way on how much negative shit you see about any kind of subject. And whoever's the best at it, whoever's the best at this kind of propaganda, this is like an incredible tool to use to demoralize another country, to have another country hating itself, hating its actions. And if you leave that in the hands of China and they own a company like TikTok, at least if someone in America owns it, and again, I don't know what they're going to do, but at least if they own it, you would say, okay, well, at least they're not actively trying to fuck with us and make us battle back and forth. They're just allowing the algorithm to do its natural course.
Right, I guess if they're going to do that, we don't know. Here's the thing, if you can't stop bots,
And all of them are fucked because they're just going to keep making new accounts. It's too easy. They sign up, fake emails, fake person, they're in. If you don't make people, and then what are you going to do? Require a digital ID? Fuck that. You should be able to be a whistleblower if you're working for some company and you find out they're dumping nuclear waste in the ocean that's killing all the fish. Someone should be able to anonymously report that. And you should be able to do that through social media without having a digital ID that shows exactly who you are.
I think it showed you that. It's just like, I don't know, it's sketchy times. What is sketchy times? I mean, the same company, that company Palantir that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza. In Gaza, they were like, running all the drugs, stuff like this, allegedly.
What are you talking about? What are you saying they did?
That they had, like, more compiling data on people that were there, and they were operating a lot of the drugs. It's got that also had weapons attached to it.
Okay, so you mean like facial recognition data? Right. Do they have that capability with drones? Where they can just zoom around? Is this horseshit? It's real. Jamie's not even willing to talk on camera. He's just I'm sure they do. No.
They contracted America now, which is scary to me. That's what's scary to me. And a drone could go up. And maybe that's what happened to Jordan. Who knows? Maybe a drone, you just have no idea. You can point the
any kind of defense system with drones in America, but it's already in China and it's already in Russia, you're kind of in trouble.
Okay, so you have to have something in that space. You gotta be moving forward into like
You gotta have the weapon, they're already, it's like the nuclear bomb. They're already doing it. You better fucking get it. You better get it.
I think to me it's just scary that the company that was allegedly doing that there is the company that we hired to like I believe create a database and have some of the same opportunities here. Or they could potentially be able to do the same thing here. To me, it just kind of tracks what's like,
Finding one private company that has a database and all the information on every person, where you are, what you're doing. Yeah, that's sketchy. What do you
the story, the reporting on this.
It's that absolute power corrupts absolutely thing. This is like absolute power.
When AI system is called like, oh, it's called where's that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, it's called Lavender. That sounds lovely. AI-enabled data processing systems developed and used by the Israeli occupation forces in their genocidal campaign against Gaza have caught widespread attention, prompting journalists to call Gaza the site of the first AI-powered genocide. AI technology was reportedly first used in Gaza during Israel's 11-day assault in 2021. During the ongoing genocide, for the first time, it's being used to kill Palestinians at an unprecedented level and at much faster rates. These three known systems identify targets for airstrikes based on Israeli mass surveillance records of the Palestinians in Gaza that have been collected for years by the IOF under the racist framework of monitoring what they deem as threats to the Israeli regime. This is from Palestine-studies.org. So that's also how, it's obviously going to be favored for them. Listen, I absolutely believe they have that kind of technology.
It's scary.
Looking at your face.
The scariest part to me, too, when you bring it back up one more second, the scariest part to me was just the quickness they could do it, and then like the review, right? Like, he was really intelligent. They just shared with plus 972 crazy that they personally only take 20 seconds to review and approve your recommendation.
Using a time only to confirm if the target is a male. Well, it's unclear if this is actual policy. So this is.
But you started thinking
They shared this in a magazine. So they said this in an interview in a magazine that it only takes 20 seconds to review, and the time is only to confirm if the target's a male. It's unclear if this is actual policy. In August, however, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement revealing that the majority of those killed in Gaza are women and children. So here's the other thing. Obviously, horrible things have happened there, right? But if you're getting your information from the people where the horrible things are happening, it's hard to know they're being accurate. I don't know if it is truly that they're mostly killing women and children, or if a good percentage of them have actually been Hamas agents. I don't know.
I think this
That's right. They say a lot of them were Hamas.
there's like 2-year-old Hamas agents they were planning to shoot, which
Well, I bet they probably think about this future, especially now when you're blowing up their fucking city. I mean, how many, if there were terrorists there, how many are created by watching something like that happen?
Well, the thing for me, I just thought like that America would come down at some point. I was just scared. I think that's when I just thought like, I just have a different concept of what's going on. But also, these are just my thoughts. I don't know what's going on, and I don't need anybody to believe my thoughts or think the same way I do. I think the thing that made me nervous was that his company Palantir got a deal in America to create a database and help with like surveillance and stuff. So that just makes me scared. That made me a little bit nervous. Not scared, but just like a little bit like, what's going on here? Are we going to enter a surveillance state?
Well, that's one of the arguments for letting chaos take place. One of the arguments for letting criminals back out is that you make it so dangerous that in order to make it safe, you have to put restrictions on people. And that's the only way. And you show that it's effective. And people comply, and then everybody's a digital entity. The government tracks you. Like that Life 360 app where you can track all your friends, track all your family.
Your wife's running around and you whatever.
And the government is doing that as well. The government can do that as well.
Well, I think one thing that made that I
How crazy that is. Allow the government to constantly know where you are and what you're doing. Constantly, you're looking over your shoulder. So you're going to self-censor. You're going to be scared. You're going to be scared to talk because your phone's going to be listening.
crazy where it said movement structure everything you open your phone.
That's
I mean, that was
yeah. I mean, big fat tits. Okay, big fat tits on your 45-year-old stepmom. Oh, fucking see what it is. Imagine if it just goes to, nope, I got head kicked. Would you buy would you buy a cat on the Facebook Marketplace? Sure, why not? If it's a cute cat. Fuck that. Yeah, that was fun. I'm buying a cat. Right in my for you page. See one of them. Hey, how many am I for you page? What is that? Text something random to someone. Give it 5 minutes to check your for you page. Right away. Lady so large boobs. I say, hey, let me see one of them. Guess what the other one looks like. That's my own trick. That's your trick. Like, I don't know. I bet that other one's weird looking. That one's too perfect. Yeah, so they both look the same. Yeah, he says, I'll show you, Theo. I used to do this one thing I would have one side next to someone in an airplane. I would draw a picture of their kids. Like if they had kids, I would draw a picture of your kids. And dude, it would be the most fucking ridiculous fucking picture. But it would always be pretty fun, you know? And I think I was just concerned about like if that's the company that does it here. So that's like one of my brain tracks. Like, yeah, and then that should be scary. That's why I think ICE had. That's why I think all ICE have happened. Because I think they have to get everybody on the books. This isn't about like they have to do an inventory now of everyone because they're going to need, otherwise when it's a surveillance state, it's all going to know if you're not like documented or on the bill of sale or whatever. It's going to be, or you're not on the inventory list. If you're not inventoried in the country, it will know, the machine will know immediately, oh, this isn't, you're not even supposed to be here, right? So that's why I think that stuff is happening because I think one of the reasons is they have to get everything inventoried. I see what you're saying. I think the high stuff is happening. A lot of it's because of political power. It's congressional seats. Because the census just counts people. They don't count legal citizens. And when you let people come over here legally, and you give them food, and you give them Medicare, what happens is those people are going to vote for you if they can, and they're also going to count. They're going to stay. So they count your district as congressional seats. That's what's crazy. They only count the people. They don't count the citizens. So if you get as many people as possible, you can take over congressional seats. And if you make it really easy for those people to get by, like they say, hey, California's the place to go. They don't give a fuck. You can get over there, nobody cares. Which is what way it was basically until I started arresting people. It's always been like that. I mean, what percentage of people can run into LA? You know, is there really this? A lot, and no one cares. It's just it's always been like that. I don't care. Now all of a sudden they're getting arrested. But there is the argument that by having people that came over illegally, you change the congressional map. You do. You get more seats. You know, and that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. It's all fun. It just feels like I don't know. It feels like very like I don't know. It feels like a lot of different things. But you're right. I think you just have to focus on things that are important. You know, I bet it's an easy way to increase your population now. Make it so people can definitely come home. Make it so cut holes in the fence for them. You ever see why they did that? They cut holes in the fence. Like some people that put up like these fucking heavy duty fences. Put a titty bar right there. You put a titty bar right there, water sales. Water and tits, what about that? Together? Like a hotel, like a room with their tits. You've been in there for a couple of days. That's true. It's a good point. Very good point. I'll say that's true. Because this is kind of crazy when you watch it. Like, what can you possibly be doing here other than purposely letting people into the country? I think there was a lot of that. And I think there was a lot of that because they want cheap labor too. That was something that someone told me once that they were stunned. The CEOs they were against these border enforcements because they wanted cheap labor. So they said right out to them because Biden Harris said we want lifts to open the border when Texas built a razor wall. So like, why would you do that? Wait a minute. You did what? You set up forklifts to open up the razor wire? Do you think that they all know that the other parties is doing? Like, do you think that they all go behind closed doors and like, okay, what are you guys gonna do this month? And we're gonna do this, and I would 100% be honest. These people with their babies hoping for a chance at a better life in America. They're not the problem. The problem is cartel people and the whole congressional seats thing. That's the problem.
Well, these people have all have become pawns. They'll send information to the countries that they live in and get the country. It's like, listen,
If the population, you're right,
no, it's I can't remember what I was saying, but I don't know.
if the population,
We're increasing the population. That's what I'm saying. We're better than this.
you and I are,
Yes, as people, we are better than this. And we have all these elected officials and these people that we thought were like us. When does that end?
that's good.
It shouldn't end. Do you think there's a way to end it?
It's going to be hard. My suspicion is it ends when AI starts sorting government. We're probably going to use AI with government to prevent this kind of fuckery that we see on an everyday basis. AI will like logically make decisions as to like what makes sense and what doesn't make sense about current infrastructure. Like some things that like if people become politicians, the reason why they become politicians is they know they can inside trade with Nancy Pelosi and make hundreds of millions of dollars like she did. Like that's crazy. That can't be that way anymore. And I think any intelligent like artificial intelligence that's not attached to an ideology or a party is going to immediately, if they both agree, if the America votes on it and say, we want AI to take a look at the government, and AI immediately goes, like, you can't do that, you can't do this, like, this is bad, this is evil, this is a lie, this is truth, and you're suppressing it, and then we probably don't have anything remotely like the government we have now. Because I think that mind reading software is already in the beta, right? They're already able to communicate, going back and forth, asking each other questions. They are. They have headsets. You don't even have to get an implant. Is it Google that did that, Jamie? What was the company that did that? Where they were asking each other questions and then answering them no, but it's in beta. The point is, it's in beta. So they're doing this already, and as this stuff gets more potent, it's going to be just like we used to have little flip phones without a color screen, and now you have an iPhone. And it's going to be that. It's going to go from you used to be able to just ask each other questions to we can all read each other's minds. It's coming, man. And when that happens, turtle face, that Mitch McConnell motherfucker, you can't operate anymore as a leader. You can't. No, you're seen now as what you are. You're an agent of money. You're a money agent, moving money and influence around. You're not doing it for the greater good of people by any stretch of the imagination. And also, how are you still working when you Windows 98 on us every now and then? Yeah, that guy just freezes up. You ever see him? Yeah, because his you ever see him walk up? Just lock it up. How is that guy still able to make decisions on anything? His receptors are negative. Because his receptors got empty. You think he's not a real one? You think at this point, I got it. It's freaking even up his lips. Yes, that's all these people are. Imagine we found out. Imagine Candace comes out. She does a deep dive and said there was no RFK Jr. Do you know that all those photos are AI? This is where there's no evidence in it whatsoever until 2021.
He's like, what is this here? RFK Jr. has a camel toe. What is this here?
Or a woman.
He's the first. Dude, Candace is the best. I went to see. She has her and her husband have four of the most beautiful kids in the world, and they're so funny. You go over there and there's like dying laughing, and one of them looks just like her. It's so funny.
Do you think she's right about that French president?
We did.
Yes. He is married to a man. She's all in on that.
She's all in it.
They're suing her, I think.
I think they are.
I don't know if they still are. I think they're at least threatening a lawsuit. It's all like $50 million.
Like, if she writes a book, that's gotta be it. But dude, it is kind of strange that the guy is dating his teacher, right?
There's no one that he was like 40 and the kid was 15. Or she was 40. Even if it was a she. But what? And again, this is France. They're very different over there. Pedophilia is just like, get your knee out of that child. He's almost 15. Bro, and she does. She better have a hard, you know? That's what I'm saying. I don't know if she has the body style to have a real fucking hard. If they release the last thing France needs is to release like a leader that looks like it's retreating kind of. It will just go down as they need to release a fucking hog. Did you see that information? I don't think they have it on it. How to like they got genes from Hitler's blood, and it seems to indicate that he had a genetic disorder that would lead you to have a micropenis, which totally makes sense, right? I'm not surprised these days. About Hitler? Why would you be surprised that Hitler would be the guy who would think would have a micropenis? The guy who wants to kill everybody and take over the world? Yeah, little tiny dick. He's fucking doing coke and heroin and all. He was doing oxycodone, man. And he had his whole army on meth. That's fucking wild. With a little bit extraordinarily. Iron Fist. Making him a tyrant, how Hitler's deformed genitals shaped his personality. Whoa. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I think he would always check to make sure you know, your pocket's still a little. That's what happened all the time. Every day you woke up, it'd be like the mad center. You'd like open your pants and I hope it was something. He knows. I think he knows. Dick is always like, now everyone gets punished. Fucking bullet. Those guys, they all are. He's probably jealous. Yeah, I think I don't know. In the future, I think they got little dicks in the future. I think that's what aliens are. That's us in general. Economic and DNA. What's couch? Apparently, blood brains unlocked. Yo, they saved that? Yeah, it's the first guy found it. His account saved it, and they studied that. Wow. Which some people think is. Yeah, some people think he got moved to Argentina, right? Well, this is like a one-tension. Oh, what's a lot of chances? I don't like those odds. I even had Russian roulette with a revolver with 10 rounds in it. Alright, I gotta throw some around this. I got the pizza on that. Thank you. I love you, Arm. I love you too, man. Thanks for, thanks for everything. It's fun hanging with you, as always. Bye, everybody. During my day, Joe Rogan podcast all night, all day. Oh, man. It's been a few years, man. Yeah. Last time I saw you. I think I saw you outside of the ice house. Oh, yeah. No, that's a small engine. Yeah, that's right. You showed it to me. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I went to your house to do the podcast early in the day. Yeah. Valley, East Hill. And I think you got your place sort of down, strip mall kind of place down in the flatlands of the valley. Yeah, one there. Yeah. I mean, it's been a million years. Yeah, it's been a while. Time flies, buddy. I know it's so sad. You know what? What's sad? It goes so slow when you're young and miserable. You know what I mean? Now you're happy and rich, and it just flies by. You know what I mean? Like all the stuff you want to do, it just goes right by you. And then when I was like 13, I just sat in class and stared at the clock. Just went, God damn, you know what it is? It's relative. It's a percentage of your life. So when you're 10, a year is 10% of your life. Right? You know, when you're 55, a year is really quick. I know it just sucks that, like, I remember going back to school in September and going, when's Christmas vacation? And then 2 months, and I go, oh, man, no way, that's too long. And now it just goes flying by. But now it's good, and you want it to slow down. Yeah, I always think of life as sort of like driving to San Francisco from LA Yeah, it's I don't know, just gotta live the moment, enjoy it while it's here. Hope it works out. Hope something's next. Or not. I guess, yeah. Well, that thing. It's like that thing where people have a near-death experience and then they swear they're going to change their ways and they're going to appreciate everything and they're going to do all that. I don't think it works. It works on some people. Yeah, I've met people that have had near-death experiences and completely changed who they are. Yeah. I wonder if it's worth trying to have a near-death experience as if it's too close to the death. Well, it's really what kind of a person are you? Are you a reflective person? Are you an introspective person? Do you think about the way you think and the way you live? You analyze it and decide whether or not this is a good way to proceed or whether or not you need to make adjustments. Some people don't. They don't self-analyze. They don't course correct. They just don't. So something comes along, change everything. You never change anything in your own life. You've never done that. You never exhibited that kind of will. You never had that kind of discipline. So like, how are you gonna change that? You're not. You're gonna say you're gonna change, then you're gonna go right back. Yeah, I went to high school with all those guys. Me too. It's crazy. Most people don't know how to live. Yeah, I don't understand. You are in control of the way you think about things. It's one of the only things you're in control of. Well, change is like one of the greatest gifts we have. Like, it really, if you think about terms of being a human being versus being a hyena or any other creature, it's you get to change. And then so many people just squander that gift, which is the greatest gift. And they just go, I'm not, and then you're sort of no different than any other animal. And you just sort of stay the course. And you need to grow and change and transform is such a gift that people completely squander. Well, it's hard because you have to change the way you think. You have to decide when you're doing things wrong. People don't like to do that. They don't like to admit fault. They don't like to look at themselves in a negative way and analyze what they've done wrong. Be critical of themselves. I know everyone is crazy externalizer now, and young people have it more than our generation. Plus, encouraged to tell them stuff. They just push back on it. It's encouraged to think that everyone else is the reason why you are not happy. Yeah, I get it. But I think growing up, and maybe it's just being coached a lot. Like you got coached a lot. I got coached a lot. It's just dudes telling you you're doing something wrong all day, every day. And I believe they did it because they cared, because they wanted you to get better, because they wanted you to succeed, they wanted to win, and I just got used to being coached. I just got used to people just yelling at you, telling you to fuck it up, fix it, do it right, and it never felt like criticism to me. Well, even if it is criticism, it doesn't matter. It's like if the coaching is good, like if you can be coachable, that's like one of the best indicators that you're going to do well in life. You can take direction and instruction from someone who knows what they're talking about. And if you want to learn something, like say if you want to learn jujitsu, you have to listen. You have to really listen. And the people that don't listen, they don't get better. Yeah, and I shouldn't have said criticism. And it was criticism, but that's fine. It's just how you digest it. You know what I mean? It's criticism. They go constructive criticism or just criticism. You're doing something wrong. That's fine. Now, how do you perceive it? How do you adjust that? Well, also, how do you look at yourself? Do you look at yourself as like, do you think of yourself as only being valuable if you're good at a thing, right? And if you're not good at that thing, do you take it as a slight against you? Or do you just understand that you are a person, this is you, and this thing you're doing is something you don't know how to do as well as this person is teaching you? And if you can do that, then you can get better, and then getting better at anything that you are trying to do is difficult. Any discipline, that discipline becomes vehicle for developing human potential. You can figure out how to be good at that, and listening to this person and proceeding and seeing the steps of improvement, you can apply that to everyday life. But if you never learn how to do that, you got this stuff. You know what I've been thinking about? Thinking about how insecure a lot of people are, and how they can tell them something. this is another coach now, but I think it's their insecurity that's reacting. And then I sort of realized, like, you have the skill set, you have multiple skill sets, right? And you take just martial arts, okay, you know it, you're comfortable with it, you're real secure about it. You know your abilities, and you know your abilities as a comedian, and you know your abilities as an archer, and stuff like that. So you have a bunch of stuff that you know you own. And for me, like, I'm a builder, so I have the skills, I have a trade, and so I don't feel insecure. I feel like there's stuff I know, and then there's other things I do know, but I don't walk around with that insecurity that I realize, like, a lot of people, they don't have a trade, they don't have a skill, they don't have really anything they can call expertise. Like, you would go, what are you an expert at? Well, you would go, I can teach UFC, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, I can do that, I can do this, podcasting, stand-up comedy, like there's fields of expertise, speaking another language, mastering an instrument, things like that. And I realize so many people just are, there's just nothing. They never found a thing. They didn't find a thing, and they're so insecure, and they walk around in this heightened state of insecurity, and then somebody runs into them somewhere at an airport or a Starbucks or something, and they start ripping off, throwing furniture, and it's like, why are you in this state all the time? And I realized it's an insecurity. And how would it feel? Like, how would Joe Rogan feel walking around, not having a black belt, not being successful in stand-up, like not having any expertise? Like, it feel really vulnerable feeling. I think that's a lot of it. It's most people. Yes, yeah, most people just get jobs. They never believe in things. Throw themselves into it, watch the improvement, and understand that, I know that I started this out as a beginner, and now I'm really good because I put in so much time and so much effort, so I know that I have that in me. I know I have that potential. It's also like some people just don't have good brains. That's just a fact. Some people are born with big ears, some people have small ears, some people have shitty brains. That's just true. I've met a lot of people, they're just dull. They're just dull-minded, dull-witted. And if they threw themselves into something, they don't have the horsepower. They have a 9-volt brain. It sucks. No, I know. That's just reality. I know it's hard not to look at them through your lens. Come on, man. The sun's shining. Let's make some hay. Let's go. And there's so much to do. And they're like, and you're like, come on. The saddest thing for me is when I talk to anybody, but especially a young person. I go, what do you like? What do you do? What's your thing? And I go, I like video games. I go, no, but what's your passion? What do you want to get into? And they go, watching Netflix. And I go, man, what is your thing? What do you want to get your hands on? And they just go, I don't know. They probably introduce something. The problem with video games is they'll steal your thing. In video games, if there was a thing, maybe that you were into golf, maybe so video games will steal your time. They'll steal your time. They're so fun. Yes, but I think that there's a problem with like satiation. Like you feel satiated. Like you'll say, I did something, right? It's like you didn't do anything. You simulated doing something. Unless you're a professional video game player, right? To make a lot of money. So it's weird. It's easy to tell you to play video games to waste your time. Then you find out that some people playing professional video games make a lot of money. Yeah, StarCraft guys, what is a good StarCraft player? The best StarCraft player making. But they have sponsorships and stuff like that, but they're making millions of dollars. It is weird that you would no longer tell your kids that's a crazy idea that all they want to work with is Twitch guys. That's what I'm saying. There's guys that play video games all day on Twitch. They don't need to put in work. I know. You couldn't. I mean, there was a time when we started. Someone young said, I want to do a podcast. You're going to go out here and get a real job. That's not going to work. So this guy, his name is Jonas. So yeah, South Korea, 1.3 million. Johnson, so they're making money. But this is like top five. So top five. Get to the bottom of the top five. Yeah, I bought a video game once, and it was a World War II one, and I thought I was going to go to the deck of the ship and shoot at some zeros or dive bomb their ship. But the video game started low in the barracks where I was, and a torpedo hit, and I could never get to the deck. I couldn't get out of the bunker. I kept burning up in a fire in the bunker after 20 times of trying to get to the deck. I disobeyed it. And I also just realized just a bunch of shit I'm not good at, and I don't care if you even try. There's another part of life where you have to kind of go, what are you good at, what are you not good at, and when you're not good at something, you should just pay somebody to do that. Play somebody play video games where well, I mean like type, where you have some skill. Yeah, you don't things that some people enjoy, like yeah, I know. It's a bunch of stuff. It's what this is. It's introducing people to the possibility of life. It's that it's teaching stuff. And didn't work. Didn't work for me either. Yeah. But that's a weird thing. It's like there's no consideration. There's no like, hey, if you don't work well, you nobody ever says that. No, I never had that. It was a weird thing because it was always a sort of shut up. So it was the opposite of encouragement, which is be quiet, you're disruptive. So by nature, comedic nature is to sit in the back of the class and pop trying to entertain an audience, which is sort of built in, which is a classroom. But it is interesting that they then offer what called class clown. Now they offer an award for class clown. My high school, I was class clown. So I got the class clown designation, but all high schoolers told to shut up. They were a teacher, which is a weird, it's a backhanded compliment, but it's a weird message to send to the clown, which is shut up, shut up, shut up, here's your award. And we're talking. I would get rid of the award or stop yelling at me to shut up all the time. Well, Rats, I'm thinking about like who's a trans profession? Sort of people that I know we have to call them heroes, but they kind of opted out in the private sector. They're just like, I want consistency. I don't care if I'm underpaid, as long as I never stop getting paid. I can retire early. I have a place to go. And it's a kind of march of life where I'm telling people to chase the dreams and explore the possibilities because you're in this place right now where you can chase your dreams. You're just here. You know what I mean? Say that 10% of my kids are just one of those kids, but my teachers is miserable, very uninspiring. I'm exploring years. That's funny. I wanted to go back to someone before I have no class, but I've had dreams about going back to one more year because it's all I wanted to do and it's everything I was good at. You know, back to mathematics. And then once I got into high school, I never had anyone go, hey, you should do comedy. That seems to be your thing. That seems to be what you're interested in, or your proclivities are. I never had that. I never my family said it, I never my friends said it, I never the teacher said it, I never the guy in school said it. It never came up in my life. It didn't, you know, forgive me when it was times that I was going to influence with. So I would always be scared because the such a trouble.
firing Rabbi.
Terrible.
So it's like, okay, so the youngest don't know
Jerry
that
Seinfeld was Jerry Seinfeld.
you learn each of the days of life.
Just really good, really funny, great jokes. Richard Pryor, same thing. I didn't realize that he's thinking get better at it.
So he
And then when I watch people do it, I feel like, oh, these people are terrible. I do this. One of the things Jenny, Richard Jenny said, that was terrible meetings are great because they inspire people to try it. Yeah, I agree with you in that sense. Like, I remember, like, I always go, oh, this guy's excellent, inspires, Michael Jordan inspires. I'm like, no, he's too good. You know what I mean? It was like, I remember being young and watching Dennis Miller do a special, and I go, I could never do that. Right? That's too much. I already the world explodes coming from that. I remember, doesn't even know what they mean. No way am I pulling that off. But later on, when I was driving a truck, to the construction site every day, I would listen to morning radio in LA, and I'd listen to these morning games, and I'd go, oh shit, I can do that. I was inspired by their inability to be consistently funny, and it's a weird form people do that. They always think the best is going to bring it out in you, but it's intimidating. Sometimes you have to see people that are mediocre at their job for you to think, oh no, I can do that. It's certainly like you walk right into the chair, and that's what they should have been the Terrence Crawford down. So first time I ever looked at it, someone said, what's wrong with Terrence Crawford? What the fuck are you talking about? I can't spar with him. No. Yeah, because he's too good. But if you see someone who's like that, more level, and he's hitting mids the way you're hitting mids, you're like, okay. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. A nice cold Happy Dad is low carbonation, great, and it's easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. When you're watching a football game, you're golfing, watching a fight with your boys, or out on the lake, and these moments call for a cold Happy Dad. Heroes are drinking all these seltzers and skinny cans with low sugar. But Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal size can. You can buy Happy Dad on the Go Club now and your local liquor and grocery store, including Walmart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. You can't decide on a flavor? Grab a variety pack: lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records and Snoop Dogg. They have new lemonade coming out as well. Visit happydad.com for a limited time offer and use the code ROGAN to buy 1 Happy Dad trucker hat and get 1 free. Enjoy the cold Happy Dad. Must be of legal drinking age. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer Tea and Lemonade is a raw alcohol located in Orange County, California. The real danger is when they go, you want to spar with that guy over there, and then you go, who is that guy? They go, I don't know, it's that guy, and it's Terrence Crawford, and then you really get demoralized because you don't know who he is. And sometimes you'll run into those guys early on, who they are, and you realize, oh, I got my ass kicked by this guy turned out to be a champion, but at the time, I just thought something was wrong with me. Yeah. Well, I just realized that something was and the man boss. Whatever it is, you start earlier in life, you have family members that are really good, so whatever it is, boxing, anything I've done coaching early on, we have great genetics, just naturally fast, maybe this overeating for the game. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of advanced twitch stuff with rhythm. It's not, some guys are rhythmic. You can watch, oh, this is, it's sort of, there's that, but there's also one of the most important things, understand this, is understanding technique. Some people just get bad coaching, and if you get bad coaching, like the guy coach just wants to throw all the time when you're sparring. Fighter points, yeah, don't stop you. It's like, you gotta stop that jab here, well, I found, at least when I taught boxing, that most of the coaches and more boxers, my kid was Mike Weaver, Mike Weaver. You could start burning shit out. Like I was a tank. Oh, my God. Like a bodybuilder. Yeah. When I worked with him, I was 48. Still look like that. So Weaver, and then his hand triple verbalize it, they couldn't intellectualize it. They just did it, and it's not always the guy. So a lot of times they kind of ex-fighters, that's an ex-champ, he's an ex-this and ex-that. That doesn't mean you're good at teaching it. It just means you did it and we're good at it. You can't always articulate it and describe it. And like my thing was, I wasn't an ex-champ, but I knew how to articulate it better than these guys. And I could use these metaphors and examples and stuff like that. I would end up even boxing coach, not because I had all this great experiences, because I understood it sort of intellectually. Yeah, some of the greatest boxing coaches of all time were big fighters, or okay fighters. My favorite was a journeyman fighter, but one of the best boxing coaches ever, Emmanuel Stewart. Say it, say it. Word watching. It was like the man he coached Vladimir Klitschko, but he couldn't say the word Vladimir. And he knew Vladimir, it's like his name is Vladimir. It doesn't start with an L, it starts with a V. It's a name talking of Vladimir Klitschko. He just called him Vladimir. And I interviewed Vladimir Klitschko. I said, he called me Vladimir your whole career. And he was it's a name. Stu was the first guy to figure out that training. The training in the heat was great for cardiovascular. Jim used to crank it up. Jim was like 100 degrees. Yeah, like a hot yoga. Yeah, they put you in a garbage bag and all that. Yeah, they always put out he had the problem with the book part of the boxing world where you get ringside magazines that sell heavily. As far as I can tell, it's pretty much just passively. I don't know what was some slippery oil, that's for sure. Which it's interesting because in MMA, that's shunned. Because you get in trouble if you grease yourself up. Because there's guys that grease. What they do to cheat is they'll put baby oil on the leg before, and they'll literally soak in baby oil, and then they'll take a shower. And so when they show up to fight, their skin is dry, and so they don't have baby oil. But as soon as they start sweating, that baby oil comes out of the pores, and they are slick like a fucking trout, like you can't get in your boat. And you're probably convinced started sweating and I touched my baby oil. I just love that whatever the sport, whether it's MMA or F1, there's always someone trying to shave. Just trying to figure out a way around just get out of the filthy. Yeah. And so I'm picking on things this time. I have him on the podcast. He's the guy that got married with all that stuff clear. We're figuring out some DNA testing. His wife on her cell. Looking to stab the ground around so we can find something that works that they can't detect. It's such, I mean, it's one hand, but it's attractive to competition, I think. So the people who aren't attracted to competition sit around and go, why did you do that? How dare you do that? What's wrong with doing it? When you don't want an F1 team, but if you're attracted to a job that makes you a trainer in the UFC or you're running an F1 team, you'll probably be a person who's attracted to competition, not attracted to winning. And then it's so way your livelihood will depend on it. And you'll try to do everything you can get. Yeah, it's interesting with steroids. Baseball and football, there's never been a sport that injected steroids as hard as baseball. Like you never require semi-steroid. They found out those guys were juicing the bone. Once we found out they were juicing heavy lifts, you see it all directed feet are great of national pastime, which is baseball. I don't get it. Baseball, I love it when we have a Like football, and then maybe boxing, wrestling, stuff like that. But baseball was kind of fun. Like I played baseball. Baseball, in baseball practice, you got to play baseball. You got to hit, you got to field, you essentially play baseball. And have a game when you be out in the field in the cutoff or bad batting practice where you literally play baseball and football. I never touched a football. You're just pushing a sled, getting some tackling drill, running laps. Like they just torture you. But you don't play football. I played football for 10 years and never touched a football. I was the only linebacker in guard, and there was no football. It was just me blocking guys who weren't touching a football, trying to tackle guys or football practice. Football practice is torture. It's wrestling. No, they didn't have wrestling in my high school. They didn't have like I know a little more East Coast. I think like lacrosse and sort of that's kind of regional. You know what I mean? I grew up in North Hollywood. They didn't have hockey, they didn't have lacrosse, they didn't have wrestling. Tracy didn't have wrestling. I think wrestling was one of the most important lessons in art that I ever got. For sure, running bleachers, slowing and carrying stuff around. Yeah, I have a little bit of stuff. Yeah, those are awesome. Wrestling taught me a lot. Wrestling practice and football practice are not dissimilar. It's just torture, being essential. And kind of trying to break up a little bit. And wrestling is probably more appealing to wrestling than football, but football is not because it's a San Fernando Valley or wherever Florida. You're back inside. If you're not careful, you're just baking in the sun, and they didn't want to give you water. Because they thought it was bad for you. When really, thinking back on it, no, that is. Well, it wasn't. I think they didn't want to do it because they thought it would make you soft. They thought you'd get cramped up. That's what they used to think. They would say, you're going to cramp up. But there's another underlying point, which is you would enjoy it. And they didn't want to do anything that you would enjoy. Like, the whole thing was we're going to torture you. And if you were water, you're going to get water. I guess I'm crazy. When I was a kid, when I was fighting, I didn't like I didn't like the desired pleasure. Because I was weak. Because I thought that anything soft, sensual, was good. Because of all I was thinking about was computer. I was just thinking about sex was like cats. And like nerdlings, I thought it was good. If you got crazy, you can't look at the pillow. I heard girls say that the girlfriend was really horny. I didn't need a pillow at home. I just one pillow with that pillow. You want to be out of the tiger. No, it didn't. I mean, it didn't stop me from having sex with a girlfriend, but it didn't make me feel like I was okay. But don't you feel like I feel like I fall back on my misery in those 2-day practices in San Fernando Valley, you know, being on a construction site or getting yelled at by the foreman and just doing something that you really talking work all day. As I get older, I realize, oh, everything seems pretty simple and pretty easy compared to that. And then I realize I talked to a lot of people that never went through that. And so they don't really have that calibrated. But sometimes, like, ever since I got out of construction and into comedy, I've never looked at comedy as work, you know, and then sometimes they'll go, oh, I want to add a second show or whatever. And I go, yeah, go ahead. And so I go, you really want to work that much? I go, it's not. It's air conditioned. No one's yelling at you. It's fun. Free beer. It's fun. People like you. What do you mean? And I go, I want to work that hard on the weekend. You know, work. It's not work compared to the work I do right from back in the day. And I realized I do deal with a lot of people that never had that baseline. And so I never had that misery. And they never had that experience. And so for them, their baseline is sort of air conditioning and a 401k and a coffee maker. And it's not, you know, use a foreign body and eat lunch on a pile of plywood or eat a veins that have been calibrated. And so for them, the second show is a lot of work. Or workout a week after or whatever. It's not all expression of the worst thing that's ever happened to you. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to you, no matter what it is. So if you live in a crowded shelter, why the worst thing that ever happens to you, get a mile fed bed. Right? You can't believe the world is that you're just sobbing. Or if your guy is living a fucking typical hard life, and then you get the panic bed, you're like, they'll fix it. And then it's gone. You don't think about it at all. You just think about it, it's just, got a car now, no big deal. Yeah, boys, but, you know, when it came to boxing or sport like that, then, you know, people go, oh, you know, boxing, use your hands, and then you have an advantage. You know, some drunk guy comes at you, some guy use your hands, you don't know. But I always thought the real advantage is being used to having someone punch at you all the time. That was sort of the real advantage of not freaking out if somebody threw a punch. If you just get used to people throwing punches, then you know how to react. And that was the advantage. It was more like being used to being knocked around, punched, and having people throw stuff at you versus you knowing how to throw back. The real advantage was not being phased like when stuff was coming at you. And I think that's analogous to sort of this, like the advantage to our past misery is how relatively easy everything seems now. If you have a group of brothers and they all start competing and fighting, the toughest one becomes almost, oh really, almost always, because that was one more than everybody else. But the middle brother, or the older brother, the youngest brother, I always learned to look at this savage. Just watch that kid can make it through. He will be the one. He'll be the one. So yeah, I was even right? Okay. I was the older. I know, I got it. But that's the fact that, yeah, but I could make a joke, but they finally did keep me to it. This episode is brought to you by Roku, my favorite sunglasses, made right here in Austin, Texas, and they're the best sunglasses I've ever found for outdoor stuff. You run around them, you do stuff, they never fall off your head. They fit tight, but they're very comfortable. Before I tell you more, I want to start off with a little secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. Roku works with scientists and high-performance athletes to build the best, most comfortable, most capable eyewear out there. You feel the second you put them on, they don't slip, even when you're sweaty. Gym, kettlebells, chasing the dog, whatever. They stay locked in, but comfortable. And now, temps are dropping and snow is falling, so you head in the mountains. Check out Roku's brand new snow goggles, engineered to adapt to weather and light at altitude. They are sick. Also, Roku has brought back their home tryout program. You can literally test their glasses in real life for 5 days, moving, sweating, living in them. When you're done, you get a $30 gift card towards your favorite pair. And if you need prescription glasses or you're just looking for killer sunglasses, check them out. Go to Roku.com and take advantage of their limited time offers. That's ROKA.com. You know, one of the things I like about you is, I know it stuck with me years ago when I interviewed you. I said, your biological dad, you ever have a desire to get back in touch with him or reconnect with him, whatever it was? And you went, no, screw that. I never do. So I don't need to redo something that never was done. You know, and I like that. I mean, I respect it. I feel like there's people do too much. Like, oh, what is your blood? I'm like, man, if you don't know, you don't know. I know it's stuck with me. Well, I think family sometimes, yeah, if they're great people, want to be in touch with them, I don't think it's spending time with people you don't like. I agree with you or not. I don't think I think life sort of saved my friends. Just never really good. My blood, and I sort of realized my family wasn't going to provide what my friends would provide, and I just hung out with my friends. So that's also what the joke is. Yeah. Is it right? It's a desire. But it's a desire.
proposed would be
Yeah, and I
possibly
mean, we
suggest
formed
that
our
if
own
someone's
gang, which is a
father
bunch of
married a
dudes
woman
who
who wasn't
did
allowed to
stupid
marry,
stuff,
that
you know,
the
it
over
wasn't
marrying her,
drive-bys, man.
marrying
It was just
her,
it was a
marrying
drive, not
his
necessarily
father,
a gang.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
his father's
Yeah, but we
wife. That
did
doesn't make
things.
sense because Allah doesn't
I
teach him
we
about
would do
that.
stuff to each
But that
other,
doesn't make sense
but
because
not
you
to
cannot
society.
hold
Yeah,
the
but that
person
was kind of
accountable
hard
for
to
having
do.
a relationship with his
Yeah,
father's
we
wife if the
torture
woman
each
was not
other.
his wife.
We would
Because
go next to
it
each
just
other, but
doesn't
we
work.
couldn't go
It's
mess
just
with
not possible. You
civilians.
can't call it
Across the
his
border,
wife. The Gemara says you can't be talking
Pay
about guiding
attention to a lot of stuff.
rather Allah must be talking about if his father was married to a woman in a way that was over on Allah. For example, Rothschild says that his father married a monster or a kid, or his father was a Kohen, he married someone he shouldn't have married. Those are Kabilah. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Akiva, Amar Inki, Tosin, the Kabilah. Rabbi Yehuda holds, like Rabbi Akiva, says that Kiddushin are not Tosin, the Kabilah. And so therefore, that's the reason that the Yehuda is saying, the Yehuda is saying that, according to this view, that only the reason he's only tired for his mother, but not for his wife or his father, is because the Yehuda holds up the Akiva that in fact, that either love, unless it's someone marrying a monster, it's just like someone marrying his sister. Kiddushin is not perfect. Kiddushin is not perfect. You can't say that this woman is his father's wife. If the woman is not the father's wife, then you can't be held liable for having a relationship with the father's wife, and therefore it's only over on the prohibition of being married to his mother, of having a relationship with his mother, but not with his father's wife. Okay, so that is right, the understanding of Yehuda. So what's the difference between right the Mishnah? The Mishnah, Yehuda says a person who has a relationship with his mother is the lawfully wedded wife of whether it's lawfully wedded or not, or having lawfully wedded, is only kaya for relationship with his mother, but not the wife of his father. Whereas the Yehuda of the Brisa says that when is the only over on his mother is if his mother and father weren't lawfully wedded, which is the reason that he can't be over on a relationship with his father's wife. Okay, so that's the difference between the Brisa and the Mishnah. Now, this the Gemara can get into a side topic of trying to figure out if it's true that if you do the whole thing so to understand this right, so we said that if you do the whole thing and now we're going to say maybe that's not true. The much of the retired has to follow. Okay, so let's take a minute to explain this. Remember from our Yevamot days, we know that if a man dies and he doesn't say his brother married his wife, plan approval, engineering, this is stuff I've been doing. Let's say someone is married to someone that the Yevamot cannot fall in. So for example, let's say the two brothers, one of them married the daughter of his brother, who married his commission and the city council, not a problem. They married the building and safety, right? So that's a perfectly valid marriage. So what happens? The brother who's married to the now dies, and so his brother is basically what it is. So I knew none of this was going to happen. So he's not allowed to but also there's a thing therefore he can't I don't think anyone really is aware of, which is they are so overregulated that they make it so difficult to build that people can't afford it. And they're then stymied by it, and they just get discouraged. And they go away, and they don't do it. So what they do is like, I was friends with Suzanne's summer in Allentown, and they lived in Malibu, and they left Malibu, and then the road burned down years ago. This was in California. And then they wanted to rebuild the home. But coastal fishermen made it so difficult that after 5 years of trying, they just went flocking and they moved. They moved across France. They wanted to live in Malibu, but they couldn't. And it is so regulated and so difficult in the hoops that make you go through. And the engineering is insane. There is one place that they're building on the Pacific Coast Highway, and I'm talking about construction site. I've looked at it. They're sinking basically people who are similar to the color of Arabic. So one is a good example of classic case of a Shia would be the fellow to marry his grandmother. It doesn't say the color can't do that, but the Bible says you should marry your grandmother. So that's a Shia, that is a secondary error, and so is Rabbi. So therefore, if someone's brother, and they do not share a mother, someone's brother marries his brother's maternal grandmother, and then the maternal grandmother fell for the person as a mother. But the problem is, they're not allowed to get married. You have to be woman mother to get married. So here's what California does. They go murder. Okay, but that's the concept that houses in California were built in 1923 and 1929 when they had none of that stuff and they had none of the technology, and they saw their way through many earthquakes and they're just there. So they blame stuff like earthquake or coastal or whatever it is, and then they make you go 2,000 times further than you needed to go. And I was sort of the guy, I said, how much into this foundation before you could start building? He said, $2.5 million in the ground. Just in the ground. That's before it is the sending strip. What they do is they just add new ones every year. So it just keeps getting more and more and more. And then eventually that house becomes impractical to build there because it costs too much money and then you don't have houses. So that's what we do with all housing in Los Angeles, and that's why the city council's like, we need more housing. It's like, well, you're not going to get more housing because you're overregulated and no one can reach that standard and it's too expensive. Well, and it's also, and it's not consistent with the houses that are already okay. Like how those houses that are like on the side of the hill with like schools, just poles stuck into the really out the house thing over the hill. What the thing about Malibu is the Malibu pier is 125 years old, and that just telephone poles going into the ground. And I mean, all they did back then is take a pile driver and just mash the telephone poles into the ground, and then they built many of the houses that burned down right on those because they're like from the 40s or the 50s. So the foundation was fine. It was the fire that got that. Is anybody in the know which is the fire? Therefore, you have to put something. Cement outside. Yeah, I mean, basically what they're doing is they're doing cement. Yeah, so it's like the walls are like modular and it's filled with like foam and like sort of a wire cage, and then the outside they spray on like lightweight cement, just like trail it over. So the inside and the outside is essentially cement, but the stucco house is basically cement too. Like really what they're doing now is they're saying we're going to frame the houses the way we always frame the houses with wood, because I think a lot of people don't want because it's steel or metal studs or concrete or like why aren't they using non-combustible material? What they're doing essentially because I just walked one of these houses in Palisade. They're building it in a traditional way using wood, but they're making the outside fireproof. They're not going to have the eaves, the rafter tails hanging out, rafter tails hanging out. They're not going to have the vents to vent the attic where the embers can get into the attic and then into the wood. It costs, so most of it was just stuff blowing into the attic, and then the house is sort of from the inside out. So if you do flat roof, metal roof, and you do a stucco, glass over them, and you don't use rafter tails and the eaves, and you don't have any way, then essentially you have this combustible house with a hard candy shell around it with nothing combustible on that. So the fire can't get started. And how many houses have that? Because you can imagine a lot of houses built since the 2018 fire. There was fires before that. I remember there was a fire in the 90s. Me and JBC do a show in New Jersey. This was like probably 92 and what's the problem with that? Middle New Jersey. It's hard to get. There's no navigation. It's hard to get to. So you have to follow, right on this road, left on the other street.
So I got there. I left early. JB wasn't there. I was supposed to have lunch. And they were what we're going to wait for JB to start the show. So I sat down with Rick and started watching this Pokemon around an hour before. So whenever I went to work, and this guy, they were calling, he was calling for his dog. This guy was crying. He's a fireman. He was just weeping. And I was like, so depressed. And they go, JB's not coming. He has an interview yet. We can't reach him. So we're just going to have you go on. I'm like, okay. Wiping the tears away. And he's just fucking flat out bawling. I just bawled. And then he finally figured out how to get this over. It was so sad. And he's like, I know the guy who lost his dog. It was a very valuable lesson to not watch anything depressing. Right? Before listening to anything that's depressing. Like if people start saying depressing shit to me, I'll just go stop. I can't take it. I gotta go take it. Compartmentalize. Really, I can watch it. Talk you in through the whole cause and then walk out on stage and go right into it.
But he wasn't coming on time on the base. In fact, he would get to leave because he holds like the Yakuza, the kind of law. The point is, there would be no need to.
Those fires have always been there. Like Philly and Freeland's house up there and all that. And a lot of the when I was a carpenter, and I think it was probably the later 80s, I built a house. I mean, it wasn't my house, but I bought a house. I was going to finish work. So I was like, hey, the doors are face to face. And stairway lines. So like I was going to finish. I was like the finish guy. And I showed up on one of our jobs. We had a few jobs going on with this outfit. But I worked there for like 6 months, just doing all the stairway lines. And then I was part of the friend. Look, I wasn't there. Some years later, there was just a foundation there. Everyone's to speak of being a watch and talk about all of us that go out to the company. I was with somebody, and all it was a foundation place, and I said, man, I remember being here, like shaping the oak and breaking railings, turning into oak and getting my rock around to finish on it, and everything. It's all gone, and some people went, wow, that's a big deal. I got been moved. I went to watch a whole lot of it. It's not your house. Yeah, I mean, you lost your house. No, man, I lost everything in front of my house, and almost everything behind my house, and like almost everything behind the left. Literally, yeah, just lost it. Yeah, I wish it was, I wish I did something. I wish I could claim something. I didn't do anything. Because important stuff on the roof of my house, I can see where it got started. But everything before me is gone. And a lot of stuff behind me, and probably 50-60%. Like, I know it's an outlier, for sure. Like, I used to. Oh, yeah. Well, so PCA, everything's gone. And I would say, I'm in the 10% really, the odds were not good. I used to live in and after many months of being out, yeah, when I'm bad, I'm around yeah, it was a bad fleet that night. You had to go stay at a hotel apartment or something, and then basically watch the news. And I could see once in a while in the news they cut to a spot where you go, oh, that's the restaurant front, and it was a place like every time they cut to something, around my house, it was all on fire. So I was like in the apartment, and I was sitting in a hotel room. For sure. And that's when hey, I did my podcast from the Burbank hotel room because the winds were so strong. Howling out to my studio. Howling on the pillows, and I just sort of sat out in the living room of the hotel, and that's when I delivered my none of this shit's gonna work speech. And just like, the temperature, it was like the opposite of whatever Winston Churchill would have done. I
who's not, meaning he was born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, Micaiah. Cases of his saying of Emo, or it's the wife of his father, who's not his mother, also Micaiah. But Emo, in the case of his mother, Acre's other that also married his father, Lo Micaiah as well. And he wouldn't be Micaiah at all. So that was the raw result. So you have one question that tells you when it's only mother, but not wife and father, and only wife and father, but not mother, even though cases is Micaiah, but it's his mother and the wife are not Micaiah, so that can't be. So it must be that everything are not the reason to do it. And then the second question is still the Rabbanan now to do something. Moreover, if you're learning at the Mitzvah, that kind of stuff, what is the Rabbanan who are going to do it? Why wouldn't they use it? Ella, whether it's a regular the Nami who is whether it's regular the Torah and the Yomati, what the halacha is of the regular media talks about whether Hajime is holy or some of the regulations of the mother. So you're going to say, what was our brother doing? But he said, let's that people. If you really look at the value of it also, we have a double question on Amaya's answer about how we know it. So we're going to say, no, it's not that. Hello, Rabbi, Amr Shah, Erev Shah, so Erev Achas has a kind of say Erev. So he says as follows, the husband said by his mother, Erev, so people Erev gives her local value, she doesn't come to the Erev of your mother, if the Yish is your mother, those is found well, Erev of son, she doesn't come to the Erev. What does it tell you? It tells you that when a husband tells you that you can be kind of relation with your mother, Erev of Shah, or Erev of singular, tells you you can only be kind of the one and third, and therefore you have a sister of mother, but not wife of father, because only one Erev is allowed. Where it says, if that's true, Erev of Shah, in singular, tells you you can only be kind of the one Erev, I would follow with our Erev, Isha, Lo-Gala, Erev of Shah, the son of my daughter-in-law says, you should not cover the Erev of your daughter-in-law, she's the wife of your son, you should not cover Erev of Shah, or Erev in the singular. And for the wife of her procedure, they just sit around and talk about stuff. They don't want to get stuff done. And you have here in Mass there, and even Trump and then the president a few days later, Trump was going, let's go, and clean your own lines. We don't even care about it. It's like slaughter all over there. It was like, how would you explain the way I'm a son in the case of because the people who I got the trade is under the sort of tyranny of safety. They don't really realize how much safety was. That's what happened with safety. We're just going to shut the schools down. You're just going to ruin civilization because you said it was safe. But in the end, no one argues with you when you go safety, but safety can be debilitating. You can stop progress. You're ruining lives. Like, too much safety stops a society, and they're all safety oriented. In the process, people are like slow it down, and drugs like speed it up. And that's what you have in LA. You have just sort of safety process, mostly women just kind of running the thing going. One child gets COVID, that's one child. No, man. We got to open shit up, and we got to get moving. That's basically what happened. The thing about fires is like, avenues of like, climate change, just blame it for climate change. It's insane. But it's like, look, New Orleans is below sea. Below sea level. They're down. And so they have seawater. So man intervenes and gets involved with nature and says, we'll make it safe. Like plenty of people live in Nevada, they have air conditioning. Somebody figured out air conditioning, and now there's casinos in Nevada where it used to be unlivable because of the heat. Earthquake, take LA. And I used to do earthquake rehab in Los Angeles. You take a 7.3 earthquake
can mitigate any of that stuff. Like you're talking about climate change. Earthquake is sort of the ultimate climate change. If you think of it, it's going to shake the earth. You make an argument for the time islands. I'm making an argument for some cases, but not 65 of them, 60 or 80. That's the point. There should be some. Once you keep going, that's where it gets real burdensome and real expensive. Like, your car should have a roll zone and an air vent, but it doesn't need a full roll cage and a fuel cell, and you don't need to wear a helmet when you're driving. It would be safer, but it wouldn't cost so much more to manufacture that car that most people couldn't afford the car. So you could make cars with a fire suppression system, like my race car system, for fire suppression, but it would add 15 grand to the price of every car. And it's not, so you have to kind of pick your battle. So we did not prepare for the fire. We didn't clear the bush. We didn't build the reservoirs. We didn't do all the stuff. And Newsom goes, climate change. And my thing is, climate change, fine. Let's make your argument. Climate change. Now do something. But is it really, like, if you it's not climate change, it is not. Because LA's had the same climate forever. There's been fires that happen through LA where LA burns half to the ground. While I was doing Fear Factor, there was a crazy fire that, as I was driving home, that was the time when we were kind of tired. I hadn't seen it. It was trying to make it across the highway. Everybody was panicked. But it took an hour of driving home with the entire right side of the highway was on flames like the Lord. This is always, and this is like early 2000s. So LA's always on fire. It doesn't rain there. It doesn't rain there ever. And it's been like that forever. That's when they film movies there. It's not climate change. It's a lack of preparation. Listen, it only rains, the only time it rains is 3 days after the fire and the mudslide. So, we can have a sort of end of days type Sodom and Gomorrah situation. So that is the only time it rains is just to cause a mudslide after the fire. But to prove your point with climate change, they're always talking about rising sea levels, right? All the houses that burn to the ground are on the ocean. And the ocean didn't get them. It was the fire that got them. The places on PCA, many of those places have been there since the 30s and 40s. The ocean's in the same place. It hasn't moved at all. The ocean is only 6 or 8 feet below PCA. It's not even that low. It's never on PCA. It never makes it to PCA. And to show, it's a weird thing because people in California talk about climate change, but the lots that are on the ocean side of PCA are 10 million lots more than the ones that are up the hill. It would be safe from the ocean that was rising. The ocean's not rising. It's risen at all. It's all bullshit. In fact, there's some crazy shit that's reading about. All types of Iceland, for one. Yeah, Detroit. And it's about Iceland. Iceland has declared a threat to the Atlantic Ocean through a national security risk, potential collapse of which could trigger a modern-day ice age, with winter temperatures across northern Europe plummeting to new cold extremes. This is Reuters. This is a new thing. And I have brought in climate change people. A lot of them were scientists and skeptics. Yeah, nobody notices it. So this is fucking bananas. So this is the exact opposite of what they've been telling you about the ice. The ice is going to melt, the ocean's going to rise. They're saying, no, actually, we might get plunged into a fucking ice age. Well, I mean, if you really think about it, these people were the ones who were talking about the food pyramid 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean? They're wrong about everything, almost everything. And they're so wrong that they had to switch it like it used to be global warming, before that was the ice age. Now they just go climate change, because that basically covers that big wrong about everything. influence the shit out of young people. It's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting. Like all the white people, all the young white people, they sell climate change to, and the young black people, they sell systemic racism to, because they're not really into the climate change. But they're like, hey, everyone, you gotta be miserable. That's our whole point. So it's like Greta Thunberg talks to all the white kids and goes, climate change. And then Obama talks to all the black kids and goes, systemic racism. But either way, let's not enjoy ourselves. There's also a thing you come to realize is if there's ever a public narrative where they're protecting you, protecting the future, and trying to help and save people, that's a lie. Almost always, it's a lie. And it's almost always about somebody profiting from some initiative or some other bullshit they're trying to push through, some vegan meat, whatever the fuck it is. Stop eating meat. The cows are ruining the climate. It's all lies. There's no fucking real statistics that can point to that in any way, shape, or form. Yet they spit it out on TV all the time, pretending that they care about you. They never, ever, ever care about public health and safety. Never. It is always about how I'm making money by scaring you about public health and safety. Whether it's climate change, whether it's COVID, whether it's take the vaccine, or whether it's stop using gas-powered vehicles, it's someone making money. I agree. The scary part is our sort of infinite ability to absorb the next one that comes down the pipe and run with it, right? It's not you or me, but I mean, as a society, they'll just go, what's next? And they'll start pitching the next, whatever they'll pitch, they'll imbibe it and they'll digest it. And by the way, then they become sort of carriers. They just go out and report on it and then tell you, they somehow become ambassadors of bullshit. Like bullshit ambassadors, like deputize all your dumb, scared people to be released upon a society as ambassadors of bullshit. We're going to scare everybody because COVID wouldn't have worked if we didn't have a bunch of dumb, scared people running around. Like Gavin Newsom can shut the beaches all he wants, but if everyone just declared a beach day, then we'd be fine. They can't police it, you know what I mean? They are sort of limited in terms of what they can do in terms of policing it, but they deputize all these dumb ambassadors to go out and enforce it for them. And then that's the scary part, right? It's the people who demands for it. Yeah, like nobody in a uniform ever told me to put a mask on. It was all middle-aged women. There was nobody of any authority or a gun. It was all the idiots that have been weaponized in the society. Yeah, it was also a thing where they had the opportunity to go in to take it. Yeah, so they were on the right side. Put a fucking mask on. Like, whoa, we talking to Russia? I ain't talking to you like that. Everybody had to just eat it. I think all roads lead to narcissism. I have a son who has asthma. Do you think it's okay? Me, everything was I, me, I'm an elderly parent. I'm a caregiver. That's all it was. It was also the no action towards people trying disease. I know. Once the information came out, literally, these people was like the first place that broke on the front cover, which had loudly saying things like that is actually the case. If you were angry people that didn't want to get vaccinated, you didn't get angry at the person who used science to create a horrible disease that was completely avoidable and then killed those other people. That didn't make you mad? Well, I think what was going on, because I've talked to a lot of people about this, like, where's the anger over finding out that it was made in China and a lab and so on and so forth, and then where's the anger over being forced to be vaxxed, all this misinformation being used, and blah, 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 and I realized they don't want to say anything because they're ashamed, because they were the ones who bought it and enforced it, and got really militant about it, and started screaming at anyone who suggested it came from a lab or suggested the shot wasn't good or going to work or spread or wrong. I think the people that were a little more neutral about it can definitely process it. Everyone else is sort of reporting that they're idiots if they do this and they're gullible, and it also leaves them vulnerable for the next one. Meaning, if you go, hey man, I was 100% wrong about all things COVID. I thought it came from a pangolin and a wet market. I thought getting triple vax would save the day. I thought ivermectin was the horse taste or whatever. Like, I was 100% wrong. If you do that, well, eventually there's going to be another thing that comes along. And it doesn't have to be a pandemic. It could just be what happened. Climate change. And then you go, well, you know how wrong you were about everything COVID? Perhaps you're wrong about climate change or this next thing or who you voted for, right? And they don't want to open that window, that possibility. Well, that's unfortunate. What you're saying is actually a formula for figuring out how to better navigate the world. Because if you do say, hey, I was wrong, I really believed all that stuff they were saying, and now I get it, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I called you a plague rat because you didn't get the vaccine. I'm sorry. I thought it was a good idea to mask children, right? Vaccinate children. I'm sorry. Maybe then the next time something comes along, they'll say, okay, what is the public narrative being forced down my throat that I'm a bad person, but I don't believe it? And let me analyze this. Let me see, are there any dissenting opinions that are from Stanford and MIT, which are closer to COVID?
In other words, again, I'm not clear.
Is there anybody else out there that makes ignorant and this bullshit? And is there a financial incentive as to why they're pushing this narrative? So if you go through something where you're totally wrong and you're adamant about enforcing this wrong opinion, then you have to realize it. And if you come to grips with the idea that your ideas are not you, you are just a person, and your ideas are just some things that you have that you carry with you, but they are not you. And they will become you if you get married to them and defend them even if you know that they're wrong. And they'll be like a child hiding a body for them. And instead, you can say, oh, this is one that I you worked on me, and now I'm wrecking. It's like if someone cheats on you, or someone like if you have a business manager that steals money, that's guy you're gonna check the fucking books. You know what I mean? If you're working with a guy, you think you might be showing up at the job drunk. The next person you hire, you're gonna have a drinking problem. You're gonna be a little bit more ready for it. That's a thing that could be happening here as well.
Which is right.
You just admitted that you were wrong, and then just came clean with it. You feel better about yourself. People would feel better about your opinions because they know they can trust you to say when you were wrong, and you'll probably be way better equipped to analyze the next narrative that's being shoved down your throat and go, hold on, before we jump right in this and blow up all the gas powered cars, let's look before we kill all the cows. Let's look at this. You are right, but we're sort of getting back to a sort of insecurity thing. Like, you are good at enough stuff and successful enough that you can handle somebody going, yeah, you're wrong about this thing. And so much of their work is kind of immense, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think you know any guys who really are good at stuff, like mastered something, could be an instrument, could be mixed martial arts, could be master carpenter. They don't walk around with that so insecure, so they don't fight so hard. Like, look, I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to argue real hard because I guess I was insecure. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. You know, like, remember you're a kid, you get so caught up in stuff, you know, like, oh, who would you lead in a fight, Godzilla or King Kong? And you start getting like really fired up and stuff. And then I got older, and then I got successful, and I learned a trade, and I knew some stuff, and I had some race cars and did some stuff, and I kind of went, okay, I can be wrong. Because I'm still going to be this person, you know what I mean? And it's like, you own the building you're sitting in, so you can be wrong. It's your building, it's not going to be your building, you know what I mean? But if it's not your building, and you're just sort of temporary, and you don't own anything, and you don't master anything, nothing has your name on it, well, then you're fighting for that Yet it becomes part of your identity. Like COVID, being right or being wrong wasn't really, I was not wrapped up in it. I had other things that was going on. So I think we're dealing with a deficit of expertise, and these people are fighting hard. But for me, a lot of it, toggling in between the blue collar world and the sort of ideas world of, air conditioning cubicles and thoughts and ideas and stuff, and then being on a job site. The job site guys are the most even guys I've ever hung out with. By the way, COVID, neither here nor there. To the workers, to the dudes putting on the tool bags and swinging the hammers. I spent a lot of time with these guys, and I would go from the job site, blue collar, regular dudes, and then I'd go into the white collar world, and it's triple mask, and everyone's distancing and dumping pearl on their head. And I was like, what is so different about these two? And the ones they're up in their head, they intellectualize everything, and the other guys are tactile, and they have a relationship with danger. Everything on that job site, when you cut your hand up, there's belt sanders and bandsaws, and rounders are really dangerous. They have, carbide bits on them that'll gouge you and fuck you up badly. And you gotta know what you're doing. Like, and a rounder's not the same as a high point saw, that's not the same as a frame gun. Like, you have to sort of know, and there is no such thing as, well, that's dangerous, don't use. No use of power tools, it's too dangerous. Like, well, we gotta build a house. Well, it's too dangerous. We gotta speed it up, meaning like, you gotta get up on scaffold, or you gotta get on a ladder. But you have to do it. You have to weigh it. You have to kind of go, well, it's going to take a long time to put scaffolding all the way around this house. How about I just put a ladder? You go, well, that's not as safe as scaffolding. Yeah, I know, but we got to do this thing. And so it's a constant weighing of danger, right? Like pros, cons, what could happen, because everything could kill you in that situation, but you have to get the job done. And so those guys are calibrated, and so like COVID felt like something to them, but they calibrated the danger and realized, yes, it's a thing, but I also have to go to work. Schools need to be open, and it doesn't really affect kids. Let's protect the old people again. They had to make those decisions, and the white collar college crowd cannot calibrate, and they don't know what to do with danger. They don't know how to deal with it, and they've been off the farm for so long, and in the air conditioning that it's gone. Right? If you grew up on a farm, and that's part of your life, and that used to be part of everyone's life. You were just going to a factory, working a stamp, or a press, whatever it is, you can take your hand off, and then you're on a farm, and it's the same thing. Equipment, stuff's above. So stuff can happen. You're constantly sort of calibrated for danger, and then you move everyone out of the farm and off the factory and out of the construction site, and you put them in an air conditioned cubicle, and you slather them up with Purell, and they lose all their calibration. So when something like COVID comes along, they go, oh shit, close everything, get a distance, put a mask on. Even if you're going to swim practice, you gotta wear the mask in the pool. It's 100% safety over hours, because it was calibrated, and it was all of the administrators and the teachers and all the academics and all the people who ran con. They were making they were the ones that were doing all the process for this. They were making all the rules. It wasn't the blue collar guys making the rules. It was all the white collar, college educated, terrified because they don't have that thing. You just laid it out. Now you're going to say, never again. It's not a normal way to live. It's not. Being as safe as humanly possible all the time is not good, and they look at it as good. So again, we can put 5 caissons in the ground, and that'll be enough for the next 200 years. Yeah, but why not do 500 caissons? Wouldn't that be better? And it's like, yeah, no, it's too expensive. It's not feasible. It's not going to work. So, like saying, for protecting old people would be a good idea. Shutting down schools would be a bad idea. The whole thing is we're shutting everything because we're going full safety all the time. And it is a big problem. There's also no diversity of thought, right? Because it's a giant political bubble, right? Echo chamber. So all crazy ideas get supported by other people who think these crazy ideas are rational. There's not enough balance. There's not enough people. The fact that they did it with all those children, right? They must have known this pathogen. They must have known the kids need a vaccine. They must have known that some of them were swallowed up by statistics. It's very insignificant because it's not even. That's how it was with my kids. That's how it was with most of my friends' kids. It was never. But yet they allowed those motherfuckers to keep them out of school for a year and a half. They told them to wear masks when it didn't make any sense. When there was no studies whatsoever wearing masks are any good. In fact, not only that, but there's some real indicators that masks, like carrying a dirty fucking mask and breathing it all day, probably increases the amount of bacteria. Not telling you to put the mask up, they walk away, put it back down. Kids, I'll be so proud of you. You got suspended for this. I was in Catalina, and I was outdoors in Catalina during COVID, which is another post, and I was trying to exchange a ticket on a ferry ride in a outdoor kiosk in Catalina, and I was standing on one side outside, and the woman was inside the kiosk behind the glass. And I go, look, I just got to trade this 2 o'clock ticket in for a 5 o'clock ticket. She goes, you got to put a mask on, we can't do anything. I said, I'm out here, you're in there, I'm outdoors. There's glass between us. She's like, you got to put a mask on or we cannot do this transaction. And I was like, I don't have a mask. She's like, you got to put it. I looked around. What did you test? I took the shirt. I don't know. I'm trying to for 30 years. It's not really effective. What do you do with the mask? She goes, you need a mask. And I said, okay. And I walked around and there was someone else's mask was slowing down the sidewalk. And you insisted. I went and got the stupid mask. Somebody else's dirty mask walking around on my face. I went, okay, that's why we got a mask. Here's a ticket. And I just took it off and threw it away. I did that way more than once. I did that walking into LA. I never had a mask. It was so insane to me. And then I wouldn't even think about it. But then I would find myself walking into an airport going, oh shit, I don't think and I'd see one on the ground and I just pull it off. You cut it off. Everything else. So they were trying to sleep on the how many masks turned into just landfill. Right? Because of this so that was one of the big part of this. So I would say that kind of just as bad as what is the people I wear gloves, but I wear masks all the time. I wear masks on floors. I probably wore 30 or 40 different masks over the course of maybe a hundred, but I was a mask cycle because I get my shit off the ground. When I first moved here, that was one of the things that I shot about. I want to wear masks. Because of the flattery, because of the fire. Well, not only, but the thing that's crazy is the first time we heard the phrase mask up in between flights, like on an airplane, you know, you wear a mask all the time, right? And at some point they hand you the hummus box and they go in between flights. I was like, we almost should have went, okay, this doesn't exist. Masking up in between flights. I yelled. I was talking to Dr. Drew, and I said, mask up in between buttons, that's zero. I mean, zero mask. And I mean, what's the goal, right? He goes, no, it's nothing. And I said, if I ran a highway safety campaign that said belt up in between lights, it would make more sense than mask up in between lights. At least 50% of the time you have your seatbelt on, you can get it on. Well, I would recommend recommend just keeping the seatbelt on all the time, but masking up in between fights makes zero. And the weird thing is like, the scary part is people are skeptical at home. They should have heard mask up in between fights and went, half the people in the lecture me on wearing a mask or wearing their gown around their nose, The one I liked, my favorite was when the flight attendant would go, mask, because for me it was a constant. You gotta, I'm a mouse breather, like I could just drive me nuts, Being with waterborne and I was alive, and it was coming, and half the time the flight attendant had their mask with the elastic strap twisted 180, which made it create a huge gap on the side, like I can see 3/4 of an inch of daylight coming in the side of your mask, bitch, and you're giving me a lecture about wearing a mask. We should have known, people should have been skeptical. We should have seen it didn't hurt kids, but the whole lie was the kids' part. I was on to them early because I realized what somebody pointed out later why I was skeptical early, which is there's a pattern that they have broken, which is every time they give you a death, like when you're driving and listening to the radio, they go, 89-year-old man was struck and killed by a cyclist, and then they go, 61-year-old mother overheard, whatever that thing. And when I started hearing about COVID deaths, I didn't get an age. I just got another person died of COVID. And I was like listening to it, like this was like 5 days in. This person died of COVID. And I was like, how old was that person? And they never said, yeah, they just said died of COVID. And I was like, but if you died in a motorcycle accident or a heart attack, they gave an age all throughout history. And I was like, I'm not getting ages. I think these are really old people, but they're not telling us they're really old people. Because it wouldn't scare us as much. Because if a 91-year-old dies of anything, it's gonna go, all right, boys, got a good run. But you hear about an 11-year-old dying, it's a big deal. And so I stopped hearing ages, and I was like, they're trying to fuck with us now because they don't want to tell us these are elderly people dying of COVID. And so I kind of caught on kids were being affected, I should say, with COVID. And then they focused all on the kids, but the kids were there to scare people because when elderly people die, it's just not a tragedy compared to young people dying. And so they let people off, and they focused real hard on the kids. They shut the schools, and then when we started to catch on and go, I don't think these kids are dying, they go, yeah, but they get COVID, they bring it home because they live with dad who's happy. And I'm like, this was a grandparents in Los Angeles in 2021. You know what I mean? Like Italy, 1930, you know what I mean? Like, nobody I know lives with their grandparents, but they were working the kid thing. That was to scare them off. Because the moms control the house. That's how it was. The moms are the ones kind of setting the pace for the house. So there's something everybody saying, and hurting the kids. Then they go super safe. The thing is, like, I wonder how many people think of something very similar happens tomorrow with a new COVID that's just as bad as the last COVID. Meaning that it's not really that bad. It's not a chronic plague. It's going to really mostly be a major problem for people hospitalized or have many COVID deaths. They're mostly in that case, I wonder how quickly people would be willing to accept the rejection of alternative medicines. Like if people found out like 4 or 8 months that was really insidious, was monoclonal antibodies were really effective. And because of the initial heart death, there's a conspiracy there. I don't want to connect any dots. I don't know who was involved in it, but I do know that they were making monoclonal I said, why are you doing that? He said, to encourage vaccination for after. It has nothing to do with the effectiveness of it. Listen, I was always really suspicious how everyone became overnight experts at everything. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, they knew hydroxychloroquine, they pronounced ivermectin 10 minutes ago, and now they're experts in it. And also, I'll tell you when you should be suspicious. Be suspicious when people are sort of agnostic about things. Like if you'd said to me, what about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, I'd go, well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Why don't you talk to your doctor about it? Epidemiologist, I don't know. Everyone on CNN was an expert, and they all knew that it didn't work. And I'm like, how do you guys all know this all at the same time? How does Rolling Stone magazine, how do you losers all know this thing that you've never heard of before, that you couldn't pronounce the day before yesterday? You now all know it doesn't work based on nothing. So now I'm suspicious. Because if CNN was just sort of like, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, I don't know. You should really look into it. When they all knew it didn't work. And when you know it doesn't work, then you should be suspicious of those people because it's impossible. It's like, well, the whole gamble was helping you to get that research. Right? They knew it didn't come from a lab. How is that knowable? How do you know unequivocally that it didn't come from a lab where they developed these antibodies and these racist theories? Right. So here's the whole thing. If CNN, if somebody said to CNN, hey, you think it came from a wet market or it came from a lab? And you think ivermectin works or hydroxychloroquine works? And they just went, oh, we gotta look into it. I don't know, maybe it makes sense it came from a lab, but I don't know. But we should look at it. But they all knew. When you know something you don't know, then you want to know. Now, that's how it works. And that's what we got to shove down our face. How to make the things best. When CNN was saying that I was taking force, which is that thing, she was up in the hospital. That's where I had no idea if I was acting was controversial. Right? I didn't know. I just knew that this was what was going to happen. Later, over and other stuff. But they always dismiss everybody knew that that was IVI's approved. When they protested so much, like I was yelling like they're going to look at this Trump is dead because he seems fine. No, he's not dead. I didn't care about that. Didn't air him all the time. Just 53 so much to say about it's not. It wasn't what they said it was. And that was what the problem was. Because they found a healthy person who takes care of himself and got over it really quickly with these medications. They treat like basic. I know, but what is my patient's children did not inherit. Why would you mortgage your integrity? Why would you pay for place so fast that you hear about that? Learn about that. You really need to know. Like, it's really all you got in terms of, White House could have burned down in Malibu, and I could get it. It's with a race car, I could crash and total but I can get a new one. But when your reputation goes, that's it. That's all you got. Especially when it's he's through so high, working so fast. Why was Sanjay up there talking about horse days when he knew better? When it is now so damaging to their reputation. Like if somebody said to me, hey, Rolling Stone magazine, I'd go, Sanjay Gupta recommends, I'd be like, that asshole, all he does is lie. I'm not gonna, maybe he's right. By the way, maybe he's not lying about this thing. I'm just saying, I'm not going to listen to him and many other people because of this. And I don't get why he would do that. I mean, for him to say horse days, like, I'm like, well, if he used on a horse, that's me. Okay, Sanjay said that, but most elite, when very easy. Also, it's like, I think one of the first times that I ever got attacked, he got attacked publicly after, and he got attacked publicly more after that, and I actually like everything was close to that. This guy, he's a part of the system. I don't think it's on his back. I agree. And I don't, I feel like we know most people who were carrying the highs of their most, not all, but still, being a good guy when sort of peddling misinformation and you know enough, like you know what the truth is. I think many of you don't. This is a problem with medicine. Like say, Sanjay is a neurosurgeon. Like that's what he's a practicing doctor. So that involves him being focused on his area of expertise all day long and very little time for anything else. You're working long hours, you're doing very complicated surgeries. I don't think you have the time to go on Reddit and find out conspiracy theories about SB40 and fucking vaccine, simian virus 40. Like, what is this? No, what is it? What's mRNA? They make it. What the tests actually show was like, he's going by whatever the medical establishment tells everyone to go by. They're saying it's been shown to give you antibodies, it will stop deaths, this works. He's just going to say that. He's not the guy that's going to do a bunch of research. So when he's saying that, he's trying to tell me to get vaccinated. It's not because he's a propagandist. It's because he believes the business that he works for. He's not that guy. He's not like Peter McCullough who's digging into all the studies and says, no, none of this is accurate. Or Robert Malone did the same thing. It literally owns patents, 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. Got vaccinated and then was telling people, don't do it. This is because not what they said. It has a terrible reaction to the body. This is why it doesn't stay local. He starts saying all these things, and they're accusing him of spreading misinformation. Like he literally helped create the fucking thing. Well, he's telling you not to do it. Never go after anybody. That's got outside the narrative. What I'm saying is Sanjay's not that good. No, I agree. He could have figured out the worst things. Like, he just, I agree. Didn't want to take the L. Didn't want to take an L. But your whole company took an L. And here's the big way they took an L. They are used to doing that. They're used to doing that. They're used to lying about you. They're used to bullshitting and getting away with it because they had a bigger platform. Right? And I don't think they realized up until that point. I don't think they realized how big podcasts got. I really don't think they did. I think they thought we're CNN. We can't have anything. There's 100 people forecast. It's just fucking Jamie. This is crazy. We're gonna bury this guy. Right? And I think they went for it that way. And first of all, oh yeah, easily could have won a ton. But my perspective was like, do you think you could just lie and what you fucking talk? Like you can't stop me from telling the truth. Mortgaging your integrity is the perfect way to describe it. Because it's a stupid thing to do. For the whole network that would care for pharmaceutical companies or chicken. I was the head of that network. And someone said, we're going to just lie about someone and we're going to call then again, personally accepted fentanyl medicine. We're going to call it horse dewormers. It's in the World Health Organization's list of essential medicine. The guy who created one of the Nobel Prizes, we're going to call that horse dewormer. And we're just going to say that's killing people, and then we're going to sort of should that okay, talking about we have big state. CNN has to be here in 2030. CNN is going to be here in 2040. If we kill the reputation in 2020, you're going to fuck it up for the future. This is not worth doing. Well, they definitely came right on the conclusion of 4 years of that, right in the code. Like they were just wrong about everything. But right, they got used to it, and they got kind of complacent, and I don't think they anticipated what we were talking about. This media podcast. There's voices completely out from other places, and also the voices being united. You were saying things that I was saying, that Glenn Greenwald was saying, that Matt Taibbi he was saying, it was like all these different podcasts were all saying this is horse shit. Right? That voice of this is horse shit was enormous in comparison to CNN. Right? And it's always it's what happens to all sort of dark companies. Many, I mean, it can be media, but it can also just be automotive manufacturers. Like the big three was so big and so dominant for so long in this country that when Toyota and Datsun started showing up in 1969, all together. God, no one's that crib. Come on, man. We make land yachts, you know. And they didn't start changing. Right? It took them a long time because they were like, we're Ford, we're Chrysler, we're GM, we're huge. We do it. We sell cars to the world, and they want our profit. Nobody. I mean, it happens countlessly. Like in business, like somebody needs to sound the alarm, and no one says anything, and they just sail on. And at some point, their market share drops, below 20% or whatever. And now it's time for a huge correction, right? And I'm guessing legacy media is going through that. They're basically going through what the big three auto manufacturers went through in the early 80s. Like, we need to make a more reliable, smaller car that's more fuel efficient. Yeah, they were Toyota, Nissan, Datsun, whatever, they were way down the road on that, making those cars. Ford and Chrysler, GM, and whatever started to begin to think about that. Right? So it's like an aircraft carrier. It takes a long time to turn around. And these media companies, at least like traditional legacy stuff, are realizing we got to write shit. They're doing it, but it's how fun. I don't see it in there. Well, like they have like bring guys like Scott Jennings, Corey Hughes, and more recent people. It's like incremental, it's slow. Barry Weiss is now doing the news division at CBS. So CBS is like flying over 60 minutes and editing and cooking and all that kind of stuff. They found somebody from our sort of media sphere to come in and sort of be a little more middle of the road. And it's going to be tough because you got a bunch of old guard there who doesn't want to do it. I mean, it's sort of like the first Trump administration. Like he goes, I'm going to come in, I'm going to do a whole bunch of shit that I want to do. And it's like, not with all these old guard people hanging around, going, all right, we'll call you president, but behind your back, we're not going to let you do any of this shit. Well, it's going to take these progressive media companies a little while to flush out all of these college grads that have been there for 10 years that have just used to have no way of embarrassing. Right, yeah. That's those are some of the first stuff. When I was a kid, I remember the first they literally pushing very specific narrative. It's not an agenda. It both sides of the story. It's always coming from some sort of activist lens. It's weird that it's allowed to talk. I mean, it's the same thing. You're mortgaging your education. But it's a kind of you don't know it until they start writing about you and talking about you. And that's when you realize, oh my God, they got everything wrong. Like, forget about COVID, just in general. You know what I mean? Like, just back in the day when they start writing an article about you. I mean, at the beginning of your career or whatever, like, I started noticing it when they just write articles about me, not being negative. I just read the article going, I got that wrong, I got that wrong, I got that wrong. I realized that the person next to me who was just reading the newspaper thought it was all that, you know what I mean? And so, until they start writing about you, you don't really realize just how far off they are, even without an agenda. And then once they get an agenda, now they're way the fuck off, because now it's intentional. Of course, the past, they're just inactive, but it is kind of sobering to read stuff about yourself. And it's always like, oh, they got it wrong. Well, when someone's doing something like that on purpose, that's evil. That's an evil person. And that's the giant chunk of that business. The giant chunk of is purposely misrepresenting people because that's going to make for a more salacious story, or that's going to push the narrative that you're trying to push. And this BBC thing that they did with Trump, I'm sure you've seen once that. Like that's a perfect example that they felt justified in editing something to make it look like he had a completely different sentence. Well, the funny thing about it is whenever they confront the outgoing head who's on the way out, they always go, yeah, we did this, but we're not biased at all, right? It's like, it's one or the other, man. Just like, so why did you do it? And why did you do it? Why by the way, you didn't get the tape like this. You did it like that. So that's a calorie burner right there. The thing you can say you made a mistake was literally 4 minutes later he says the second part of the sentence. Right. That's crazy. Yeah, so you're biased and you're cooking it. And that means we don't need to listen to the BBC anymore, which is the part about mortgaging your reputation, which people, I think, I've come to sort of learn that it's not always about accuracy. I think it's about authenticity, which is to say, people may disagree with something that Joe Rogan or Adam Carolla has to say, and that's fine because it's going to happen. I mean, that's society, that's opinions, that's how it works. But you have to believe you believe it. And if you believe it, and I think a lot of your success is people go, he 100% believes what he's saying. And even if I disagree with 20% of your 100%, I will listen to you because you believe it. And I think that's the problem. The problem is when you don't believe that person believes what they're saying. So you can be inaccurate. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts, a lot of information, a lot of stuff you never heard of before. You can be, something like COVID. I don't know about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. I don't know a lot of stuff. And I don't know any of this stuff. So I'm willing to go, I could make a mistake. I don't know this stuff. But I am saying what I think. And I believe that. And if you believe that, then we're going to have a relationship. You start thinking online, it's really going to hurt the relationship. Yeah, and if your job is to just lie, they've given you some sort of a mandate. This is how we're going to frame this. It's not like it wasn't their ideas to all lockstep in uniform start calling it enforcement. Right. And that Rolling Stone article where they pretended that a bunch of people were waiting in line for emergency room for gunshot wounds. So they had a photo of people wearing winter coats because they were lining up for the flu shot. That was the stock photo. And this was, I got in like August. I first off, I was in Catalina when Rolling Stone ran that. I literally was looking at my phone at the same time my lady was telling me the mask and watching you like, get your mask out. And it was so weird. I just had a flashback. I was there. Yeah, I did a gig. Like, I don't know, was it the summer? It was like Catalina. But yeah, it was the middle of the summer, and everyone was wearing beanies and parkas and scarves and stuff, and Rolling Stone. And that's the problem. The problem is, I used to subscribe to Rolling Stone when I was younger, and I liked the Rolling Stone, and I would read their articles, and I would believe Rolling Stone. And now I don't believe that anymore. Right, and the real danger is they may be right about something, but I'm still not going to believe it because it's that detail. And you may be wrong about something, but I'll believe that you mean it. And that's all you need. Well, if I am wrong about something, and I find out wrong about something, I'll tell you that I was wrong about something, and I'll tell you why I thought differently. The route I learned. I don't think you should be maritime. I think they should bounce around outside your head. You should cling on to them if they're rational and make sense, and if they've been challenged. But if you don't want your ideas ever challenged, then they're not ideas. You're basically in a religion. There's also, as we go down, talk about this sort of posture that you have, that I have, in terms of your ideas, where I realize that having like a building background my process is constantly saying to people, here's my idea. Here's what I want to do with this deck. Now tell me why I'm wrong, or tell me how to make it better, or give me a better idea. And oftentimes people go, why don't you just do it this way? And I'll go, well, that's a good, okay, I'll do it. And from training and training with people and being in that world, it's constantly going, is there a better way to do this? And someone goes, you're doing this, but you should be doing that, and this is a better way. And you're receptive to it because you want to get better, you want to get faster. I was always like, I'm going to live in this house, so I'll take any idea anyone has that makes it better because I own it. You know what I mean? And so your posture is always, tell me what I'm doing wrong, tell me why I'm wrong, prove me wrong, tell me a way to do it better. Even in comedy, sometimes people go, you can do it this way, or you can kind of flip it and start it with this, then make this the money. There's a better way to deliver it. So you're in a dry sponge kind of receptive mode all the time. But if all you had was your ideas and you had no other expertise or anything you could call your own, then those ideas you would be very protective of, and they're constantly like circling the wagons, protecting their ideas. Whereas you're saying, give me a better idea and tell me why I'm wrong, so I can learn. Well, and so this is also the jiu-jitsu philosophy. When you learn jiu-jitsu, one thing that you learn is if you are doing something incorrect that leaves you vulnerable, you're going to get caught because other people are going to know that. So someone has to show you, hey, when you're doing that, you're reaching with this arm. When you're reaching with this arm, you guys are like, okay, how should I do this? Keep your arm tucked to your chest. Use the proper technique. If you don't listen, if you say, this is the way I do it, I'm going to try to do it, you're just going to keep getting caught over and over again, and you're not going to advance. So everybody understands that there's a reality to positions and technique. There's a reality, and then sometimes new realities get exposed. So sometimes people can take you back, getting back out a very specific way, but then someone comes up with some new move that gets you on a leg lock when you go to take out. And you're like, oh, fuck, okay, well, now you can't go that way anymore. And then we have to break it down. And then we all, try different things. Right, so that thing of not being married to any ideas is a giant part of the philosophy of jiu-jitsu. Because all of a sudden there's heel hooks. Oh, I didn't think of that. You can't stand that way because then the guy can get you in the heel hook. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's break down the hard pass now. We're going to have to do it a different way. And this is a constant cycle of jiu-jitsu because jiu-jitsu is never ending. There's new techniques of jiu-jitsu that are invented every day. There's things that people are trying right now somewhere in Portland that are going to make its way onto the national scene. Some guy will have some new way of doing a choke, or some new way of getting a heel hook, and everybody's going to adopt it, and then everybody has to figure out the counters to it. And so it's this endless process. So I apply that to everything. Yeah, it's either works or it doesn't work. It's real or it's not real. And then the weird ambiguous stuff, like how you feel and how you behave, you have to take into account who you're talking to. Are we trying to make microaggressions punishable by jail time because someone is so fucking sensitive because they're crazy, and that's going to be the barometer that everybody knows? Or are we going to say, hey, get it together and join us? You're going to have to deal with microaggressions. You're going to have to deal with those. People deal with those. They're not that big of a deal. Well, it's sort of microaggression is sort of like mask up in the truth line. The word micro in front of aggression, there's no aggression. Everything is looks. The way you look at me can be a microaggression. It's the dumbest fucking idea ever. Right, you're too sensitive. Making everyone safer. I was always against the sterilizing everything, with wiping everything down. Grill, I never used grill. I never indulge in any of that stuff. I barely use soap. I always sort of worked in the dirt. I was just in the dirt all the time. I was in football, you're in the dirt, always on your belly all the time, the fields all plugged up, and dirt on your belly, the dirt. And then the construction, I was in the dirt all the time. And I started noticing everyone was getting sick and having food allergies and allergic to peanuts and all this kind of stuff. And none of the dirt guys were ever running. I'd go on so many food runs for the crew, and the construction crew would just go, I'm going on a lunch run, and they go, thanks, and you just leave. They don't say, I'm lactose intolerant or I have a gluten situation or I can't use tree nuts. They just go. And you bring home a shitload of Taco Bell or whatever it is, and you just throw it at them, and they go, thanks, have that. And they just eat. Because their immune system is fine. They don't have any of this stuff. They're not wiping everything down. And I think everyone has a gut issue now. Like everyone I know is like, I can't do that. There's too much acid. That leaves a sauce in it. Oh, give me the shit you can't eat. I'll eat it. And everyone I know has got some sort of gut thing, some sort of head thing, some sort of bowel thing. And I realized they grew up sterile and taking antibiotics and wiping everything down and killing all the bacteria. And their immune system needs something to push back against. Like your immune system's got to work out a little bit. It's got to fight something. It's got to get worked out. And they do those studies where like Amish kids don't have hay fever, they don't have peanut allergies, because they're outside. Most of them are not vaccinated, and they're not vaccinated. But people who have dogs that are outside dogs who come in are exposed to more stuff, and they get sick much less than just indoor dog people. And so their immune system is not working out. Like, and your immune system needs to work out like you need to work out. Like you need something to do, and you taking away all the gravity isn't no workout. It's like being in the space shuttle just floating around. You lose your muscle mass and you lose bone density. And I think your ideas are the same way, like with microaggressions and stuff like that. You need some calluses. You need a little something built up. You know what I mean? Like a little intestinal fortitude, a little keep walking, a little just mind your P's and Q's. You need a little of that, and you're so vulnerable all the time. Like literally, your gut and your biome and your bacteria need a workout, but your brain needs a little workout, like a little controversy, a little pushback, a little somebody disagreeing with you. And if it's all bubble wrapped in viral and microaggressions, you have no system. You have no way to protect yourself. That's a really good point about diseases. About getting sick, about just your health in general. Being sterile and living on the street all the time, stepping on concrete, never being exposed to nature at all. You're a total city person. You're probably lacking in a very crucial vitamin to being a human being, which is our exposure to some kind of nature. Well, and it's always Madison Avenue who's trying to sell it to the housewives, right? Because they show them wiping everything down, right? That's what a loving mom would do. She would take Lysol, spray it all over the place, and wipe. It's always them wiping it down. And the disease is some kind of weird green animation that's evil, and then the good mom wipes it down and cleans. She's always slathering the kid with something, and it's all the like shampoo and all the soaps and all the antibacterials, like this huge business trying to scare the moms into buying all this shit to prove they love their children and they love themselves, and they've coached everyone up. Like if I say to people, like I'll go, I don't really use soap that much. I go, oh, gross. Oh, dude, yeah. And I just rinse off in the shower, then I go about my business, and I go, oh, and I'll go, sometimes I won't shower for like 3 days, and I'll go, whoa, gross, so gross, like it's a campaign. It's not that different than COVID. Like if you go, I don't want to wear a mask, they all turn on you because they've all been sort of programmed. But I'm also the one that never gets sick, and you're the one who's always taking all your tubs and all your Mylanta and all your stomach shit and all that. You're the one who's taking all that. I never take it. Do you work out and then take a shower after workout? I do so I try to do the cold plunge, but after the fire, the cold plunge, it's a long story. So I do the freezing shower move. I just go in there and do it. Yeah, like I want to be gamey. times. I got ringworm a couple times.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not saying outlaw soap. I'm saying too many people are too sterile.
Yes.
And you're hurting your system by being so protective.
What I was gonna say is, so I use special soap besides the soap called defense soap. Defense soap is like designed for grapplers. What it does is it kills bad bacteria but promotes healthy skin flora. It's all like this oil, which like healthy stuff where it smells good, but it's good for your skin health. So it doesn't torch your skin. So one of the dumbest things that I know grapplers have done, they get some sort of an infection, and then what they do is they wash themselves with antibiotics. So well, you are just torching all the healthy bacteria around your skin, and you're just putting poison all over your skin, which is an organ. It's a fucking terrible move. Yeah. And when guys do that, I've seen it spread. I've seen them get like ringworm that spreads all over their chest. It's fucking horrible.
Well, I mean, if you think about how many people have peanut allergies now versus what we grew up with, because I've never heard of anyone being allergic to peanut butter when I was a kid. And now 30% of kids are like allergic to peanuts, and it's because they're not exposing them to it. It's because we're removing the peanuts from the house and the airplanes and everything else. They need to be exposed as infants, and now the studies are coming out, which is they need exposure to peanuts, not removal. Peanuts, one of the funniest
That's a peanut toxin. If you want to show an example of a cookie we've made in the world, peanuts used to be everywhere.
It's funny that peanut butter is like the only universal food when you're trying to trap any critter. Like you just go, we got a raccoon in our backyard, get some peanut butter. We got a rat, or we got a mouse, whatever, a lizard is, go get some peanut butter. Now humans are the only creatures who can't eat peanut butter. The animal kingdom can catch a buffalo with peanut butter. Every animal on the planet agrees on peanut butter. We're moving it from the classroom.
That's so funny. It's so true. Remember they used to hand out peanuts in airplanes and they stopped doing it because people got so bad with peanut allergies that the peanut dust was dangerous.
Right. And so what is going on in the last 20 minutes? It's not like human physiology has changed that much in the last 40 years that everyone is allergic to peanuts. Like you are removing them. We're not building a tolerance to anything. Our systems are weakened because you sterilized everything in our world. Everything is sterilized now. And now we're vulnerable because we didn't build up any immunity to anything. But I really don't, I do, like, when you go to space, they got a big problem, no gravity. Right. And their bodies wither. And they need to figure out, like they agree, you need gravity. You need gravity in the world of ideas, and you need gravity in the world of your microbiome and your gut. We just, as human beings, we just need gravity everywhere.
It's not some kind of system.
Yeah, you need somebody pushing against weights. Like you need gravity for your quads, and you need it for your ideas, and you need it for your views.
Maybe that's the problem with dumb people. Maybe they're just out of shape. Just brainwashed. They're just like a couch potato for the brain. They just never try to get it moving. Maybe it's not even that dumb. They just have dumb patterns.
Well, I
don't
don't
like
like
it. Obviously, I don't think everyone's like sleep. I think some people have their intellectual abilities at some age. But I think, the amount of people that just kind of give up or never put forth any effort at all, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Well, it's, I think a lot of it is because I grew up in a real downtrodden environment, and you just kind of get broken. Right? It's like I could remember sitting around watching TV, and it's like, the Brady Bunch are going to Hawaii. And I go, who goes to Hawaii? How do you go to Hawaii? Like, how would you get to Hawaii? Who has? And then they check in a hotel, they pulls a credit card out, like, who's got a credit card? How would you do this? Like, that's for other people. Like, that's how you look. Almost every commercial where you'd see somebody successful or a sitcom or something like that, I would just go, well, that's for other people. That's not for us. Right? And so you get really like
and then you just kind of buy in, and then you go, well, this is my lot in life. That's for like other people, it like infects you, and it infects whole communities. You know what I mean? And they just go, there's nothing better. Like, it's not that we don't know there's credit cards, big homes, and nice cars. Like, I knew about all of it, but it wasn't for me, or it wasn't for my family, and it wasn't for my friends. And you just buy into a system where you go, oh, this is it, and you do it early, and it's stifling. I think that's very difficult to break out unless you find a thing that you do, maybe a sport where you travel, go to different places, meet different people, something. There has to be something. You get involved in something where you tap into a community of people that think different. You start a band, whatever it is. If you find a thing where there's a bunch of sort of forward-minded people that are, optimistic and have a good work ethic that's contagious. But if you're just stuck in your neighborhood with the same people and the same family members that are real negative, it's a giant problem because they program you, whether you realize it or not, as much as you want to pretend you're fully and entirely independent. No one is. Everyone is at least partially dependent upon the people they surround themselves with and the energy of the people they surround themselves with. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I remember when I was like 8. It's like, what if you get a job? Because if you get a job, then maybe we could go to Hawaii, we could raise, we could have a decent car, like something, we could have stuff. Because I wasn't really thinking about, today, my whole life, no one ever said the word career. They said job. You got to get a job. Yeah. And go career. Yeah. They go like, what do you want to do? What are you good at? They didn't think in terms of career. This is you get a job. It sucks, but you got the weekends, But I said to my mom, I go, why don't you get a job? And she goes, I get a job, I'll lose my welfare. And I was like, well, I guess that makes sense. Like, I was 8, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I realized the fact that it made sense to me means I was being sort of indoctrinated into that system. It's beneficial for people. It's also a trap. Oh, it's a free stuff. It's a cage, man. It is bad. We had a free house and welfare, and it was stifling. Isn't that crazy? And you are so like sometimes people go like, why'd you get into comedy? And I wanted some air conditioning. Really? And I go, yeah, it was miserable. It sucked. I drove a truck and didn't have air conditioning. I didn't have air conditioning. I went to a job site. There was no air. And I was in the San Fernando Valley. So I did it because I wanted air conditioning, but I had to be miserable. Like I had discomfort. I was not comfortable. I didn't have air. And I wanted it. So I knew to get air, I had to get paid. And so I was like motivated to do stuff. And when you're kind of comfortable, you're not really that motivated, right? And I realized, like, when you were young, when I was young, we were, like, I was probably confused, but I was hungry. I was like, I want to get something done. I want to do something. I want to do something. And I would talk to people like young dudes, who work for me or whatever. And I wasn't trying to insult them, but I was kind of curious. I'd be like, you're a 30-year-old dude, you're just not getting it done. I wouldn't say it to him, but I'd be like, what do you need to do? And I realized that there was no fire in the belly. I mean, like, when you came up, when you were younger, like when I met Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy was like 26 when I met him. It was like he was on it. He had a motor when he wanted to do something. And I was like, good, I want to do something too. We'll do it together. There's like a fire. And I start talking to these young dudes, and I'm like, what's up? And I go, what's the deal? So you got a car, and it's got air conditioning, and it runs, and you're not really a car guy. Look, I'm a car guy. But when you're poor and you're a car guy, it's super frustrating, right? Because you want something cool. Like, I wanted a cool car, but I had to drive a truck with a lumber rack and a vent box on it because I'm a carpenter, and I can't have a sports car because you can't put plywood in a sports car, So I would talk to these young guys, and I'd go, you a car guy? games and watching stuff on Netflix. And I go, well, you got a big TV? They go, yeah, I got a 70-inch TV. I got a Mini Cooper, automatic with air, and I like to eat pot. You know, you have air conditioning? Be like, yeah. They're like, oh, you don't want anything. So, you don't want anything. But I wanted cool cars with air conditioning. And so I was motivated to do so. Don't you think that some people are just internally motivated anyway? Because they become curious about something and they want to get good at it. Oh, yeah, I'm Aaron Ford, being a person. I do. One of the most interesting things that I know why it just stuck with me years ago when I was watching one of those like 2020 shows in 48 hours or something like that. And they were showing guys train dogs, like dogs who sniffed out gunpowder near a board or contraband or whatever, you know. And I was looking at this thing and I was thinking to myself, I was like, every time there's a dog that does something, sniffs out drugs, explosives or whatever, they're all different breeds of dogs. I was like, why are they all different breeds of dogs? Like, why is it like one dog that does all super good at gunpowder and cocaine and whatever? And in the show, they go, well, we just go down to the town. We get any dog. And we can train them. And the guy goes, well, how do you know what dog to get? And they go, the enthusiastic dog. Like, you go to town, some dog's just sleeping. You walk in, it doesn't lift its head. The other dog's jumping up and down, doing backflips. And I go, go get that dog. Because that dog's enthusiastic. Now, he doesn't know anything about gunpowder or cocaine, but he's got a motor. And we're going to teach him. And I started thinking, oh, I know a lot of people that are like tired pound dogs. I know a lot of people that are yappy pound dogs. And once you take the yappy pound dog, like Joe Rogan, you go ahead and get into boas. What does he know about boas? He's going to find out. He's going to learn. He's going to practice. Because he's got a motor. Yeah, and there's a lot of people I know that are just kind of flatliners. And they don't have that motor. If you have the motor, you'll be part of the motor is your physical body. And that's something that a lot of like self-professed intellectuals like to ignore. The amount of energy that you have to think about this is dependent on the amount of energy your whole system has. A giant part of your system is your body. And it's not just a vanity thing. It's a function of it works better, you think better. Everything works. I see it on a day-to-day basis. If I have a day where I do not work out, my brain, I don't think as quickly, it doesn't work as well, I'm more irritable, maybe I don't react the same way that I would if I was more calm and relaxed after a workout. There's a lot of things going on where it balances out your mind and your ability to think. It mitigates anxiety, lets you think more clearly. One of the things that writers like to say is one thing, and I was actually just talking to someone about this yesterday. A comic does this. After you write, to go for a walk. Go for a walk to get your blood pumping. And when you go for a walk, sometimes when you're thinking about those ideas, the new ideas will just pop in your head because it's like the seeds are already planted. Now go for a walk, you're water. The whole system works together. And if you want to have energy, if you want to have a motor, the best way to have a motor is have a physical body that works well. If your physical body doesn't work well, you're tired all the fucking time. And you can say it's, oh, I'm getting older, oh, I'm getting this. Like, a lot of it is just ignoring your physical body for too long. And it atrophies, just like your body. Everything needs gravity. Well, you need fucking gravity. You need weights. You need to pick things up and move them around. Because if you don't, you can't pick things up and move them around because your body thinks you never have to do that. I agree. And I also would add, you need curiosity. You're a curious person. And all the curious people I know are doing just fine. And then there's people I know that are just not curious. And that's a weird gift, I guess. I don't know how to make someone curious. I think as a comedian, you're sort of curious, you know, and I can remember even when I was young, I'd go, what's the difference between, why they call it a sofa or a couch? What's the difference between a sofa and a couch or curtains and drapes. Is there a difference? We just have a difference. Every one of my friends would go, I don't know, shut up. They weren't curious about constantly being curious. And by the way, curiosity is annoying to uncurious people, which happens a lot. But if you're curious, it's like what you're saying about your physicality. Like it'll feed you. Most everything you know is started in curiosity, wanting to know about this stuff, And for other people, and many people, they lack a curiosity. Do you think that's inherent, or do you think that is how they grew up? I'm starting to think of nature more than nurture. Like I used to be more nurture than nature. I have twins, and I have boy-girl twins, and they're totally different. And one of them is that hound dog jumping up and down, and the other's just sort of chillax. And I didn't make them one way or the other. They got raised, they got fed the same thing, they went to the same schools, they breathe the same air. You know what I mean? Like they just sort of were who they are. And I think you can take something like a motor that's like a little too much and guide it and sort of nurture it and figure out an outlet for it, like a sport or something. And there's things you can do, but like my sister's totally different than I am. And I didn't get this way or that way. My parents didn't instill anything in me. They didn't guide me. Didn't have conversations with them about things. I wasn't exposed to anything. I was just kind of who I was. Why makes sense when we see a furniture? Right? We see animals for sure. When there's a golden retriever, and then there's a Belgian Malinois. They're two very different dogs. One of them is a great family pet, and one of them is a meat missile. Right? And that's just how they come out of the box. Right? The idea that wouldn't be the case with humans is kind of ridiculous. Yes, why should we? And I know we do it because we're sort of narcissistic and we have to claim some dominion over things. Like it's kind of religion. You know what I mean? Like we had to create it to go, well, Grandma's in a better place now, and he's been reunited with his old golden retriever who died 8 years earlier. And we're just kind of constructing a thing because we need some control. Like we need to feel like not having control is really threatening to a lot of people. I don't have that problem. Like, I don't mind not having control. I realize when I'm racing a car and the car goes out of control, which has happened a few times, I sort of just relax. I don't try to grab and overcorrect it because you get more trouble. Like there's a version of this for sports, there's a version for life, there's a version for relationships, there's a version for driving race cars. But to sort of relax, like if you can see film of me spinning a 935 backwards in a race in the middle of the race, and you can see me, I'm not doing it. Like I will relax in that environment. But people need control. I mean, sort of religious control. Like here's the way I control my kid. I give him violin lessons, and then I take him to the French tutor, and then I take him to this camp and space camp and that camp. They're trying to do something. You have to just kind of admit they kind of are who they are. You can't really control it. You can fuck them up. You can molest them and get them, hooked on Vicodin or something when they're 14. But basically, you're there to be there and not fuck them up and to offer things and try to go. If you see your kid banging on pots and pans all day, somebody needs a drum kit. I think this is what your thing is. You know what I mean? And somebody probably should have got a hold of me and went, see, my comedy may be something you like, not swinging a hammer. But I figured it out because it was there. Well, nobody can ever really give you that advice, honestly. Because the problem is most people that aren't involved don't even know where to start, how you do it, how difficult it would be, how long the process is, what it's like to actually put together you like to talk, or you seem to like ideas, or you seem to be sort of creative. So ideally, right? But it depends on the family. Maybe it's a family that doesn't encourage creativity. Dad's in finance, maybe the mom is, who knows? But maybe they're just not into risk at all. They just want you to go to school and get a degree, and you're just annoying, and then they go, maybe we should take the carpenter. Get him some something. You can't concentrate. Yeah, no, I agree. I think as a parent, you're supposed to observe and you're supposed to look, and the kids will guide you. They'll have their propensity. They'll bang on pots and pans. They'll like sports or whatever it is. And then your job is to sort of go that way and help facilitate that, and conversely, like I grew up, I started playing popcorn football when I was 7. Like I played tackle football when I was 7. And I played my whole, until I was 19. And I always was like, every good lesson I ever got was on that football field. So everything I learned, whatever success I have, I owe it to that because I got intestinal fortitude. I learned a lot of tough lessons and how I use that. And so, like, I was like, if my son is going to play football because he's going to learn all those valuable lessons I've learned. My son didn't play any football, didn't really like it, and it wasn't his thing. And I didn't force him into it at all. I was just like, all the stuff that I was into, football, cars, wrenching on cars, race cars, that kind of stuff, swinging a hammer, building, architecture. My son's not down with any of it. And I was just like, fine, but you got to find your own thing. I'm not going to try to stuff you into this thing that's going to make you resent me later. Yeah, that's not good. A lot of parents fall down that trap, that's for sure. It's just, I mean, if you have a child who wants to be a comedian, it's probably a fucking terrible feeling. Like, oh my God, like, what is he trying to do? Like, how do you even start? What do you do? Like, well, if you get a degree, go get a degree. You're going to get a job. You're going to work in a respectable position. Anybody trying to talk? See, my thing was, no one ever tried to talk me out of anything because they were trying to talk me into something. It's like, Adam, you're going to be in position. I was like, the thing was, you got to leave and get a job. And then we're done. So I never had anyone say it was a harebrained idea or it's not going to work because they're care enough to get that involved. Not like I was going to go into my dad's unfinished furniture business and open that empire. I don't imagine you got a lot of that either, did you? No, but that's the good thing. I got to figure it out well. Well, the thing that's kind of cool about where you landed is it's organic in the sense that, like I ran into someone who I went to high school with today, like asked him what he's doing. He's doing fine. He goes, I do outdoor signs. I do big vinyl signs. And hospitals come to do. We print the signs that hang to whatever. And it's his business. It's his dad's business. It's their family business. And I thought, nobody, when they're 15, says, I'm going to make vinyl signage. They want to be an astronaut or a baseball player or a comedian or whatever. But you're doing it. But is this really where you belong? Or is it just because your dad did it and it's lucrative and whatever? And the thing that I'm happy about, at least as it pertains to stand-up or comedy or whatever, cars or whatever I'm into, it's all organic. Right? There's no dad plus a comedian or dad racing cars or dad. You're just into cars because you're into cars. You're into doing podcasts because you're into it. Right. So you know you're where you should be because you didn't get sort of artificially coaxed or pushed into something where it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm a doctor because my dad's a doctor or whatever that thing is. So you can own it 100%. I think it's fine if your dad's a lawyer, you become a lawyer, you take over his practice one day. Like, that's good, that's successful, you're paying taxes, good. But I don't know, can you ever 100% really own it like you can own? Maybe you couldn't, or I couldn't, maybe there's something. No, it's definitely fine, and I don't even know if they think about it. Right. I know you would. But the thing is, like, you have the very fortunate situation that I have, which is we're our own boss. We are responsible for all the stuff you do. You know what to do. No one's telling you what to do or how to do it. No one's telling you what to say. You say what you want to say. That's very rare. It's very rare and very fortunate. And it also is free because, like the aforementioned CNN, or whatever, you're in an apparatus. And it's an apparatus where I don't think people are actually explicitly told why. Here's what we're saying. But it's sort of like if you worked in a big company and the president was vegan and he started showing up with a ham sandwich for lunch and someone's like, I don't think he's eating it for the carrot. He's vegan. Yeah, okay, well, he doesn't appreciate it. You go, oh, okay. And you would start getting the idea that this wasn't a great plan. You know what I mean? And so would everyone who worked at that place, right? And then eventually you go, what's for lunch? And then go, the veggie lover sub. And you go, well, what about the roast beef? And so we're going to listen to it. I'm telling you, you can't eat it. I'm saying it's probably a good idea, like to grow with this company, to just eat the fucking veggie stuff, would you? Especially if Gary comes down here. And so it's not like the boss showed up and when you can't eat chicken anymore. It's understood what's going on around there. And if you're working for CNN and you just walk in and you go, hey, listen, I don't agree with Trump about everything, but I think he's right about this ivermectin thing. People start looking at you sideways and you get the idea that maybe you weren't long for that job. And that's what you got to deal with in any environment, and the thing that's nice about creating your own environment is back to being organic. It's what you believe. I mean, it may not be 100% accurate, it may not be right all the time, but it is authentic. But how crazy is it that authentic is rare? Like that we've made it all the way to 2025 with all the communication we have with the internet, authentic is still rare. That's really weird. Well, so easy to do. I think we're so obsessed with not being cast out. Being cast out is like a major human thing, and I realized, like, I remember, I always bring it up with my kids, I don't know why, but I was in Maui, and with the Brady family, I was in Maui, it was 10 years ago, and I was sitting at a table having lunch with, like, a bunch of nice people we traveled to Maui with, the couples and the kids, go to the resort, and the dads and the moms, and there's like 10 adults, and they were great. And we're sitting having brunch, and we're like enjoying ourselves. And somehow someone fired up a leaf blower in the back, it's like gardener off to the side. It's like, I got the leaf blower, can't enjoy our conversations, it's loud or whatever. And I said to the table, I go, leaf blowers are illegal in Los Angeles. They basically criminalized leaf blowers in like 96 or 97 or something, but it's not enforced at all. And everyone's like, they're illegal? And I'm like, yeah, the gas powered ones are illegal. These guys up and down my street all day with these things. I go, yeah. They go, why don't they enforce them? I go, well, because it's all Mexicans who make their living with the leaf blower, and the city council doesn't like the optics of coming down on the poor Mexican gardeners who use their leaf blower. So it's really illegal, but the Mexicans use it, they turn the other way. They look the other way because they don't like the optics. And everyone looked at me and was like, that sounds kind of racist or something. I go, no, it's just what happened. And they're like, I don't agree. You're saying Mexicans shouldn't be done or whatever. The whole table was turned on me. And I realized, wait a minute, none of you assholes know anything about this subject. I know because I read an article on it. There was literally like the Million Man Mexican March. They went down to City Hall. They brought their leaf blowers. And the lily white city council was like, we don't like the optics of busting poor, hardworking Mexican garden. I remember all this. Right? And so I almost had a bit about it. I was telling the table, I wish he was with me. Maui could have defended me. But I was sitting there and I realized that the whole table was turning on me because they were like kind of white liberal. Oh, they're my friends. And they were turning on me, and I realized, I go, listen, all this stuff. What do you want me to say? Sorry you don't like it, but when I realized this, half the people at the table were just going along with the other half. They didn't know anything. They didn't know anything about leaf blowers or laws or city council. They just realized that I was the one being thrown out of the tribe, and they wanted to stay in the tribe. So everyone took a subject they didn't know shit about and turned on the guy who knew something about it and said he was bad and should go out to the cornfield because they're all, and this is socially, it's like no one's going to lose their job. They were just eating brunch, but it all kicked in. And I could see like the wives who had no thoughts about leaf blowers, like, oh, yeah, man, I don't agree with the chair. They're like, stay away from me. But I thought, I'm being thrown out of the tribe. But that's when I realized that was just about leaf blowers. And those are my friends. Now we go to COVID. And it's a real thing. Now, that feeling of not wanting to be excommunicated from the tribe. And it's so easy to get everyone to go along with everything because we have that innate baked-in human quality of not wanting to be ostracized and pushed out of the tribe. And I also started to realize that you're good at what you do, and so you can say and do what you want. Most people are mediocre at what they do, and they can't afford to be unpopular. And it's something I was talking to Greg Gutfeld about it some years ago. It was a podcast with him, and I was interviewing him, and it started kind of dawn on me that, like, when you're really good, and you can be a really good carpenter, like if you're a really master carpenter, you're never out of work. No one gives a shit what your thoughts are about politics. You walk around with a bag of head on, it doesn't matter. We need you. You're good. You're skilled. And when you're really good at comedy or you're good at whatever, you cannot be thrown out. You can't be squat, you can't be silent, but you gotta be good. If you're sort of in the middle, and most people are in the middle, it's a little bit of a popularity contest. Like you better eat vegan. You better say the right things. You better say the right things. Whatever the black square on Twitter. Right, or on your Instagram, which I did not do. But they told me you gotta do it. And I was like, I'm not doing it. So it was so nuts. I always watch people do it. But you're good. Yeah. And that's where I go. No, that's right. Yeah, that's a thing that a lot of people laugh at. It's like, well, the problem is like, if you think you're good and you're not good, you get smacked down and you get in trouble, right? So if you're not that good, you go, screw this, I'm not working for CNN anymore, I'm going to go do my own podcast, and you're not that good, then you're in trouble, right? And if you go, I'm going to blow this taco stand and get out of this business, I'm going to do something, I'm going to open a restaurant, but you're not that good, you get into trouble, and most people are sort of living in the middle is kind of fearful. But if you're good and you kind of own it and you're calibrated and you know you're good, you can kind of say what you want. You can kind of do what you want to do. You have to be good. And like all the people that were sort of in mainstream media that like broke out and started doing their own thing were good. I mean, they thought they were good enough. You're in the middle, it's all were kind of really always disappointed by people. Like, look, you're probably a pretty stoic guy, and you see how people act, and you go, oh, like it's sad. You know what I mean? And it sort of, I don't know why, but it reminded me of when I lived in Santa Monica years ago. Somebody got their purse stolen out on the street at night. I was this poor guy living in a rent-controlled apartment. I was coming home at night. It was like 9 o'clock at night. This is groceries. I walked up to my apartment, and I heard a woman screaming out on the street. He's got the purse, help! Just out the street. I couldn't really see it from where it was. I just ran out there because the woman was screaming. And I got there, and she's like, the guy stole my purse. The guy stole my stuff. You know, and I just started chasing the guy, just sort of instinctively. I didn't really think about it as chasing him. And so the guy was like, come on, boxing some football. Like, I felt good. I was in good shape. I didn't care. I had a bunch of lose. I didn't have anything. So I just started chasing him. And the guy was trying to pick him up in a car because he was like a wheel guy. But I was too close to the guy and he couldn't get in the car. I chased him like a couple blocks and eventually just threw the briefcase and the purse. He just threw it. He kept running. And when he threw everything down, I just stopped. It was all scattered around the sidewalk. And I stopped and I started like put it back together and I was like, I'm not gonna chase the guy. He dropped all the stuff. And then the woman showed up and she started getting her stuff together. And at some point the neighbors started filing out onto the street and a crowd kind of gathered up. And then a cop pulled up at a certain point and the cop was like, what went on here? What happened? And I remember the neighbors, they go, well, we heard this woman screaming, so we all ran out and chased the guy. And I was like, none of you ran out and chased anyone. I ran out and chased the guy. He dropped the stuff. And then 10 minutes later, you guys all came out in your bathrobes. But you didn't chase anybody. But then I realized that's what they want. They wanted to be that person, but they weren't that person. So they created this scenario where they were that person. And I wasn't too long, like, talking to the cops, and I just stood there and didn't say anything. I wanted to hear what they had to say. And they all told the same story. When I heard a woman screaming, I snapped into action and ran out, and I was like, none of you did any of this. And I realized some people are real. They have a version of themselves that's in their head. And then there's the version of them that's kind of a lazy coward. And they're busy watching that film footage of the hero stuff. And nobody thinks, like, no one during COVID said, I'm bad and I'm weak and I'm dumb, and that's why I make fun of Joe Rogan or whatever. They just go, trying to do the right thing, trying to save people. There's always this sort of heroes, real that you want to think in their head. It's not the real one. It's not the one you know. It's not the weak, cowardly one. It's the stoic, strong one. It's the one that heard a damsel in distress and snapped into action. Damn the torpedoes. I came running outside in front of this guy. Chased him. That's what's in your head. The reality is just you're looking out the window of your stairs. Most people don't really have moments like that. Let's do that again. Like most people, that's never gonna happen. No, you're seeing little light. Yes, but fear is a crusher. Yeah, man. Fear is a long one. Yeah. Especially with men. The desire to participation in any heroic action. Men love to pretend there's something on. It's amazing. Well, it definitely is, but it's also a symptom of a lack of being tested. The people that I know, like I was saying, it's not going to be never sure because they don't have to test themselves. They've been tested constantly. No, there's something about the boxer, the fighter, those guys that are like so secure in their version or vision of themselves that they're never overcompensating I see why like you like those kind of guys because they're just more attractive, they're just better. And I was going to tell you that people like there's so many weird songs or transitioning and all that shit, and then there's sort of carnivore meat lovers, MMA guys going on. And so it was Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew says, where are we going? What's going on? Where are we heading as a society? When are we going to fix this, essentially? And I just said, safe space is an octagon. He's like, what do you mean? I go, the fucking safe space, people are going to go further that way, and then there's a group of people that are moving to Florida, moving to Texas, and they're going the other direction. Like in LA, when they started pushing electric cars, I started seeing tons of Ram dually pickup trucks popping up. Like every one person you push into an electric car or a Prius, another dude buys a Ram and puts a gun rack on it. Like that's what we're doing. And I don't know how it's going to end, but I can tell you, we're just going safe spaces. And it's going to be moved out to Texas. You practice MMA with Joe Rogan, or it's going to be moved to Seattle and get your dick cut off. And there'll be nothing in between. That's the ultimate solution. My conclusion with the safe spaces, eventually are going to have to come to the octagons and go, we need to act. Well, we need to get straight on. It's a great way to live the world right now. It's certainly essential. Just but I always wonder is it the nature of the nurture? Is there something wrong with not just society, but also the environment? And if we're creating more biological organisms that are susceptible to when you're not just physical weakness, but emotional, psychological weakness. Like there's a thing that's going on that's on top of what's going on as far as culture and society, and that's like microplastics in people's biotics just destroying their endozymes. That's all untrackable. We all got like a spork in our brain and we're in plastic right now. Dr. Shazwa on this case. I think there's a lot of practical organic stuff like plastics and microplastics and stuff like that. Environmental toxins. What you're talking about, all of it in cities, aerosol contamination, all of that. But there's also why do you need to be able to fight anymore? You don't need, you know what I mean? Like we don't live. Why do you need to be able to live heavy things? You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're a coal miner or you work on a farm, there's bales of hay. You can't have a wimpy guy throwing bales of hay up on the lawn, but everything is computerized and air conditioned and you're in your cubicle. Like, what do we need you for? Like, what's the necessity? Like, why would we get softer and weaker? We're not baling hay and throwing it up to the barn anymore. We're not bending the fences. Nobody's having to, wrangle the steers. We don't have to make cabins. You don't have to chop a tree down and make a cabin anymore. So IKEA, there's a cabin there you can buy, made in China. Like, we're not, why wouldn't we go this way? Well, it's got to be. It's actually, when you look at aliens that are jacked, right? You ever see a jacked alien? You see these aliens that have no muscle tone, they have no gender. It's a great name for an energy drink. Jacked alien. It's a joke. You threw your considerable weight on a buying product. What's their grateful? Kiss my ass. Kill a jacked alien. We'd be sponsoring X Games, fighters, in every ring, in every octagon. It's where humanity sees people in some sort of genderless directions. People want to try to make it. Right, you don't need to fucking, you don't need to fight. So what do we need all this shit for? If the aliens aren't real, I think that's what's starting to this Jack Alien website. What is it? Oh, really? That's hilarious. They make workout clothes? I'm suing the shit out of that. That's my IP, man. Jack Alien. And that hilarious. What was Shabbos? Shout out to Jack Daly. Hope you guys are all chat. When we think about what human beings are eventually going to be, the alien archetype is what makes the most sense, right? Genderless, not using your mouth to talk anymore, giant fucking, why do you no muscle at all? Why do you need big biceps to move a joystick or push a button? And the only reason why it's attractive is like a biological reproduction attractiveness, right? The hips of a girl, the waist, the beautiful symmetry of the face, all that stuff is just biological reinforced behavior, but again, you agree with good genetic people, all that's out the window. And all breeding is done. There's some sort of a computer or but also why do you need any of it if it's antiquated? You know what I mean? Like if we're just a society of button pushers, why do you need that big strapping shoulders? That's not what's going on. Like, are you still, do you still have the same monkey body that you had 10,000 years ago? Since if you do, you're going to need to exercise just for sanity. And it'll help you get all those things. Things like jujitsu, yeah, you probably don't need it ever in your life. But it's a good thing to learn. It's really fucking hard to do. I agree. And I think doing things that are hard to do are good. And I think doing things that scare you are good. And I've had a bunch of situations in my life where people would say to me all the time, they go, what made you decide to do Dancing with the Stars? I go, I didn't decide to do it. I remember where it was. My agent called and he said, I want you to do Dancing with the Stars. As soon as he said that, I felt that weird fear. Like, remember when you're in junior high, it wasn't after school, you're like, and that moment, remember that weird fear moment? And they said, do Dancing with the Stars. And I went, I felt that weird junior high fighting after school, weird feeling of fear. Make it like, you know, and I felt that. And I caught it when, oh, that's lame, or I would embarrass myself on that joke. But I felt fear. As soon as I felt fear, I was like, I'll do it. Because I realized that yes, it would be a lot. Like I could go, that's stupid, or that's lame, or I don't want to do that. But that wouldn't be the reason. The reason is I'm scared. I felt scared. I can't dance. I'm going to humiliate myself. And you can get like some stuff I've done that's been good. I did a professional Trans Am car race once. And I was just like, someone said, you want to do it? And I was like, I'll do it. But it's only because I was like, I'm scared. I was like, what? I felt this moment, I just like, I'll do it. And I'm telling people way too much. Like, I don't know. I got to talk to a bunch of people about it. It's not for me. Or why should I? Or just start saying yes to stuff. See, a lot of experience out of that, especially while you're young, because once those obligations settle you down, you got a mortgage, you got a family, you got obligations, social commitments, you don't have that kind of ability to just go fuck it. No, you're right. Like, right at the time, I was a carpenter. I remember guys pulling up in new trucks. I'm driving a piece of shit beater. They're like, I don't want you to have any help before. Get yourself a new truck. I'm like, because then I'd have payments, and then I'd have insurance, and I couldn't go to ground leagues at night, and I'd have to take care of that, and I couldn't work on this. And I felt the same way with kids, the same way with everything. Like, I gotta get this going before I get way down with monthly payments and mortgages and mouths to feed. Yeah, that's a really important message to young people because they think they're going to come through. Before you start this, get something going. You take your chances about when you're young and free. It's like, God, it's an amazing opportunity. You know, the whole world's ahead of you. Things can change so quickly. If you work hard, and you find a lane, and you really throw yourself into it. But if you don't, time goes by quick. Next thing you know, you're 30, next thing you know, you're 35. Like, I'm getting together this year. Yeah, you gotta make hay while the sun shines. Thank you for that. It's fun. Let's do it again. All right. Bye, everybody. starting to talk outside of like, hold this, hold that, hold these thoughts. It's very good. Well, here's what I have. As a criminologist, I take a different approach to things. I'm not obviously a doctor. Thankfully. And as a criminologist, you get a view of the world that's quite interesting. So I took a deep dive into the pharma, but I don't want to put that on your second. Because I know you CIA operations like where we bring over people who's working on bioweapons, prosecuted the U.S. bioweapons program. And I know you know MK Ultra and Mockingbird, but you know what Project Gladio, but you see, this one didn't just come so. So this was World War II ends, and the USS with the CIA decides to get behind a particular soldiers are not leave behind a touchdown. So then you're going to hide your weapons, hide your rifles, secrete all the grenades, ammunition, put it in bunkers, and ingest it. Sit tight until we have some ideas of things you want to do. So eventually, a few hundred of them stay behind, and they're going to do things in Europe to stop communism, to stop socialism, to fight the Soviets, etc. But what they actually end up doing is terroristic incidents against our allies. They blow up a train station, blow up 285 people injured, 85 people killed, done on the CIA. They do the 19 assassination of the journalist who was writing about this. I shouldn't quite say that. They do another bomb, 17 people killed, another one on Oktoberfest in Germany, 17 people killed. Why? Because they see that certain candidates are doing well, like prime ministers, for example, or legislators. So when you have a big giant terrorist incident on some train station, for example, that moves the public towards a more right-wing government, or more totalitarian government, CIA, and away from anything where communism happened. There's the assassination of Aldo Moro, Russia's 35 bodyguards. They're all killed. He's kidnapped. A few weeks later, he shot dead, put in the trunk of a car. That was done by Project Gladio. And of course, these things were done by the United States to our supposed allies, and hundreds of these bombs operated eventually a 20,000-person army all over Europe. I don't expect anybody to know a word of it. You guys go on Wikipedia, put in GLADI, and you see that this insanity is true. The punchline on it for me, really boils down to what is that it ended in 1990. George Bush was the president. It's a great crazy, but eventually the and it becomes so well established that the U.S. government funded and managed these operations, blowing up regular citizens, that a lot of the people who were in prison for those incidents, terrorist groups, etc. Police, defense, was actually done by CIA. I can't tell you for yourself. Oh my God. Is that just an idea that starts off as a precautionary measure and just got completely out of hand because there was no oversight? Yeah, no oversight is the key to a bunch of stuff I want to talk about today because when governments make centralized governments and other power centers, without oversight, and where does oversight come from? It comes from us, the public, having to spend the public is not skeptical. They'll buy a story, like, oh, a terrible terrorist who assassinated this guy, Aldo Moro, how terrible. And they'll buy the story with those skeptics because that's what they're told. And there will be no oversight. Power centers. It's no surprise. We can talk about every country on earth. I happen to love America. I'm not saying it's just America. This is the nature of espionage, the nature of war. I want to answer your question about is it just because of the oversight? The United States doesn't get wars very often. For example, World War II ends, and you're all excited about it. You're doing all this stuff. And then it ends, and everybody's like, hey, we were really into this thing. And so we don't like the man. We leave So, why do we bring these people home? The war's over. The war's over. That's not how it works. And so the U.S. tends to continue these wars. The versions I just described were secret versions. It's hard. Somebody came into America and did a bunch of terrorist incidents in America and killed a lot of Americans. Anyway, we can stress it's kind of my theme for today is sharing these things are all available on Wikipedia. I got a lot of they're all real and I looked at them and knowledge is where I really have the evidence and my purpose when these things are today. Some of you look my reason that I really want to encourage Americans to be skeptical because don't have skepticism. Yeah, it's a strange time. First of all, one of the things that happened was his spectacle, right? So during Obama's administration, two things problematic to American citizens. That blurred the line of truth and reality and forever. Was that somehow another rollback outside there's a desire to move back? Or always case in a situation was absolutely critical for intelligence agencies to lie to us in the interest of national security. Yeah, that's where we are for sure. There was Project Mockingbird had hundreds of American journalists who were, in some cases, directly on payroll of CIA, in other cases, just experienced and would float ideas inside the United States. It was shut down. The church committed civic committee. And what was it really shut down? Or did it just change its name? The reality is that, unlike the past, information if you start floating information overseas, it's not true. It's going to make its way to America. And does it make sense? And if it's not true, when I was reading on investigation, I was on the radio, and there was Twitter messages. They were using Twitter to be able to float things and do things in whatever. One time this is very recent. So it was in when it was Twitter. And it was if they would get things to trend, and how would they do it? Twitter shut down the bots. We had 40,000 people sitting in their houses. Send out the message of the day, like Jeff Bezos is the evil Jew. Jeff Bezos is the evil Jew. Because at 9/11, they were going to come to Americans. And then it would trend. And so when I saw that happening on Twitter, I thought to myself, there were other issues. I don't mean I like it. I just mean it's kind of obvious that we have an opportunity to communicate with the population in a way that makes particularly young people in Saudi Arabia. I'm sure the ones who are test for all one day. If you can control their perceptions of that's what every country in world history has done. Every country has a narrative, right? Ours growing up, how it works for us. So that was our narrative. India's narrative. The next life better than this one. The next life better than time. Now you're homeless. Maybe now you're 7 million homeless people. Like the next life will be better. England's narrative. Just works. I can't believe they're having such a good time. Princes are having such a good time. That's good enough for you, isn't it? And so everybody has stories about how they control the population. Now, the government is at war. Our U.S. government is not liking the churches. It's not liking other powers. During COVID, you couldn't go to liquor store, you couldn't go to a Target store, air conditioning, keeping coronavirus, and you could go to church
Eventually, after the world, the inappropriate relationship started now.
So each power center
About her,
needs to be
even
done.
if the muscle
But is that why they did it? Because they
also
also
the
have
baby,
outdoor
let's see
dining,
the case of the for example,
Los Angeles,
Ruffles,
outdoor comedy
very short
shows.
answer. So how
Gonna
would
give
come
you a
with this?
pretty
When
cynical
there's
answer.
issues in Ruffles relationship,
That's why they did it.
marriage, when did they begin?
The Constitution gives
What
particular
was
protection.
the council? Like, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So
Doesn't
therefore,
give
it's like,
particular
if
protections.
there's a breaking the marriage already pre-existing.
And yet
I
that's
would
what
look up
happens.
maybe
What about shows?
that just swing back.
When you have a
It's what
population that's not gathered,
the problematic relationship began now.
we're all going to the concert.
Problematic
We're going to
relationship
watch
or
this
actual
music
marriage.
video.
I'm gonna
None of
focus
us are
on
going to say,
one
oh, that guy over there
That's
really
the
drove my
space
hate.
of
That guy over there voted for Biden. That one's woke. That
Number
one's
nine, that's what we said.
Which is
Very
enjoy
much
the
possible. See it in the beach style.
which was prohibited.
They're going to the last
Go
one.
to the beach, and I would
Will
go.
marry.
Your kids,
Travel
your
with
family,
a partner.
your mind, we're having a good time. Nobody's judging.
Even she live on the bus and on bus now. It was a lot of
You can divide a country in the way that it happened with us during the COVID lockdown.
Ultimately,
That
that
is a source of power.
But the lady
It's not government source of
by
power.
leaving Israel,
But you feel like this was done on
so what's the
purpose.
matter again?
You think that they were capitalizing on the impact of COVID or that they knew that a situation like this is an excellent opportunity for them to divide it further? Or was it just the fact that they had to have at least they at least give the guys a pose? It had to at least be performative that they were doing something. The optics that they were protecting. Well, my best way to assess rather than ever try to figure out what's in somebody's head, just look at what actually happened. What actually happened is that every Western nation put foreign citizens in their house arrest. Every nation on earth had at least no opposing enemy could ever do things. So they never died saying it was not gathering hundreds of thousands of people. Maybe it's all not because some of these and not free. So I don't think there's any argument in free.
But those guys
COVID
died.
lockdown.
Like, that's
We
why
talked about the COVID disease. COVID disease has been lockdown. Lockdown is a negative and it's more important to them. Lockdowns cause
I would have thought those
less
in
governments in the world. Remember, it wasn't just ours.
I might have thought
Every country could do whatever they want. So why would we give protection?
problem.
Well, I don't have to back up to whether
That was
they took COVID by intention. But the plans related to what would happen was clearly intentional.
in the marriage. For example,
This can look at operation
essentially,
to
if she married anyone other than a home, I would have thought that
It's a video of an event that dates
the much
with
smaller,
the CIA, with the Chinese and the CDC, Chinese embassy, with military leaders, with CBS, and they gathered together and they talked about what happened during the pandemic. And they named the pandemic and they did tabletop exercises about the pandemic. Any discussion about health was not. All there was discussion about controlling information. Why is this interesting? Because it was in 2019.
what's
The
all
law
this
coming
stuff?
together. So, in late 2019, these tabletop operations had already been going on for years. So I look at it, I really encourage people to consider this approach, which is forget about this, forget about formula statutes and bills, forget about Bill Gates and Fauci and all that. Just look at what actually happened. Just look at what's actually happened. You have to assume somebody ordered that outcome. Somebody somewhere, maybe one person. It might be groups. It should be unaligned. People who share incentives. I'll give you a past example. When COVID comes, people who used to make perfume sprayers now make hand sanitizer. People who used to make bumper stickers now make stickers that say stand 6 feet apart. In other words, implement an incentive policy that doesn't require that those people all sign discriminatory laws. Hotel and Germany rub their hands together and fight it. Human nature to feel centralized new governments. This is the direction it moves. Tiny little sliver.
And she's still like straight. Whoa. Just
Any tiny sliver of freedom.
watch it. There's a lot of information being packed around us. Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says over here, the one line,
That's the way it
4,
normally is.
6, 8, about 9 lines down. That's the shortest is that better. The thing was the road, so if you go up, one of the about single
Any
years.
suffering that I
Then
have,
for someone to say, Shalom, no, no,
because
over this last sort of Bible, is that especially which reminds me of this house, right? I love what I saw. She has to pay for she's both she's close. She was a long, it's hard to she doesn't have to move it. So I
still have resistance to it. That's why I like that video.
she doesn't have shy status.
You look at this, well,
Because when she dies, she can go back to her parents' home.
it's just, there's so many layers to it. It's very difficult.
What is
The regular person is a person who has a job, who gives some family, and hasn't spent one amount of time telling you conspiracies, being rational about it, being objective, and saying, I know every fiber of my being rejects this as foolishness, tinfoil hat bullshit, but is this real? And then the more you find out, oh my god, that is real, the more you find out Operation Northwoods, oh my god, that's real, the more you find out about these things that tail trade, wait a minute, nobody got arrested for this, nobody went to jail, nobody got prosecuted, nobody got tried. The more you dig into the JFK assassination, the more you dig into everything. It is a marvelous opinion. And if you haven't reached the surface of it, you have no idea how much depth there is to it. And that's the normal person. Most people, most people took the shot because they wanted to keep their job. Or they took the shot because they have to travel to see relatives, or they had to visit loved ones in the hospital, or whatever the reason was. They did what they had to do. And, they know people who got fucked up because of the shot. Maybe they got fucked up because of the shot. And they feel how much they don't know what's happening. But I don't think they understand the depths. First of all, not just the COVID pandemic, but what happened during the AIDS pandemic is the exact same power structure. And when you find that out, we went over
What's the highlight of the year?
and we showed the articles in magazine that was talking about these various doctors that stepped out against the use of AZT, what was going on, and how evil it was. And the only reason why it was because these were drugs that were already being approved and they could just push them through quickly, and they were very profitable. All right, how does good look?
Like a regular
Got a lot on the horizon. Well, yeah, it's that time of year when life gets crazy and demands more of your energy, more work, more plans, holiday travel. Now it's getting darker and colder. It can really drain your energy. Or get out of it. Listen, I talk a lot about AG1, daily health drink, help you stay one scoop ahead of all the energy drains coming your way this season. Because the superfoods, B vitamins, every scoop of AG1 supports steady energy production without the crash. In fact, just shaking up one scoop of AG1 in water covers your multivitamin, your pre and probiotics, antioxidants, superfoods, and more. It's one simple step to start your day.
What's about going?
And that's why I've worked with them for so long. Subscribe today to get this quick back formula in the flavor of your choice. Tropical, citrus, berry, or original to help you stay one scoop ahead. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG3, K2, and AG1 welcome kit. Plus, a few bonus AG1 travel packs. Just head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or visit the link in the description to get started. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. I think this started the reason for overdose is that it provides exactly the same eggs. And so it keeps the great documentary that's on YouTube. It's called House of Numbers. It keeps the numbers going. Turn the numbers over fast, just by changing the definition of what is eggs. Changing its definition in that documentary is actually through
for Ella, as a real issue, something that's very Rabbi says, sorry, Rothschild says that what is she is the name of my father? What is that? Anderson. And what is she is the name of my father-in-law? Some people it wasn't named Anderson, she was over their parents. So he was still with her name, with her virgin-in-laws, right? From husband. So those who want to suggest that Allah essentially she's in a result, it's a straight up. So he's a straight up. And when she's in a surah, it is medication for 3 weeks. Was basically able to do it. But he got bullshit. The law is right. Stay out there. He could say that I say you will die of this disease. Whether again I'm still in this drought. I don't know that the Israeli Shmuel, aber a new self, not just Shmuel says, again, a new self. Come down, kind of things guess what? You're going to crush your face.
said, they go all the way. Just to fund the money. He's a lovely man. Doing fine now. My father's very soon takes care of us. I was rich guys. Take care of his life. The rest of his life, he was a real hero. They buried him. They buried him. The finest stuff she makes. I think they're one of the greatest publicists. He was Nobel Prize. I've never seen a show he did in 2015. He might have been 13 or 14. I don't remember. Vast emotion. Very sad. Doing it at that time. The insult that goes with that was AIDS denial. We're not talking about that. We're talking about whether HIV is always the cause of AIDS. There were so many facts that people were. This is what was like for me. I see a dilemma. I see a situation, and I see inconvenient facts that people are ignoring. One of them being that ACT kills people, and that it was drug therapy medications. They have studies killing people quicker than cancer is not. And that chemotherapy is always a very short-term use. It's for short-term use. It's like when you have cancer, you take chemotherapy, and she kills the cancer, and it almost kills you, and then you recover from it, and hopefully the cancer's gone. This was the only chemotherapy that you were being told to stay on. That never happened. And so it was one AZT killed people for sure. They were using AZT for AIDS. People were dying from AIDS or AZT, whatever they were dying for. When they stopped using it, people stopped dying of AIDS. Because that's kind of because they'll try to tell you that, oh no, it's the medications have stopped the spread of HIV. But it never made its way into the heterosexual. It's really a sexually transmitted disease. And so, unbelievably contagious that it just spread through the gay community like wildfire. There's a lot of people that had gay sex and straight sex. Wow, who had never really had any transitions in heterosexual community. There's a lot of weird shit. Why do people that were totally asymptomatic like Barcelona crash gets on ACTs 10 to 6 months? What is it possible that ACT killed those people? And then Peter Duesberg is right. This was mine. And when I hear this guy out, we talk to him with a skeptical but objective mindset. Where this guy's at. And we find out he's a tenured professor at the University of California, Berkeley. He's done groundbreaking research on cancer. He's a brilliant guy. Everything he's saying to me made sense. And I was like, this is so strange. And then I realized, this all happened before this all happened before he gets on a podcast and talk about it. This all happened before he got tweeting about it. This all happened before Stickman got documentary released on YouTube. By the way, another Duesberg story is that we're going to see the bottom line. They're covered in this documentary houses, and they adopted babies tested for AIDS, tested for HIV. And they get to America, they do another test, the baby has HIV. So these PCR tests, they're mixed. This is what Carrie Mullis was very adamant about. It's not use for PCR. She did not know what he was doing when he took it. Yeah, this week, I wish he was alive. He died right before. But anyway, so they found this kid is HIV positive. And doctors said, well, when you put this kid on AZT, it hurts. So they put the kid on AZT. Now you see videos all over the kid can't stand up. It's horrible. People lose his weight. When they go to the doctors, they say, she's actually doing pretty well. So just keep going. So they keep going. She gets worse and worse. And eventually, they write a letter to a guy about Peter Duesberg. And to his credit, he was brave. He writes back, people would take her off that medication immediately. So they do.
the same person. I go, well, what did you learn? I have no idea. I have no idea. I cannot produce one piece of information, but I can tell you one thing. I absolutely a different person than I was now.
And say they don't know it now. Right? Which at this point is not possible for Albert Ford.
That's atrocious. Just learn. Just learn. So it's a
son and
Trosh, to reward self is the act of learning. Trosh, just learn. Just learn. Become a star. You will receive the reward. What will the reward? Let's begin this one to the next one. Build the reward.
two different reports. Both said these kids were out in their bed at
That precise. What is the greatest thing on the world? It's on the world. Good about yourself. So you look at one page in the life of self-defense. When I feel that trying to pushing forward, that is the greatest disguise. There's a very atrocious
things that happen.
when you learn something, when you learn about something that's not yet in fact, it's going to be in effect one day or something.
And so what was happening is that getting hard, getting better, and
learn about
things, controlling human perception. And I think it's true that the
relate to the desire for machine. It awakens your desire for something else. It awakens your desire for something else. Slave Allah Omar not such SCL loving moving for the last one flow not because I've been not shown Baklava and kept us as none to this time to this practice and this practice and fighting for the reasons to do like that. Those are sometimes what social understanding is sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now. What I'm learning it will make me continue this desire to have it. I don't know about something. I can find it for your search is about Kabbalah. When you say Kabbalah in your order, because I can't wait. I can't wait to talk about Kabbalah. I can't wait to look for these English. I can't wait to walk with my family over the road and try to do this.
There's no way
I can't wait to do that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't yet apply now,
that makes sense. Why would all these doctors be in agreement and be incorrect about this? Why would they all be promoting this false
Number
narrative?
one, the act of learning changes us. Even if it doesn't unique
how Fauci and how they ran things,
the
and
drug,
how if you deviate from the narrative whatsoever, you got no grants, you got no funding, you lose your license, and obviously we saw in 2020, they were kicked off Twitter, like esteemed scientists, professors, people that taught at major universities, were removed from the conversation because they were speaking about This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Let's get real. Most brands just slap a flag on a label and it's not Black Rifle Coffee Company. This fall, BRCC is doubling down on their mission. From November 7th to 11th, they teamed up with Forgive Co. and More Primitive to eliminate up to $25 billion in initial debt for veterans. Not talk, not hashtags, real relief for those who served and their families. This isn't new for BRCC. In 2025, they backed mission-driven nonprofits like Operation Homefront, Hunter 7 Foundation, Beyond the Barracks, Team RWE, and People to Honor, supporting mental health, housing, education, and transition services for those who need most. So whether you're brewing just black or dark chocolate at home, visiting one of their killer coffee shops, or slamming a can of their new Black Rifle Energy, know this: you're not just fueling your day, you're joining the mission. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com/Joe Rogan, use code Rogan, and get 30% off your order or coffee club sign up. Black Rifle Coffee, veteran-founded, American-roasted, this is America's coffee. It's free on YouTube. Sponsors. So I'm reading up that is about War Medical Center comparing vaccinations to non-vaccinated. Very, very interesting documentary. Where they, after the study is done, they decide not to release it. I read about it. Yeah, it's really good. I don't want to spoil anything. So just tell you some good stuff is hidden camera interview with the guy who says, I just can't. My career would be over. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Well, people try to persuade him to release the study. And yes, it would help a lot of people. I agree it would help a lot of people. And I agree it's important. But I can't. I've had enough. I can't. It doesn't. And it's, so this, this kind of thing. You got the stomach for another one. Sure, I'll give you a big one. So, because you mentioned AIDS. AIDS is like gravity. You're not allowed to question it. It's a Holocaust. Yeah, Holocaust, gravity. I think Hitler, by the way, was he killed by the Russians? Well, it turns out the skull fragment belonged to their 30s. Isn't it a narrative? This is the only guy who didn't have an escape plan. Everybody else went to Argentina. They even took full submarines all the way to Argentina on 2-month trips that were found weeks after the war. They were still fighting submarines in Argentina. But this one guy, even though there's a pilot who testified that he flew him out of Germany, flew him out of Berlin. Why wouldn't anybody lie about that? Well, because the Russians are coming into Berlin, part of the conquering anything of the Osama bin Laden hasn't been caught. Hitler is free and is somewhere in the world. But that narrative is really interesting for people to dig into. Get on Grok, ChatGPT. Quick note on ChatGPT. The first answer you get will usually be the orthodox answer, the approved answer. You have to keep asking. You have to say, look again. You have to push that thing, and then you'll get through more and more information. That way, you still have to check it all because the thing has delusions, as we know. But my point is that all these things that we're not allowed to question because they are just facts like gravity. Well, a big one is vaccines cannot be linked to autism. We all know that. That's like